Meet our protagonist, Lin Yuan. Ever since he was a kid, a chronic illness left his body extremely weak. His only wish was to be just like Godzilla, massive, powerful, and absolutely untouchable by bullies. But hey, whatever a protagonist wants, Truck-kun is always ready to make that dream come true. And just like that, he gets isekai'd straight into a Godzilla. But wait, this is no ordinary Godzilla. This Godzilla comes equipped with a cheat system. By simply devouring other creatures, he can evolve limitlessly. All he has to do is check in daily to unlock overpowered skills. Alright, enough talk, let's jump right into it. Our story kicks off at a high school, right in the middle of a physical fitness test. This kid right here is Lin Yuan. Right now, he's standing in front of the pull-up bar, hesitating. He jumps up and grabs the bar, but his legs are shaking like crazy. His classmates are laughing their heads off. Come on, Lin Yuan, I bet you can hang in there for 10 seconds. You got this. Don't hold your breath. I'm definitely winning this bet. There's no way he lasts 10 seconds. And sure enough, by the 8th second, he can't hold on any longer and drops to the ground. The class bursts into another round of laughter. Look at that. He broke his record. Last time it was only 3 seconds. Behold, the 8-second man. Yeah, that's right. I'm the 8-second man. My name is Lin Yuan, and I'm a high school student. Ever since a severe illness as a kid, my body has been frail, sickly, and small. No matter how hard I try in my other academic classes, I just can't change this pathetic, useless physique of mine. A total gym class flop getting laughed at by everyone, while the teacher just holds his head in utter disappointment. Lin Yuan, you've got to try harder. Midterms are right around the corner, and at this rate, you won't even get a single point for your gym grade. We cut to the afternoon after school. Hey, Uncle Wang, do I have a package? Yep, this is yours, right? Sent all the way from the south. Yes, it's from my dad. Thanks, Uncle Wang. After that major illness, his family wiped out all their savings and ended up deep in debt. To make enough money to pay off the debt, his dad had to leave him and his mom behind to work grueling hours in the south all year round. Opening the package, he finds an awesome Godzilla plushie, along with a letter. Haha, it's a Godzilla plush. Wow, the craftsmanship on this is amazing. My son, your birthday is coming up. Since I can't be there to celebrate with you, I'm sending you your favorite Godzilla plushie as a gift. I hope that no matter what difficulties you face, you'll charge forward bravely like Godzilla, without fear, and grow up to be a tough, brave, and powerful little monster. Dad, I want to be an invincible little monster too, but it's just so hard. Suddenly, some obnoxious jerk runs up and snatches the plushie away. A guy your age still playing with baby toys? How pathetic. No wonder you act like a frail little girl all day long. Our main character tries his best to grab it back, but fails. The bully mocks him. Whoa, I didn't think a wimp like you had it in you to fight back. Here, you want it? Go get it. He then tosses the plushie right into the middle of the street. Without thinking, our main character rushes out to rescue his dad's gift. But who could have guessed that Truck-kun was already on duty? And bam! Truck-kun sends both him and his Godzilla flying. As his vision fades to black, his mind is filled with a million questions. Am I dying? But when he finally opens his eyes, there are no gorgeous angel girls waiting for him. Instead, he's surrounded by nothing but water. Huh? He looks down and sees 2 cute little claws. What's going on? Where am I? Wait, wasn't I just run over by a truck? Is this the afterlife? But it feels like I'm deep in the ocean, and what on earth is up with these claws and this tail? Suddenly, a voice echoes inside his head. Ding dong. The system is now online. Host's consciousness confirmed restored. The monster sign-in evolution system has been automatically activated. Our main character is shocked. Whoa, what the heck? Am I hearing things? Did you just say you're a monster sign-in evolution system? This system never tells a lie. Every single word is absolute truth. Please take a look at the big screen. Here is the system's introduction. Host, Lin Yuan. Race, Flood Dragon. Named Thunder Tempest Dragon. Form, Juvenile Stage, capable of evolution. Bloodline, Overlord grade, upgradable. Height, 7.9 meters. Weight, 125 tons. Attack methods, bite, gnaw, sharp claws, and throw. You possess the blood of the ancient overlord flood dragon recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, but you are currently an immature juvenile. This flood dragon is basically like a knockoff Godzilla. but I can check in every day to get rewards and use evolution points to upgrade myself. I've been reincarnated as a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas, and I even have a system? No way. This is unbelievable. I'm not dreaming, am I? But the feeling of flicking my tail and swiping my claws feels so incredibly real. Oh right, system, I want to check in. Sure thing, dear. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first check-in. Check-in location, Mariana Trench. Check-in reward, S, rank skill, Devour. By using Devour, you can convert food into evolution points to fuel your growth, with a chance to inherit the corresponding abilities of your prey. So as long as it doesn't kill me, I can just eat whatever I want. Wait, what the heck is an S-rank Devour? This is the ultimate ability that monsters are proudest of. And why is my stomach already growling the second we talk about eating? Honestly, if I don't eat something right now, I might actually starve to death. Hey, there's a light over there. A lot of deep-sea creatures glow in the dark. Let's see if that's edible. After swimming for a bit, he runs into a firefly fish. Ding! This is an anglerfish, also known as a lanternfish. It has a round, chubby body and a mouth packed with razor-sharp fangs. Its face looked absolutely terrifying, with a fleshy lump on its head like a tiny lantern that glowed to lure in other fish. Holy crap, it was just as terrifying as the pictures online, but after swimming alongside it for a bit, they both went their separate ways. The system popped up to remind him, "Oh, please, that fish isn't even the size of your palm. What are you so freaked out about?" It was like a light bulb went off in his head. Right, why should he be afraid of it? Suddenly, his gaze turned dangerous. With a swift flick of his tail, he smacked the life right out of it. Was it really that easy? Did I actually just kill it like that? You clearly don't realize your own level, the system replied. But could he actually eat the Neo? If he did, would he get evolution points or new skills? Exactly. Plus, if you go too long without eating, you'll literally starve to death. Well, fine. It looked pretty hideous, but he had actually eaten this in his past life. It wasn't poisonous, and the taste wasn't bad. Not bad. It actually tastes way better than I expected. Ding! Successfully devoured a deep-sea anglerfish. +5 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time devouring a deep-sea anglerfish. You have unlocked the special ability, Illumination, a C-tier skill. The spines on your back can now emit a faint glow, so you don't have to worry about studying after lights out in your dorm anymore. The system wasn't lying to him. He really got evolution points and a special ability. Activating the illumination skill, our MC's spines emitted a brilliant blue light that looked absolutely sick. Oh, this ability was actually pretty awesome since it could attract other creatures. For the sake of those sweet evolution points, he didn't mind looking a bit ugly. He was going to be a monster who wasn't a picky eater. Ding! Successfully devoured a deep-sea anglerfish, +5 evolution points. Successfully devoured a deep-sea dragonfish, +15 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time devouring a deep-sea devilfish. You have unlocked the special skill, Night Vision. In no time, our MC mukbanged every single fish in the area until his belly looked like he was pregnant. He barely got to eat seafood in his past life, so he never expected to get such a massive feast after being reborn. I've gathered over 1,000 evolution points. Truck-kun, I want to start evolving. What do you want to enhance? Scales, giant claws, or size? Ding! Expended 300 evolution points to enhance scales. Expended 200 evolution points to enhance giant claws. Expended 500 evolution points to upgrade size. Just spending 500 evolution points had increased his size by nearly 1 meter. At this rate, becoming a 100-meter giant beast was just around the corner. By the way, Truck-kun, am I still on Earth? Sorry, but this kun can't tell you. Master must explore and find out for yourself. Keeping secrets from me and telling me to explore? What, do you think this is some open-world game? Being in the Mariana Trench meant he was definitely still on Earth. If he randomly showed up in a human city right now, they'd probably blast him to pieces with nuclear warheads, wouldn't they? It looked like he needed to focus on growing first. He'd wait until he reached 100 meters before going out to play. When that time came, he'd use nukes for massages, take baths in boiling lava, sink the Cherry Blossom Nation, and level the Beautiful Nation. Time to keep eating. As long as it didn't kill him, he'd just keep stuffing his face. But right in the middle of his fish, mukbang, a colossal creature suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Its massive tentacles slowly crept up and snatched our MC by surprise. Oh my god, this This was one of the absolute rulers of the deep sea, the king octopus. He had let his guard down. It must have been drawn in by the glowing light on his back. The king octopus, also known as the giant octopus, can grow from 60 to 120 meters long, with the largest reaching up to 200 meters. It can weigh up to 1,000 tons, with 8 massive tentacles and countless suckers covering each one. Our MC wanted to cry right then and there. Compared to this giant, his current size was practically microscopic. Damn it, I can't move. The constricting grip of this tentacle is too strong. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Was he really going to die by a stupid tentacle right after being reborn? There was no way he was going to accept this. Just when things seemed hopeless, another massive creature slowly approached. A sperm whale can grow up to 180 meters long and weigh over 500 tons, making it the largest of all toothed whales. It has incredible diving abilities, holding the record as the deepest diving mammal with the longest dive times. The octopus immediately let go of our MC and pivoted to attack the sperm whale. Watching these two massive titans clash left our MC completely stunned. He had gotten way too cocky after being reborn as a monster. In front of these two behemoths, he was still just a weak, helpless little shrimp. No, now that he had been reborn as a monster, he couldn't afford to be a coward anymore. The rush of memories felt like an instant power buff. Bloodthirsty, brutal, and savage. These were the true traits of an apex predator monster at the top of the food chain. From this day on, I, Lin Yuan, will never run away again. I won't let anyone push me around ever again. Without hesitation, our MC lunged forward and sank his teeth into the octopus, chewing furiously. You dare mess with me? I'll tear you to shreds. After biting with all his might, our MC finally ripped off a chunk of the octopus's flesh. It actually tasted pretty good, kind of like fresh, raw squid. Ding dong. Successfully devoured King Octopus flesh, plus 21 evolution points. Whoa, just one bite gave me 21 evolution points. Awesome. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'm going to eat as much as I want. At this point, the octopus began to feel a sharp pain. It looked over only to find that our MC had already mukbanged more than half of its tentacle. At this rate, its career as a terrifying sea monster was going to be cut short. Furious, the octopus reached out to grab him again. Our MC felt completely insulted. What's that supposed to mean? You won't fight the sperm whale, but you'll pick on a little guy? Humph, you dare look down on me? I'm a beast now, so I'm not afraid of you. Caught off guard, the octopus was suddenly blindsided by a sperm whale. And just like that, the octopus was mukbanged to death by the two of them. A moment later, our boy and the sperm whale had devoured it, leaving nothing but a few scraps. Ding! You have successfully devoured the Octopus King. You received a total of 3,000 evolution points. Even though he only ate half of the Octopus King, he still gained nearly 3,000 evolution points. Suddenly, the sperm whale stared intensely at our main character. But our boy wasn't backing down from anyone. What are you staring at? Huh? You want a piece of me? Glancing at our boy's spiky body, the sperm whale got a bit nervous. Are you backing down? What's with that look? Are you looking down on me? The sperm whale didn't waste any more time. It turned around and swam away. Since you helped me out this time, I'll let you off the hook. Truck-kun, I want to upgrade. 3,000 evolution points consumed. Upgrading scales, upgrading claws, upgrading sharp teeth, and increasing bulkiness. At this point, our main character was so bulked up that he weighed 179 tons and stood 10 meters tall. It's just a shame that if there were some kind of monster currency, that would be awesome. I could actually experience the joy of spending money. At this rate, eating just 50 more Octopus Kings will allow my body size to break through 50 meters. By then, whether it's the Octopus King or the sperm whale, they'll all be easy prey. Ding! Congratulations on devouring the Octopus King for the first time. You have received a special reward, the Monster Compass. Good grief, that startled me. What is this thing? As long as there are monsters nearby, the Monster Compass inside your body will detect them. This B-class skill, Monster Compass, can detect the presence of monsters. With this compass, you can make more monster friends, though of course, you must watch out for the big bosses who are stronger than you. What's the point of detecting them? If the enemy is way stronger than me, wouldn't I just end up dead? But as long as I can detect them, I can still sneak up on them. With this, I don't have to worry about being ambushed by the Octopus King anymore. But to play it safe, it's best to keep a low profile, slowly build up my strength, and wait until I become a powerhouse. That's the golden rule. Cut to 1 week later. Well, That was a miscalculation. There are barely any large fish in the shallow waters. Even a great white shark isn't enough to get stuck in my teeth. Now that my body length has reached 30 meters, only the octopus king in the deep sea can barely provide some evolution points. But those giant octopuses got so scared after I beat them up that they all went into hiding and don't dare to show their faces. Since I can't find any food, I can only head to the shallow waters to try my luck. Should I check in first? Since there's really nothing to eat here, I might as well head back to the deep sea. Xiao-kun, I want to check in. Ding! Check-in location. The waters of Abyssal Island. Check-in reward. S. Class skill. Explosive breath. Condensing all the energy in your body to unleash a devastating beam of light from your mouth. If used well, this will be the most powerful breath blast in history. Oh my god, checking in at this new location for the first time already gave me this S-class explosive breath. It seems I've accidentally stumbled into a terrifying place. The monster compass is detecting a massive number of monsters on the island. There probably aren't any humans there, right? I should go up and check it out. There are so many strong undercurrents here. If my body size weren't 30 meters and over 500 tons, I would probably have been swept away by them. Afterward, our main character headed toward the archipelago. It was a bit too steep, so he had to grab onto the rocks to climb up. Just as he reached the top, our main character was overwhelmed by the majestic mountains. A meganeura, about 0.75 meters, is the largest flying insect in Earth's history. An ancient centipede, about 2.6 meters, is one of the first invertebrates to ever appear on Earth. As expected, there are no humans here, only prehistoric creatures. There must be some kind of time anomaly on Abyssal Island for so many prehistoric creatures to appear. Haha, with so many giant creatures around, this place is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for me. I won't have to worry about running out of evolution points anymore. Heh, time to start my deserted island survival. If you want to get rich, you gotta chop trees first, right? Should I start by knocking down a few trees? Even though I can breathe in the deep sea, I still prefer this fresh air filled with the scent of nature. Our main character then noticed a few pterosaurs flying and screeching in the sky above. The moment the two pterosaurs saw our main character, they immediately targeted him as prey and lunged. Are they seriously treating me like their next meal? I'm this huge, and you dare to look at me like I'm on the menu? Those tiny chicken claws actually sting a bit. Instantly, our main character bit right down on the dinosaur's wing. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring a pterosaur, plus 375 evolution points. Congratulations on devouring a pterosaur for the first time. You received a bonus reward of 1,000 evolution points. Finally, I can switch up my diet. Eating seafood every day was getting old. Since you guys don't dare to come down, let me test out my brand new skill. Our main character clenched his butt cheeks, braced himself, and his entire body began to glow. The pterosaurs even started drooling at the sight of our main character's glowing body. But how the hell did the blast from our boy's mouth turn out to be a tiny, pathetic flame instead of atomic energy? Pissed off that they almost got scared, the pterosaurs called in their entire squad to beat the crap out of him. Damn, why did so many of them suddenly show up? This piece of trash system. What the heck is this tiny, lighter-sized flame? And you call this explosive breath? Your brain must be wired weirdly if you call this explosive breath. How could such an overpowered move be that easy to use anyway? You have to focus all your spy. He felt a massive surge of energy rushing through his entire body, finally gathering in his mouth. Why does this sound exactly like some cultivation technique I read about in a web novel? Xiao-kun, are you sure you didn't get the wrong script? Xiao-kun, hurry up. Just tell me how to use burst breath already, or else these damn birds are gonna eat me alive. I literally just told you. Focus your mind and channel all your energy into one single point. Alright, let me try. But before our boy could even try, the pterosaurs slashed him with a brutal attack. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. The pterosaurs didn't waste any time and started pecking at him relentlessly. Our main guy could only shield his head to prevent any serious brain damage. Damn it! To think a flock of baby birds is beating me so badly that I can't even fight back. Am I really supposed to be the strongest beast around? Wait a minute. I've felt this exact feeling before. Back when I got cornered and jumped by a gang, I endured the pain and focused entirely on the closest guy right in front of me. This is it. This is the exact feeling that helped me break free of their circle back then. I threw all my weight into tackling him, knocking him down to break their coordination. Block out the pain. Focus. Channel all the energy in my body into my mouth. Channeling his memories to boost his power, our protagonist successfully unleashes his burst breath. Boom! The blast completely vaporizes the pterosaurs, wiping them all out. Our boy is so happy, he's literally crying tears of joy. Oh my god, I actually pulled it off. This power is absolutely insane, but man, my entire body suddenly feels completely drained. I feel so empty. I need to replenish my energy. I need to eat. Wait, what the hell? Why are they all charred to crisp? Oh, come on. My freshly cooked meat is totally burnt. Holding back his tears, he chokes down the burnt meat all by himself. Ding. You have successfully devoured a pterosaur, gaining 425 evolution points. Whew, finally finished eating. But man, my mouth tastes like pure charcoal. Where's some water? Oh, thank God there's water. I need to quickly get a drink to wash this down. A short while later, our main guy arrives at a lake. Right in the middle of the water, there's a small mountain. It's a relief to find water, but something about this place feels a bit off. A watering hole like this should be packed with animals, but it's dead quiet here. Is this a saltwater lake or something? Or maybe there's some kind of hidden danger lurking under the surface? Suddenly, the small mountain in the middle of the lake begins to move. It turns out that mountain was just a giant bull taking a bath. This is the giant mountain bull. Unbelievable. This island really has giant versions of every single animal. The giant mountain bull measures 190 meters long and weighs 2,200 tons. It lives in large lakes and river systems, with its back and hips covered in bony armor that perfectly mimics a rocky mountain. It can stay submerged for up to 4 days at a time, using its rocky, mountain-like back as the ultimate camouflage. It's the perfect disguise. But suddenly, the giant bull is ambushed by a pack of prehistoric crocodiles from below. Meet the Sarcosuchus, an ancient predator from the Cretaceous period in Africa, and one of the largest crocodiles to ever exist, measuring 13 meters long and weighing 8 tons. The giant bull is instantly devoured by the crocs, leaving nothing but a skeleton. With so many Sarcosuchus crocodiles lurking in this lake, it's no wonder no animal dares to come here for a drink. But honestly, these oversized geckos are no match for me. Hee hee. It's time to teach these Sarcosuchus crocodiles a real lesson. Let's show them who the real apex predator is. Without a second thought, the crocodiles lunge forward to attack our main guy. But suddenly, a giant hand grabs one of them from behind. Our boy immediately goes on high alert as a massive creature leaps out from behind the mountain. It crashes down right on top of the crocodiles, revealing a colossal, muscular physique. Well, since we have Godzilla, it's only natural that King Kong shows up too. The giant ape completely ignores our boy and starts feasting on the crocodiles. Wait, he doesn't think I'm trying to steal his dinner, does he? I'm definitely no match for him right now, so I'd better not make him mad. A wise guy doesn't pick fights he can't win. So let's keep a low profile. Heh. Hey there, Xiao Yuan. You just do your thing. I'm just passing through and leaving right away. Wait, can I even speak human language right now? Does he even understand me? Fortunately, he doesn't seem interested in fighting. But our protagonist has it all wrong. Real apes actually bare their teeth when they feel threatened or anxious. And that hand gesture? It's either demanding food or ordering another animal to back off. He's acting all high and mighty, and now he's demanding I hand over my prey. He is totally playing with me. Damn it, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Suddenly, the giant ape lets out a deafening roar and beats his chest, sending our boy running for his life. What the hell? We were totally cool a second ago. Why is he suddenly throwing a tantrum? His power is insane, but his swings are way too wide, leaving him completely wide open. He really is just a brainless brute with big muscles. Your moves are way too simple for someone with that much muscle. My turn to counter. First, I'll dodge his attack, and then, right when he throws a punch, I'll sink my teeth into his arm and pull him down to throw him off balance. Next up, a classic dragon tail whip. And to finish things off, a clean uppercut. He tries to deliver a devastating thunder punch, but our boy completely forgot one crucial thing. Oh crap, I totally forgot about that. Taking advantage of our main guy's distraction, the giant ape charges in and tackles him, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it, this big guy isn't just ridiculously strong, he's also incredibly fast. With my current power, my only chance of beating him is using my burst breath, but that move takes way too long to charge up. Plus, if I miss, I'm completely done for. I need to find a way to pin him down. Our boy bites down hard on the ape's arm, making him roar in pain. In retaliation, the giant ape uses his other hand and tries to rip our hero's jaws completely apart. Right after that, our MC immediately unleashes his fire breath skill. Smug as ever, RMC rides on the beast's back, yelling, "Felt good hitting me, didn't it? Too bad you fell for it, you idiot." Sensing danger, King Kong immediately leaps backward. But our MC isn't about to let him escape, immediately grabbing King Kong's leg with his tail. Right after, the beast takes our boy's full force Kamehameha straight to the face. But King Kong's hide is way too tough, and the attack only leaves a minor scratch on him. His explosive breath can easily rip through dozens of wyverns and shatter massive rocky mountains. Yet it only manages to leave a bloody, superficial wound on the beast's chest. Just how insanely tough is this guy's body? Sensing that things are getting a bit too intense, King Kong takes the initiative to jump back and retreat. Haha, I just made the overlord of the Abyssal Island run away. From now on, I'm the big boss around here. Man, going twice in one night is exhausting. I'm drained again. With these emperor crocodiles still lurking around, I can't let them realize how weak I am right now. Otherwise, I'll end up just like that great mountain bull. Haha, look at them eating my leftovers like they own the place. Ding. You have successfully devoured the emperor crocodile, plus 560 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time devouring an emperor crocodile. You have received a special reward. Scale and claw reinforcement. Awesome. My defense upgraded. Haha. In an instant, I feel like I'm back on top. A week later, Lin Yuan has turned his explosive breath into a glorified lighter. He smugly takes a bite and shouts, "Haha, using my explosive breath like this means I don't have to eat raw food anymore. I am a genius." He keeps rotating a massive chunk of meat in his hands, waiting for it to cook. Without even waiting for it to cool down, Lin Yuan stuffs the hot, massive chunk of meat into his mouth, chewing noisily as he speaks. "System, I want to sign in." The system interface immediately pops up. Sign in location, the Abyssal Island Sea Territory. Sign in reward, A. Rank skill, Atomic Ray. This is an unstable thermal radiation beam generated from the Thunderstorm Dragon's radiation sac. Once released, its friction with the air creates a high-temperature mist of fire. Hearing this, his eyes light up with pure joy. The strongest breath weapon of the adapted version, the ultimate artillery. Oh man, I am so incredibly lucky. Yesterday's sign-in got me an A-rank skill, Spiked Armor, and today I got another A-rank skill, Atomic Ray. Even those one-chop 9,999 pay-to-win games wouldn't dare give out rewards like this. Suddenly, a loud squeak echoes from right beneath Lin Yuan's feet as a yellow rat dashes over and plops down on the ground. The rat squeaks. This is a prehistoric giant rat, 3 to 4 meters long and weighing 1 to 1.5 tons, with an extremely sharp sense of smell, 2 massive incisors, and an omnivorous diet that makes it eat literally anything. They usually hide in the tall grass, waiting patiently. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiles widely and says, "Hey, Tangerine, you're right on time. Here you go. We're having roasted beef today. Every time I see you, I'm reminded of my past life as a human. Back then, I was so small and weak, getting bullied all day long." As if understanding him, Tangerine sits down right next to Lin Yuan and starts devouring the massive chunk of meat in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Yuan continues eating and adds, "But you're luckier than I was because you've got me. From now on, I'm your big boss. I'll protect you, and nobody will dare to lay a finger on you." Suddenly, at this very moment, the system displays the status screen of Godzilla, the creature Lin Yuan is possessing. Host, Lin Yuan. Race, Dragon. Godzilla form, early stage form, evolvable. Overlord grade bloodline, evolvable. Height, 51 meters. Weight, 225 tons. Attack methods, ramming, biting, divine dragon tail. Special skills, S-rank Devour, E-rank Night Vision, E-rank Illumination, B-rank Beast Compass, S-rank Explosive Breath, A-rank Atomic Ray, B-rank Spiked Armor. System evaluation. Your body carries the noble blood of the ancient overlord beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. You have passed your infancy stage and are now entering the awkward, troubled phase of adolescent growth. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yuan bursts into a smug laugh. He flexes his arm muscles hard, grinning as he thinks to himself, "With my current power, I should be able to take on that savage ape, right? Being all alone on this deserted island is so boring. Maybe I should get myself a beast companion." In his mind, the image of the fierce savage ape with its gaping maw immediately pops up, and he continues to think, "That savage ape looks pretty smart, and he's super strong too. I guess I can barely accept him as my underling." After pondering for a moment, he suddenly yells out, "Little Kun, use all of my evolution points to increase my size." Little Kun happily replies, "Host currently has a total of 48,131 evolution points, consuming 4,813 evolution points to upgrade your size." The moment those words are spoken, a brilliant light envelops Lin Yuan as his Godzilla body begins to grow larger and larger. Seeing this, he lets out a thunderous roar. As the evolution process ends, Lin Yuan has grown by 0.5 meters. Stunned, he uses 2 fingers to measure a tiny gap, asking with a thoroughly confused face, 0.5 meters? Damn it, over 40,000 points and I only grew 0.5 meters. System Kun, are you bugged? Still in shock, Lin Yuan tries to argue with the system. I remember back then, it only took a few hundred evolution points to grow a whole meter. Hearing this, the system just snickers and replies, "Do you think you're playing an RPG? Don't you know the basic rule that the higher your level, the more experience points you need to level up?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan just cannot accept reality. He holds his head and screams at the top of his lungs, "Do you think I'm playing a game right now? But actually, that makes sense. Wait, if it's like this, just how many years is it going to take for me to become a 100-meter tall beast? Are there any high evolution beasts around here for me to snack on?" The more he spoke, the more worked up he got, frantically tossing huge boulders aside one after another. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he did not care. He just wanted to track down Manhwa and throw hands to bond a little. Suddenly, Lam Uyen spotted a strange clump in the pile of boulders, making his eyes light up. Putting his hands on his hips, he called the golden mouse over. "Truck-kun, you have been freeloading off me for so long, now it is time to finally make yourself useful." He tossed the pitch-black fur ball right at Truck-kun. Watching the little guy sniff it, he continued, "During my last fight with Manhwa, I managed to rip a tuft of hair right off him. I do not know if there is any scent left. But do you think you can track Manhwa down using this?" As if understanding Lam Uyen's words perfectly, the little mouse let out 2 squeaks. Lam Uyen smirked triumphantly and cheered, "Awesome! If you help me find Manhwa, I promise to feed you unlimited barbecue for an entire year." Hearing the word barbecue, Truck-kun's eyes gleamed, drool dripped from his mouth, and he nodded frantically. And with that, Lam Uyen and Truck-kun set off. While running, Truck-kun squeaked excitedly, while Lam Uyen, being absolutely massive, caused a thunderous, earth-shattering rumble with every single step he took. Seeing Lam Uyen finally leave, the flying dragon, the bull, and the pack of crocodiles were so ecstatic they hung up celebratory banners to bid farewell to this plague god once and for all. "Please, never come back." They all pitched in, playing drums and trumpets in a festive celebration, as the bull cheered joyfully. That absolute menace is finally gone. The crocodile was just as thrilled, laughing in relief. Thank heavens. If he stayed any longer, he would have eaten my entire family, young and old, down to the bone. Hearing the commotion, Lam Uyen glanced back, thinking to himself, I am just going to visit a friend. Just wait until I bring that meat-eating Manhwa back here. You will all be crying a river." After several days of non-stop traveling, they finally reached their destination. Before them lay a desolate, creepy wasteland that looked absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, Lam Uyen broke the silence. "Is this the place?" Who knew the island of Extreme Abyss had such a bleak, gloomy, and creepy area? As he spoke, he peered ahead, while down at his feet, Truck-kun curled up, shivering uncontrollably. Lam Uyen spoke, his booming voice echoing deep into a nearby cave. "Hey, Truck-kun, did you lead me the wrong way? There is no way this is Manhwa's territory. Who on earth would live in a god-forsaken place that smells this awful? Besides, my inner beast compass is not picking up any trace of Manhwa's aura." Lam Uyen crossed his arms in thought, his eyes scanning the area ahead. Truck-kun looked up and squeaked frantically to grab Lam Uyen's attention, trembling as he pointed towards the dark cave right ahead. Looking highly skeptical, Lam Uyen asked, "Are you absolutely sure Manhwa lives in there?" He picked Truck-kun up by the scruff of his neck. Caught completely off guard, Truck-kun's body shook with fear as his face panicked, struggling wildly to break free. Taking a decisive step forward, Lam Uyen muttered, "Well, since we are already here, might as well check it out." Terrified, Truck-kun desperately wanted to bail, but Lam Uyen had him in a tight grip, leaving him to do nothing but squeak helplessly. Seeing his panic, Lam Uyen reassured him, "Hey, stop shaking so much. Is there really some terrifying beast in this cave? Don't worry, your boss has got your back." Stepping inside, Lam Uyen found it stranger with every step. This is weird. My compass is not reacting at all. Not only is there no sign of Manhwa, but I do not feel any other beast's presence either. Suddenly, a sharp noise rang out, making them both jump out of their skins. Lam Uyen whispered, "Umph. I hear a beast growling, but its aura feels pretty weak. It does not sound like Manhwa. Let us sneak closer and check it out." With his eyes fixed ahead, Lam Uyen crept deeper into the darkness of the cave. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Thick, sticky spiderwebs hung everywhere in the damp air, and the ground was littered with hatched eggshells and ancient dinosaur skeletons. Scanning his surroundings, a realization hit Lam Uyen. This is a spider's nest, he thought. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Spotting a figure up ahead, his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what is that? Right in front of him was a girl tightly bound in thick spider silk, covered in injuries, and looking incredibly weak. Suddenly, Lam Uyen's system flashed to life. Target, Manhwa, carrying the bloodline of the ancient beast Aung. Height, 15 meters. Weight, 135 tons. Transformed into human form after consuming some unknown junk food. Jaw dropping and eyes nearly popping out of his head, Lam Uyen yelled in sheer disbelief. Her? She is that massive Manhwa? How did he turn into a human, and why is he a girl? Hearing the noise, Manhwa gasped and whipped her head around, her eyes widening as she stared straight at Lam Uyen. Smirking, Lam Uyen stepped closer and teased, "Well, look at you. You used to be so huge. So how did you shrink down to this tiny size?" He examined Manhwa from head to toe, his eyes lingering on her still unhealed chest wound. Furious at his scrutiny, Manhwa struggled and hissed through her teeth. But because of her severe injuries, her voice trembled as she stammered, "You? What the hell are you doing here?" Seeing that she was completely helpless and could not lay a finger on him, Lam Uyen gloated even harder. "Wow. Not only did you turn into a human, but you can actually speak? Don't tell me you cultivated some magic and turned into a little demoness?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden rustling sound echoed as monsters emerged from the shadows, surrounding both of them. Powerless to move, Manhwa could only scream out, warning Lam Uyen to watch his back. Suddenly, a swarm of terrifying beasts descended from above, their glowing green eyes piercing the dark. They crawled right over Manhwa's head, each one looking absolutely monstrous and ready to tear them apart. Every single one of them looked like they were starving, mouths gaping wide, long tongues flicking greedily as they snapped with loud chomps. The air was thick with a dark, sinister energy. Lin Yuan had already spotted them, but he still had no idea what they were planning. Just what kind of monsters were these, and why were there so many of them looking this fierce? In the blink of an eye, before he could even react, one of them lunged at him, its wide mouth packed with long, sharp teeth. Its tongue flicked out like a venomous snake. But Lin Yuan was too fast, snatching the beast right out of the air. The monster didn't expect anyone to catch it so easily, leaving it squirming helplessly with its tongue sticking out. Looking at it, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something from his past, back before he became Godzilla. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's system popped up. The squirming creature was covered in glowing green eyes, desperately trying to break free with its gaping toothy maw, long tongue, and a sharp, snake-like tail. According to the Shanhai Jing, this creature was known as a rotting reptile. It carried the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast Xiangliu, reaching lengths of 10 to 60 meters and weighing anywhere from 40 to 100 tons. They hunted in packs, possessed razor-sharp teeth with a devastating bite force, and could spray highly corrosive acid from their tails. This instantly brought back memories of his human days. Before he ended up inside Godzilla, his friends used to prank and scare him with lizards. Back then, he was absolutely terrified of them. Angered by the memory, he scowled and muttered, "So these giant lizards are the sworn enemies of Manhwa and the overlords of the underworld on Abyss Island. How disgusting." Just then, the lizard in his hand tried to take a bite out of him. Enraged, Lin Yuan crushed the lizard in his grip and cursed, "Son of a bitch, you seriously dare to bite me?" The lizard exploded in his palm, oozing a nasty green slime all over his hand. The sight was so repulsive it made him gag. Looking around, he found himself completely surrounded by an entire horde of them, all hissing and ready to pounce. Lin Yuan grimaced, vigorously shaking his hand to get the slime off. "Are you kidding me? Why are there so many of these disgusting pests?" he grumbled. Right on cue, another lizard lunged at him, its mouth wide open and its tongue whipping out just like the first one. Sickened and pissed off, he kicked the creature squarely in the chest, sending it flying backward. "Get the hell away from me," he roared. Seeing this, the rest of the pack swarmed him. One of them managed to scramble up his body, grabbing onto the sharp dorsal fins on his back to launch a sneak attack. Sensing the movement, Lin Yuan cast a furious glare backward. Unfazed, the lizard opened its massive jaws and tried to sink its teeth into his dorsal scales. But it had no idea who it was dealing with. Lin Yuan's scales were like solid bedrock. They were incredibly tough, and with a single bite, the lizard's teeth shattered into pieces with a loud, sickening crunch. Although two of them had already met a miserable end, the remaining horde showed no signs of stopping. Thinking they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers, they began scrambling all over his back, trying to bring him down. Lin Yuan looked back, his expression twisting into pure rage. "You pests really don't know when to quit, do you?" he growled. "Fine, I'm going to show you what happens when you mess with me." With that, Lin Yuan surged with electrical energy and bellowed, "Thorn armor." His entire body erupted in blinding light, instantly frying the lizards on his back until they burst into smoking, charred pieces. Manhwa stood frozen nearby, completely stunned by the display. Her eyes were wide, her jaw dropped, and she couldn't comprehend what kind of monstrous power she was witnessing. Meanwhile, the thrill of the battle only made Lin Yuan's eyes glow even brighter. With the colossal form of a dinosaur-like beast, a handful of oversized lizards were nothing more than minor annoyances to him now. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the lizards blasted to bits, their green goop splattered all over his body. Having cleared his back, he let out a sigh of relief, but then he noticed the sticky lizard slime coating his fins and scales. He immediately threw a fit, screaming, "Oh, gross. I'm covered in sticky, slimy gunk. This is disgusting." Manhwa watched his sudden panic, utterly baffled by his reaction. Meanwhile, a surviving lizard spotted Manhwa still tied to the cliffside. Its stomach let out a loud, hungry growl as it eyed her. Just as it opened its wide mouth and whipped out its long tongue, ready to devour her, Lin Yuan stomped down with monstrous force, crushing the creature flat against the ground. He glared at the other lizards that were eyeballing her and roared to intimidate them. "I'm standing right here. Let's see which one of you dares to lay a finger on her." Seeing their comrade flattened into a pancake, the remaining lizards panicked and scrambled to escape. But Lin Yuan wasn't having it. Snarl baring his razor-sharp teeth, he boomed, "Did I say you could leave? Disgusting pests like you deserve to rot. Die." Thermal discharge. A massive blast of electrical energy erupted from his jaws, striking the fleeing lizards dead on. Every single one of them was electrocuted by hundreds of volts, leaving them charred, black, and smoking. Manhwa, still bound behind him, watched in absolute awe. Sensing her bewildered gaze, Lin Yuan turned around. He playfully formed a heart shape with his claws and smirked, teasing her. "Don't worry, babe, I'm right here. No monster is going to hurt you on my watch," which left Manhwa completely infuriated. After completely wiping out the pack of green lizards, Lin Yuan turned around and quickly peeled off the sticky slime binding Manhwa to get her down. Seeing him help, Manhwa also did her best, pulling and tearing at the gooey slime to free herself. Honestly, she was absolutely disgusted by the sticky gunk all over her body. But while they were struggling to get the gooey mess off, Lin Yuan got distracted and accidentally stared right at Manhwa's chest. Realizing what he was doing, Lin Yuan felt incredibly awkward and let out a fake cough. Trying to change the subject, he asked her, "I'm really curious. How did you suddenly turn into this?" As he spoke, his eyes lingered on the wound on her chest, thinking about how serious it looked. Finally breaking free from the slime, Manhwa immediately jumped down and took a few steps back to keep her distance. Lin Yuan was caught off guard, wondering what she was up to. But when he saw her frantically searching for something, it clicked. He waved his hands dismissively and said, "Hey, relax. I, Lin Yuan, have never bullied anyone weaker than me." Xiao Kuzi also seemed to get the message, nodding along to Lin Yuan's words with a reassuring look. But suddenly, Lin Yuan gasped. After searching around, Manhwa finally found what she was looking for. She held out a strange brown fruit with a yellow, peel-like outer layer for everyone to see. With the excitement of making a grand discovery, she pointed at the strange fruit and stammered, "Ate this, turned into this." Lin Yuan stared at the fruit, completely shocked by her words. His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he blurted out, "What? You ate this and turned into a human? My God, is this the legendary devil fruit or something?" It felt like he was living in chapter 8 of some fantasy novel. After letting this new mystery sink in and calming down, Lin Yuan, Manhwa, and Xiao Kuzi finally left the cave. After walking for a bit, a massive, vertical cliff face blocked their path. But to Lin Yuan, this was nothing. Thumping his chest proudly, he declared, "Get ready, because next, you're about to witness a miracle." Intrigued by his confidence, Manhwa looked up, curious to see what he would do next. With his eyes glowing crimson, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive blast of blue fire. The sheer force of the blast sent a powerful gust of wind rushing toward Manhwa, whipping her hair and clothes around and forcing her to turn away to shield herself from the dust. Still trembling and utterly confused by the sudden firestorm, she slowly turned back toward the scorched area, only to stand there completely frozen. There was Lin Yuan, casually using his newly made fire to roast the giant lizard they had just killed in the cave. As he rotated the meat, he thought to himself, "Ha! I usually wouldn't touch a disgusting reptile like this, but hey, for those evolution points, I'd eat worse. Besides, now that it's cooked, it actually smells pretty good." Manhwa could only watch in utter bewilderment, waiting to see what he would do next. But after a while, the mouth-watering aroma filled the air, making Manhwa's empty stomach rumble loudly. She couldn't help but gasp, smells so good." Noticing her reaction, Lin Yuan brought the giant roasted lizard closer to Manhwa and Xiaokuzi, leaning down with a grin. "Well, smells amazing, right? This, my friends, is called a giant meat skewer." Staring at the meat with sparkling eyes, Manhwa happily replied, Smells so good." Even Xiaokuzi was drooling, squeaking with pure excitement. The moment he placed the roasted lizard on the ground, Manhwa and Xiaokuzi lunged forward and started tearing into it. Watching them, Lin Yuan decided to take a bite of the remaining tailpiece on his skewer. After one bite, he raised his eyebrows in approval and smiled. "Hey, this actually tastes pretty good." With his mouth full, Lin Yuan casually asked, "Oh, by the way, Kong, even though I like your current look better, can you still turn back into a giant gorilla? Back in the cave, if you had just turned back into a giant Kong, those slimy reptiles wouldn't have dared to mess with you." But Manhwa barely heard him, completely focused on stuffing her face with the roasted lizard. Cramming another massive piece of meat into her mouth, she chewed happily and looked up at him, stammering, Can't turn back anymore." Lin Yuan took another bite of his own, falling deep into thought. Sigh, what kind of crazy fruit did she actually eat? This primitive forest is crawling with deadly monsters, and someone as weak as her shouldn't stand a chance. Yet, here she is, eating like she hasn't a care in the world. Talk about being completely oblivious. This scene suddenly brought back a rush of memories from his childhood. Back when he was just a little kid, happily eating skewers while his dad lovingly patted his head. A wave of sympathy washed over him as he wondered, does she have parents or siblings? Or is she all alone in this world? If I hadn't shown up to save her today, she'd probably be digesting inside those nasty reptiles by now. In a place like this, she wouldn't even survive another day. With a heavy heart, Lin Yuan grabbed another roasted lizard and took a big bite. Watching Manhwa and Xiaokuzi devour their food, he secretly called out to his system, "Hey, Xiaokun-kun, is there any way you can help her turn back?" Xiaokun-kun floated over and replied in a calm, confident voice, "Of course I can. After all, this system is purely scientific." But then, the little guide paused, looking thoughtful. "However, I'll need to run a full analysis on the chemical composition of that fruit first." Meanwhile, Manhwa didn't have a single care in the world, happily stuffing her face even faster than before. Watching her, Xiaokun-kun cleared its throat and continued, "After analyzing the fruit, I can modify its components to help her change back. I can even have her eat it again, allowing her to freely shift between her beast and human forms." Hearing this from Little Kun, Lin Yuan was absolutely thrilled. With a huge grin, he said, "Oh, so all we need to do is find another fruit, let you analyze it, and you can turn her back. That is awesome. Let's go look for the fruit right now. If she really can shift between beast and human at will, then maybe I can return to the human world. 2. My check-in system displays Earth's Mariana Trench. If that is true, I might even get to see my parents again." As Lin Yuan said this, he pictured reuniting with his parents. He was so happy that he burst out laughing, beating his chest and cheering with joy. Laughing, Lin Yuan turned around and asked, "Manhwa, where did you pick that fruit? Do you still remember?" Manhwa, with her mouth full of food, mumbled back, "Bone pile abyss," unable to even finish her sentence clearly. Hearing that, Lin Yuan grabbed another lizard, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed happily, and said, "All right. Once we are stuffed, you can lead the way so we can harvest more of those fruits and get you turned back." Right after he spoke, Lin Yuan's system popped up with a notification. Ding! You have successfully devoured a decaying reptile, adding 645 evolution points. Congratulations on devouring a decaying reptile for the first time, receiving a bonus of 2,000 evolution points. Hearing this, Lin Yuan laughed as he ate. So many evolution points, this is amazing. He then began fantasizing about turning back into a human and living happily ever after with Manhwa as husband and wife. He thought to himself, even if this isn't Earth but another world entirely, at least after becoming a human, I can be with King Kong here and live a happy life together on this deserted island. Giggling, he covered his mouth, his eyes curving into crescents. After a 2-hour journey, the group finally arrived at the place Manhwa had mentioned. Beneath Lin Yuan's feet, piles of skulls lay scattered everywhere. Lin Yuan scanned the area and gasped, "Oh my god, why are there so many human bones here? What on earth happened to this place?" Lin Yuan asked Manhwa in confusion while staring ahead thoughtfully. Suddenly, Manhwa spotted what they were looking for, pointed forward, and yelled, "The fruits are over there!" Lin Yuan turned his head to look in the direction Manhwa was pointing, raising his gaze. Sure enough, he spotted the same fruits from earlier, growing high up on a towering peak. The single tree they sought stood all alone on the mountainside. These mushroom-shaped fruits glowed faintly, with orange tops and yellow bottoms. The intricate patterns covering them were highly eye-catching. Manhwa eagerly confirmed once more, "That is the one." Lin Yuan gasped, "Wow, that looks awesome." He slapped his bicep confidently and added, "All right, I am climbing up to grab a few right now." Manhwa sat obediently on his shoulder, as Lin Yuan dug his hands deep into the cliffside, carving out handholds to climb up. He scaled the cliff, taking careful steps one by one. Manhwa clung tightly to the sharp scales on Lin Yuan's shoulder to keep from falling as they both continued their upward climb. After a while, just as they were closing in on the tree, a pterosaur flew in. Seeing this, Lin Yuan thought, "Don't tell me this guy is going to make me waste my time. I am stuck midair right now. Fighting up here is going to be a huge pain." Suddenly, the aggressive pterosaur lunged, diving straight at Lin Yuan as he hung on the cliffside. Lin Yuan glared back fiercely and scowled. Of course it is targeting me, but Lin Yuan was wrong. The pterosaur suddenly veered off, snatched a fruit from the tree, and swallowed it whole. Lin Yuan yelled, "So it came to eat the fruit. Let's see how it changes." Right on cue, the pterosaur began to transform. A bright light flashed across the sky as the massive beast shrank, its ferocity instantly vanishing. Incredibly, the giant pterosaur transformed into a human. He turned into a middle-aged man who completely lost his ability to fly. The poor guy flailed his arms and legs wildly in midair but couldn't fly, plummeting straight down to the ground. Lin Yuan watched him fall, finally realizing why there were so many human skeletons at the bottom of the mountain. He thought, "It looks like all these bones belong to monsters who ate the fruit by mistake and fell to their deaths. Talk about bad luck. Let's grab the fruits and get out of here." Lin Yuan kept his head down and clawed his way up the cliff face, step by step. Suddenly, he spotted something ahead, making him frown in alarm. A colossal, long-necked bird, covered in feathers, with razor-sharp talons and glowing red eyes, diving down with pure murderous intent. Level 9. This was the Death Spirit Bird, a mysterious giant avian with an extremely powerful ancient beast bloodline recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It was 65 meters long and weighed 130 tons. Its arrival always brings death. It perched aggressively on the cliffside right above the tree, making Lin Yuan sweat. He thought, "Why is the Death Spirit Bird here? Is it some kind of guardian beast for this tree?" It glared down, its expression looking almost mocking. With that thought, Lin Yuan glanced over at Manhwa. Suddenly, the Death Spirit Bird locked its gaze directly onto Lin Yuan and Manhwa, startling him. Screaming, "Ah, it's looking over here." Still not sure what the bird is planning to do next, Lin Yuan frowns, thinking, "Why do I feel like I'm being mocked by a bird?" Both Lin Yuan and the spirit bird stand frozen, staring intensely at each other. Thoughts continue to race through Lin Yuan's mind. It doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. With that in mind, Lin Yuan calls out to the spirit bird. "Hey there, Mr. Bird. My friend said this fruit is absolutely delicious, so I came all the way here just to pick a couple to try." As he speaks, Lin Yuan reaches out his hand, preparing to pluck the fruit from the tree. Once he picks them, Lin Yuan adds, "Thanks, Mr. Bird. I won't bother you anymore. Farewell." Hearing this, the spirit bird suddenly becomes anxious. It pictures Lin Yuan putting the fruit in his mouth, turning into a human, falling into the abyss, and dying horribly, so it takes off into the sky. Lin Yuan has no idea what's going on and can only watch in confusion. The spirit bird flaps its wings to gain momentum and soars upward. Next, it extends its long neck and flies straight toward Lin Yuan's right side. Lin Yuan is stunned by the sight, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he gasps in awe. Seeing the spirit bird circling back to attack him, Lin Yuan watches it and shouts, "Is this big bird crazy? We were totally fine a second ago, so why did it suddenly turn on me? I only took 2 of your fruits. Little Kun, can you store these 2 fruits in the system? It's hard for me to crawl while holding them." As he speaks, Lin Yuan looks at Kun and opens his hand, presenting the 2 fruits he just picked from the tree. Little Kun takes the strange fruits from Lin Yuan's hand and replies, "Sure, do you need me to analyze them?" Analyzing this fruit requires 100,000 evolution points. Right now, you only have 9,331 evolution points, so you can't analyze it. Hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly screams, "Oh my god, if I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my evolution points so recklessly." Forget it. If we can't analyze it, then we won't. And look at what time it is. Your host is extremely busy. Behind Lin Yuan and Man Vien, the spirit bird swoops in with a ferocious, bright red glare in its eyes. Before Lin Yuan can even react, the spirit bird lunges forward, extending its razor-sharp talons and giving Lin Yuan's back a vicious slash, leaving a bloody wound. Wounded, Lin Yuan roars in pain, arg. Furious at being attacked first, he violently whips his tail to strike back at the spirit bird. The spirit bird is caught off guard by Lin Yuan's counterattack, shocked by how powerful he actually is. Even after taking a direct slash, he still has this much destructive force. Before it can make another move, Lin Yuan strikes again, leaving the bird wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. Lin Yuan yells, "That last move was just a feint. Now, here is the ultimate strike to turn you into a roast bird." Thermal beam. With that, a blinding torrent of fire erupts from Lin Yuan's mouth. Even Lin Yuan is surprised by his own attack, but since he already unleashed it, there's no turning back. He can only think to himself, "Oh crap, the recoil on this is insane." The fire directly hits the spirit bird's right wing. The bird can only watch helplessly as the massive blast of fire scorches a huge chunk of its wing. It desperately flaps its wing to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Losing a wing, the spirit bird spirals out of control and plummets into the abyss. Lin Yuan watches it fall, thinking, "From where I am right now, whether it's explosive breath or thermal beam, there's no way to land a hit on that big bird. I need to wait for a solid opening and take it out with a direct explosive breath. Big bird, here I come." After falling for a while, the fire on the spirit bird's wing goes out, and it instantly charges back up to attack Lin Yuan and Man Vien. As it soars back up, Lin Yuan can't help but gasp in awe. "Whoa, that is so beautiful." With that, Lin Yuan seizes the perfect moment and leaps down, landing squarely on the spirit bird's back. Caught completely off guard by this sudden move, the spirit bird misses a beat. Once he's firmly seated on the spirit bird's back, Lin Yuan lets out a triumphant roar. Biting down on the spirit bird's neck, he yells, "I am the big bird rider now." Sharp pain shoots through the spirit bird, forcing it to fly as fast as it can. Shrieking in anger, the spirit bird dives straight into the abyss to gain speed, absolutely terrifying both Man Vien and Lin Yuan. The howling wind threatens to blow them both away. After diving for a bit, the spirit bird suddenly pulls up, soaring into the high sky. It pierces through the thick layers of clouds and shoots straight into the deep blue sky. Once the spirit bird stabilizes its speed, Lin Yuan looks down at the breathtaking view below and gasps, "Whoa, this is absolutely gorgeous. I never got to fly in a plane in my past life, but who knew that after turning into a monster, I'd get to ride another monster and experience soaring through the sky like this." Just as he says that, the spirit bird speeds up again, pulling a loop-de-loop in midair. Then, it turns around and dives headfirst toward the cliffside. Clinging to its back, Lin Yuan and Man Vien turn pale with absolute panic. Lin Yuan screams, "Oh my god, this big bird is trying to crash into the mountain. Is it insane? Damn it." The spirit bird accelerates to its limit, charging faster and faster as the rock wall approaches. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glances to his left and spots something crucial that could save both him and Man Vien. He thinks to himself, "I didn't notice there's a lake over there. If I time this perfectly and use explosive breath to blast into the water with my tough skin, I should survive the fall." With those thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan hugs the spirit bird tightly to shield himself from the roaring wind. As his hands gripped its back, Lin Yuan instantly triggered the electricity on his spine, roaring, "Did you think you were the only one ready to go all out? Damn it! Didn't anyone ever tell you not to mess with a nice guy?" Covered in crackling electricity, Lin Yuan glared straight at the spirit bird's head. Lin Yuan unleashed a blast of explosive breath in his Dragon Wall fall stance, blasting it directly onto the spirit bird's back, knocking it completely off balance. As the bird plummeted, its back caught fire in a massive blaze, while the momentum flung Lin Yuan far into the distance. The wild ape on his shoulder held on for dear life as they both plunged toward the lake Lin Yuan had targeted. Whipped by the howling wind and the sheer force of the fall, the wild ape felt like it was about to be blown away, crying and screaming at the top of its lungs. With a loud splash, Lin Yuan and the wild ape successfully landed in the water. High above, the spirit bird wasn't doing any better. Its back was severely scorched, completely stripped of feathers. Shrieking in agony, it lost control and crashed headfirst into a tree growing out of the cliffside. The tree, along with its fruit, snapped and plummeted down the cliff. To make matters worse, the very tree the bird had crashed into fell right on top of its head. The spirit bird looked up but couldn't react in time. Struck hard by the falling tree, it lost all its strength and plunged into the abyss, landing right on the pile of skulls below. Down in the lake, Lin Yuan surfaced, completely exhausted and gasping heavily for air. Once he caught his breath, Lin Yuan looked over at the spirit bird, only to see it sprawled out in the middle of the pile of skulls. He burst out laughing, clenching his fists in victory. "Haha, we won. Looks like we're having chicken dinner tonight." But because he opened his mouth so wide, one of the strange fruits still falling from the cliff landed right inside. Before he could even react, he swallowed it whole. Not realizing what he had just swallowed, Lin Yuan's face went pale. "Shoot, what the heck just fell into my mouth?" Feeling a bizarre reaction inside his body, Lin Yuan screamed, "Oh no, it's the shape-shifting fruit." Looking down at his body, he watched it instantly start to change. As he began to shrink, he screamed, "No, wait. I don't want to get smaller." But once the transformation finished, Lin Yuan had turned into a young man with bulging biceps, a ripped six-pack, and a toned, athletic body. However, he still had dragon scales on his back, and a tiny tail was left dangling behind. Seeing his new form, Lin Yuan said in shock, Is this really me after transforming? With a muscular body like this, I must be a total stud. I bet I look pretty handsome, right?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire his own physique. The wild ape looked up at him in awe, but then Lin Yuan noticed a tiny dragon tail on his rear. He spun around, shouting, "What the hell is this tail doing here? Why do I still have a tail after transforming?" He screamed, "And why on earth is it a tiny pig tail?" Adapting to his new body, Lin Yuan looked over at where the giant spirit bird had fallen. "I wonder if that giant bird is dead yet. Being in human form right now is way too dangerous." According to the system's analysis, the shape-shifting fruit still requires more than 6,000 evolution points. If I go take a few bites of something to gather enough points, once the system finishes its analysis and modification, I can transform back. But suddenly, there was movement from the spirit bird, causing the skulls piled on top of it to roll down. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was so shocked he choked on the water, yelling, "Are you kidding me? It's still alive?" The spirit bird slowly raised its head. A glowing green crystal was stuck to its beak, and it was clutching something else in its mouth. Watching from a distance, Lin Yuan noticed it too and asked curiously, "What is that glowing thing floating over the corpse?" Instantly, the spirit bird dropped the corpse, snapped up the green glowing object, and swallowed it whole. Seeing the change in the spirit bird, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It ate that crystal, and its body is already healing." Having regained its strength, the bird stood up, flapped its massive wings, and took off. Seeing it leave, Lin Yuan finally relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness it's gone. Otherwise, I would have been toast." But watching my giant roast chicken fly away leaves me feeling pretty disappointed. Lin Yuan watched the bird fly off with deep regret. Then, he and the wild ape dived underwater to find a hiding spot. As Lin Yuan thought to himself, "We need to hide. Fast. Actually, no. I need to find some small beasts to kill and eat, or at least scavenge some corpses if I have to. I need to gather enough evolution points as quickly as possible. Damn it. If I had known, I would have ripped a few chunks of meat off that strange bird's back earlier." As Lin Yuan and the wild ape swam toward the shore, The ape, who was ahead, quickly scrambled onto the land, leaving Lin Yuan paddling hard behind, lost in thought. Suddenly, the ape looked back and shrieked, "Hurry! Get out of there! Danger behind you!" Lin Yuan spun around to see what the ape was warning him about. A giant crocodile was lunging right at him, making him scream in terror. "Oh my God, an emperor crocodile!" The crocodile immediately snapped its massive jaws open, aiming to swallow Lin Yuan whole as he splashed around. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan panicked and dodged to the right, barely escaping the crocodile's jaws. He yelled, "Are you kidding me? You have no honor. You're that giant, and you still rely on sneak attacks." But it wasn't just one crocodile, an entire pack was closing in. Watching them swarm him, Lin Yuan cried, "Oh God, is the universe seriously addicted to messing with me? With this puny body of mine, let alone surviving this beast-infested." Right then, Lin Yuan pushed himself to swim even faster, kicking desperately with every ounce of strength he had left. Spotting their prey, the pack of crocodiles surged right after him. Lin Yuan could only paddle his arms furiously, shouting to pump himself up, "Come on, faster! Just a little faster to shake off these emperor crocodiles." Was this what they call a survival-induced adrenaline rush? But suddenly, a massive crocodile lunged right in front of Lin Yuan, cutting off his path. He was completely trapped. Frozen in place, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Great, they even know how to flank me from both sides." With that, Lin Yuan lunged forward. "Damn it, I'm taking you down with me," he roared. But the crocodile wasn't about to back down either, snapping its jaws wide open. But Lin Yuan immediately clamped its snout shut. Crocodiles might have immense jaw-closing strength and a bone-crushing bite, but their jaw-opening muscles are incredibly weak. A normal adult can easily hold their mouth shut with just 2 hands. Lin Yuan clung tightly to the beast's snout, making sure it couldn't open its jaws again. Holding it down, he smirked and thought, "Did you think losing my beast body made me an easy target? I still have my brain, you oversized lizard." The beast thrashed in absolute frustration. Lin Yuan glared right back, fueling its rage even more as it began to violently roll, trying to shake him off. Feeling the mounting panic, Lin Yuan thought, "Shoot, what do I do now? If I let go, this emperor crocodile will swallow me whole. But if I don't, the pack behind me will catch up and tear me to shreds." Lin Yuan glanced back anxiously. The crocodiles were closing in fast, and he was completely stuck. Suddenly, Manhwa's voice echoed through the trees. "Quick, grab the vine." Lin Yuan looked up and saw Manhwa leaping through the air, throwing down a bundle of thick vines. Lin Yuan reached out, snatching the vines and gripping them tight, just as the pack of crocodiles lunged forward. The second Lin Yuan let go, the crocodile snapped its jaws shut, aiming straight for his torso. Lin Yuan let out a terrified scream, but thankfully, Manhwa pulled him up just in time. The massive jaws snapped shut on empty air. Several other crocodiles lunged too, but miraculously, none of them managed to touch him. True to his ape nature, Manhwa swung skillfully from the vines, carrying Lin Yuan out of danger before letting go and landing safely on the ground. He didn't seem to care that Lin Yuan had face-planted hard onto the dirt. Manhwa just beat his chest like a true ape and let out a triumphant roar. Lin Yuan found the display pretty cute. He scratched his head with an embarrassed chuckle and said, "Haha, well, that's one way to experience what it feels like to play Tarzan." But the crocodiles weren't done with them. One lunged straight out of the water, its massive maw open wide, ready to swallow Manhwa and Lin Yuan whole. Reacting instantly, Lin Yuan grabbed Manhwa and bolted into the forest, barely dodging the lethal bite. The crocodile missed its target, crashing face first into a massive tree trunk. Lin Yuan yelled, "Are you kidding me? Have these emperor crocodiles become demon beasts or something? Since when do they know how to pull off sneak attacks?" Angered by the attack, Manhwa turned around and roared back to intimidate the beast. But that only drew its attention, and the crocodile immediately locked its sights back on the duo. Terrified, Lin Yuan grabbed Manhwa's hand and pulled him along. "What are you screaming for? You're not that giant beast anymore. Acting cute and angry like this won't do anything. We need to run." With that, Lin Yuan ran like there was no tomorrow, dragging a completely bewildered Manhwa, who was still looking back at the crocodile in confusion. Lin Yuan urged him, "Keep running, stop looking." As they sprinted, Lin Yuan lamented, "Did we eat too many of these emperor crocodiles back then? Is that why they hate us to the core? Damn it, now that I've shrunk, these short legs can't outrun these giant beasts at all." Seeing Lin Yuan in such a pathetic state, Kun hovered over, teasing, "Aw, my poor host looks so pitiful. Who knew you could look so tiny and helpless?" Tee-hee, Lin Yuan snapped back angrily, get lost. But then, a thought struck him, and his anger quickly turned into a desperate plea. He cried out, Kun, save me, can I buy on credit? Can you analyze the shape-shifting fruit for me right now? Kun replied matter-of-factly, this system has strict principles. No evolution points, no analysis, period. Lin Yuan immediately clasped his hands together, begging, oh, come on, my dear ancestor, you can't be this rigid. Do you really have the heart to watch your poor host get eaten? Where am I supposed to find beasts to hunt right now? I'm tiny. I'd basically be delivering myself as a snack. Kun chuckled and replied casually, sorry, but rules are rules. You're on your own, host. Lin Yuan could only yell back in frustration, you're absolutely heartless. Seriously, before any beast can eat me, I'm going to die of embarrassment in this state anyway. As he spoke, Lin Yuan hastily covered his bare body with his hands. Kun took one look at him and burst into tears of laughter. Oh, right. I totally forgot. Just do a daily check-in, and I'll give you a free outfit. The moment the words left its mouth, a brand new set of clothes materialized on Lin Yuan. Hoping to lose the crocodiles, Manhwa scrambled up a massive tree nearby. Lin Yuan could only look up, muttering, well, look who decided to be smart today. At least he knows how to play to his strengths. Seeing Lin Yuan standing there, overanalyzing, Manhwa shouted frantically from above, hurry up, climb! Lin Yuan yelled back, but this isn't my strength. Climbing trees was my worst nightmare in my past life. He scowled and cursed under his breath. Screw it. Here goes nothing. Lin Yuan got a running start and leaped onto the trunk, shouting to psych himself up. You can do this, come on. He scrambled up frantically, screaming at the top of his lungs. But then, he paused, completely bewildered as to how he was climbing so fast. He mumbled to himself, confused, wait, how am I actually doing this? No, this doesn't feel right. There's no way this feeling is just a simple adrenaline rush unlocking my potential. In my past life, I couldn't even do a single pull-up to save my life. But now, even in this human form, my physical strength is easily several times greater than before. Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan gripped the tree trunk tightly and continued climbing up. Realizing how much stronger he had become, he grinned with joy and cheered, this is awesome! Below them, the crocodile glared up with pure malice, just waiting for Manhwa and Lin Yuan to fall so it could devour them. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something. It slammed its massive body hard against the tree trunk, making it shake violently. Unused to climbing and caught off guard by the massive impact, Lin Yuan lost his footing and slipped. Falling straight down, Lin Yuan shrieked in terror. Oh no, this is bad. In chapter 12, out of nowhere, Manhwa's hand reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan. She gripped his arm tightly to stop him from falling, while her other hand clung to a vine, as she barked, you idiot! Relieved to be alive, Lin Yuan could only offer an awkward laugh. He muttered, thanks Manhwa, while secretly dying of embarrassment inside. He thought to himself, I can't believe I just got roasted like that. Having saved Lin Yuan, Manhwa climbed up the tree with him, taking it careful, one step at a time. Manhwa made it to safety in the blink of an eye, while Lin Yuan was still huffing and puffing, struggling to crawl onto a branch. Now that they were safe, exhaustion finally caught up to them, and they both collapsed onto the branch, panting heavily. Down at the bottom, the crocodiles kept throwing their weight against the tree trunk, desperate to shake Manhwa and Lin Yuan down to the ground. Having just cheated death, a certain someone, none other than Lin Yuan, immediately started trash-talking. Haha, talk about overestimating yourselves. Did you pests really think you could shake a massive tree trunk like this? Meanwhile, Manhwa was staring dead at him, making Lin Yuan sweat nervously as he asked, what are you staring at? Manhwa compared their heights with her hand and giggled mockingly. Hee hee, look at you, you're so tiny. Lin Yuan crossed his arms in annoyance and snapped back. Who are you calling tiny? What, you want to go? But to his surprise, Manhwa took him seriously and got aggressive. She grabbed his arm, trying to shove him off the tree. Startled, Lin Yuan yelped, hey, you're actually trying to throw me off? This is no time to fight. Hearing this, Manhwa huffed, slapped his hand away, and turned her back on him. While Manhwa was still growling and beating her chest in frustration, Lin Yuan noticed something lurking above them. Right above their heads was a prehistoric giant python, 70 meters long and 5 meters wide. It weighed 70 tons. Though non-venomous, it loved hiding in trees to ambush prey from above. Both of them shrieked in absolute terror. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he yelled, "We're dead," out of the frying pan and into the fire. The colossal snake stared down at them with glowing eyes, flicking its long tongue as if ready to swallow them whole. Panicking and at a total loss, Lin Yuan screamed, "Oh, damn it! That beast tracking compass of yours sure has great timing. It's always reminding me that our enemies are way out of our league. My bad. But I don't think I've ever eaten python before. Hey, big guy. What species are you exactly?" Lin Yuan laughed awkwardly, scratching his head as he stared up at the monstrous python. Meanwhile, Manhwa was completely frozen in terror. Suddenly, the python whipped its massive tail at them. Luckily, they both leaped out of the way just in time. Seeing the python winding up for another strike, Manhwa grabbed Lin Yuan and bolted, screaming, "Run!" Before he could even respond, she was already swinging nimbly from branch to branch, leaving Lin Yuan eating her dust. Lin Yuan could only clumsy hop along behind her, cursing, "Damn it, can you at least give me back one of those shape-shifting fruits?" Right behind him, the python unleashed its giant python grass glider technique, closing the distance in a flash. Lin Yuan desperately racked his brain for a plan. He shouted, "I'm going to jump straight into this bastard's mouth, strip its scales bare, and then throw it down to the sharks." Seeing Lin Yuan running for his life, Truck-kun popped up and said, "You need 100,000 evolution points to analyze it," holding up a bill covered in endless cost calculations. Lin Yuan's face twisted in rage as he bellowed, "But I don't have 100,000 points. Can't I just cancel the analysis? Just give me my fruit back." Truck-kun casually replied, "Well, you still have to pay the initiation fee of 100,000 points just to stop the process." Hearing this, Lin Yuan lost his mind completely. He glared at Kun and screamed at the top of his lungs, "If I actually had 100,000 points, I would have just let you analyze the damn thing. Why on earth would I stop it? Your system is so buggy. It's practically crashing. Are you seriously just going to stand there and watch your host get killed? I'm going to sue you for everything you've got." No matter how much Lin Yuan screamed and threw a tantrum, Kun just stared back, completely unfazed. While the two of them were bickering, the python lunged at Manhwa. It bared its massive fangs, ready to swallow her in a single bite. Seeing this from afar, Lin Yuan yelled, "Watch out!" He lunged forward and shoved Manhwa out of the way, saving her from the python's jaws. Realizing that Lin Yuan had pushed her away only to take the blow himself, Manhwa cried out, "No, stop!" But it was too late. The giant serpent chomped Lin into its mouth, licking its chops in satisfaction after swallowing such a fresh, tasty treat. Manhwa, meanwhile, was thrown far away. The serpent didn't even care anymore, while Lin Yuan was swallowed whole, sliding all the way down to the very bottom of its stomach. Lin Yuan fumbled around inside the serpent's belly, completely disoriented. He frowned and muttered, "Where on earth am I? It stinks so bad. This is absolutely disgusting. Could I really be inside the giant serpent's stomach? Damn it, I actually got eaten by a snake." Looking at the slime covering his hands, Lin Yuan grimaced and said, "Well, at least I don't feel my flesh dissolving from the stomach acid yet. Is it because my physical stats are incredibly high right now? But if I stay in here for too long, I will definitely melt into mush. So I have to find a way out, fast." With that, Lin Yuan tried to spark the electrical current inside his body. He thought to himself, "Ever since I turned into a human, I haven't had a chance to test my old skills. If I could use my explosive breath, I could easily blast a hole and slip right out." Bonkon, seemingly reading Lin Yuan's mind, quickly stopped him. "Stop right there. Keeping it condensed to this level is enough. Do not charge it any further, or you will blow yourself up first. You in human form, and you as the Thunder Tempest Dragon, have completely different physical densities. You cannot withstand such a terrifying amount of power. Right now, the energy is gathering in your mouth. Although it does not compare to even 1/10,000th of the explosive breath, it can make your devouring bite power much stronger. Explosive breath has upgraded to explosive bite, boosting your devouring bite force." Hearing this, Lin Yuan seemed to realize something. He said, "If I devour the serpent's internal organs right now, will I get evolution points? As long as I can rack up enough evolution points, I can turn back into a beast. Sure, it is disgusting. But to save my life, I would eat literal crap if I had to." Lin Yuan let out a roar, opened his mouth as wide as possible, and took a massive bite out of the serpent's stomach wall. Swallowing a chunk halfway down his throat, Lin Yuan gagged, "Ugh, this tastes exactly like my smelly, unwashed socks after wearing them for a whole week." Right after he swallowed, the system chimed, "Ding, you have successfully devoured a prehistoric giant serpent. Evolution points plus 150. Hearing this, Lam Uyen was overjoyed. He now had the motivation to keep chowing down on that nasty stuff. He said, "Awesome. Just a few more bites and I can stack up even more evolution points." Chapter 13. With that, Lam Uyen aggressively stuffed his face, taking huge bites. The system kept chiming in response, alert after alert, with every single bite. "Ding, you have successfully devoured a prehistoric giant serpent. Evolution points plus 160. Then came the second bite. "You have successfully devoured a prehistoric giant serpent. Evolution points plus 160. And the third bite. "You have successfully devoured a prehistoric giant serpent. Evolution points plus 160. This went on for quite a while, and the more he ate, the more fired up he got. Outside, the giant serpent had its guts chewed up bit by bit, writhing in agonizing pain as it fell from the tree, thrashing and screaming. Inside, Lam Uyen was also caught off guard, tumbling backward from the sudden impact. He yelled, "Oh crap, we are crashing." He quickly pulled himself together and kept tearing away. "Humph! No matter how much you thrash, you can't stop me from ripping a massive hole right through your stomach." Suddenly, Lam Uyen noticed something was off. He felt the serpent's stomach walls starting to contract. Lam Uyen wondered, is this guy trying to puke me up? Immediately, he braced his arms and legs tightly against the stomach walls, saying triumphantly, "Am I really that hard to digest, buddy? Haha, you invited me in, but getting rid of me won't be that easy. I'm staying right here." Bon Kan popped out of nowhere and notified Lam Uyen that his current evolution points had reached 10,090, asking if he wanted to start analyzing and reshaping his physical form. Hearing this, Lam Uyen's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he eagerly shouted back, "Yes!" The system begins the reshaping analysis. Current progress is 1%, with an estimated completion time of 30 minutes. The system panel popped up, but the progress bar crawled forward at a snail's pace, making Lam Uyen lose his mind with impatience. Lam Uyen glared at Bon Kan in frustration and barked, "You've got to be kidding me. I have to stay in this disgusting place for another half an hour? Truck-kun, can't you speed this thing up?" Unfazed by Lam Uyen's outburst, Truck-kun calmly replied, "Sure I can. I am a highly efficient coonfish, after all. As long as you pay 1,000 evolution points, I can boost the speed of the analytical reshaping by 20%. Hearing this, Lam Uyen was absolutely furious. He grabbed Bon Kan, pinched his cheeks, and growled, "Evolution points again. Everything I ask you to do costs evolution points. You're just a money-grubbing coonfish." With his cheeks being pinched so hard, Bon Kan squirmed and cried out, "Ow, ow, stop it, that hurts. Look, evolution points are like gasoline for a car. Without fuel, the system simply cannot run." Though furious, Lam Uyen could only groan, swallowing his pride and stuffing his face. As he chewed, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Stop lying. Your coonfish system is a total scam. Ugh, you tricked me into gorging on something this nasty." Truck-kun was also annoyed, rubbing his sore cheeks with a grimace as he listened to Lam Uyen complain, trying his best to endure it. Forced to swallow every chunk of the snake's stomach, the system notifications kept chiming. "You have successfully devoured the prehistoric giant python, plus 150 evolution points. You have successfully devoured the prehistoric giant python, plus 130 evolution points. You have successfully devoured the prehistoric giant python, plus 140 evolution points." Depending on the size and quality of the meat chunks Lin Yuan ate, the bonus points would go up or down. Finally, the system announced that the host had paid 1,000 evolution points, with the current analysis progress at 25%. Watching him struggle to stuff his face just to get a tiny bit of progress, Little Kun sighed with a mix of pity and mockery, asking him, "Short on cash?" Lin Yuan glared furiously at Little Kun and spat out a single word, "Scram." Then, he sped up, shoving chunk after chunk into his mouth. The system chimed in right on cue. "You have successfully devoured the prehistoric giant python, plus 150 evolution points. You have successfully devoured the prehistoric giant python, plus 150 evolution points. The host has paid 1,000 evolution points, and the current analysis progress is 48%. The host has paid 1,000 evolution points, and the current analysis progress is 71%. This went on for who knows how long. While on the outside, the python's innards were being shredded bit by bit, causing it to writhe in agony and crash to the ground, which sent the surrounding crocodiles into a panic, scattering back into the lake. Back on the inside, the system analysis bar finally hit 100%. The system presented two choices. The analysis and modification of the shape-shifting fruit is complete. Do you want to retrieve the fruit? Yes or no? That was exactly what Lin Yuan was waiting for. Tears streaming down his face, he shouted, "Yes." Right then, Little Kun pulled out the fruit and explained, Fine, I got it. The pink one is for shape-shifting, and the blue one is to save your life." Lin Yuan snatched the fruit and devoured it, talking with his mouth full. "Wow, this is delicious. It tastes just like papaya." After eating his fill, Lin Yuan tossed the leftovers aside inside the python's belly and shouted, "Okay, all done. Time to transform." But because he had eaten way too much, his stomach was bloated like a balloon. He slumped down, panting heavily. Thinking he was about to successfully transform, Lin Yuan sprang up, posing like a superhero, and shouted dramatically, "Transform!" He let out a low grunt as jolts of electricity surged through his body, making his hair stand on end. Yet, there was absolutely no sign of him turning into Godzilla. Lin Yuan turned to Little Kun, giving an awkward laugh. Little Kun, why isn't it working? You aren't tricking me, are you?" Little Kun slowly sipped his tea, completely unbothered, and replied dryly, "I knew this would happen." After saying that, he opened the system to explain it to Lin Yuan. "While I was running the analysis and modification, I discovered that the shape-shifting fruit contains a power source that doesn't belong to this world. Once this energy enters a beast's body, it condenses their life essence into a crystal core about the size of a human fist, and the beast turns into a human precisely because it loses that life essence. Since the system has modified the fruit's power, you now have to focus your mind, feel the presence of the crystal core inside your body, and then use your willpower to shatter it, channeling the energy from the core into your limbs and bones to turn back into a beast." Hearing this, Lin Yuan cut him off, pointing a finger at Little Kun threateningly. "Little Kun, are you absolutely sure I didn't transport into some cultivation world? This crystal core you're talking about, isn't that just like the golden core of a cultivator in cultivation web novels? Others shatter their core to form a nascent soul, but I shatter mine to become a beast." Little Kun chuckled and replied, "This Kun never lies. True or false, you'll find out the moment you try." Lin Yuan clasped his hands in prayer and sighed, "Great, next I probably have to find some enlightenment stone and sit on it to meditate for 7 days and 7 nights. Little Kun shook his head with a smile. "No need for all that drama. Just close your eyes and feel for it." Left with no other choice, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and muttered, "Let me give it a shot." Lin Yuan focused his energy inside his body to locate the core. After a moment, a glowing orb lit up inside him, slowly revealing itself. Lin Yuan cried out in excitement, "Whoa, I actually found it." Staring at the massive glowing core before him, he fell deep into thought. Now, how do I break this crystal core, and how do I channel the energy all over my limbs? He suddenly recalled his past life. Back in gym class, the teacher had taught them volleyball, telling everyone to focus all their strength into their wrists and arms. Is feeling the energy in the core similar to flexing a muscle? Back then, he was trembling all over just trying to play volleyball, and he still couldn't understand why he got assigned to the girls' team. The more he thought about it, the more pathetic he felt. He knew that in his past life, he was great at theory but always fumbled when it came to practice. Lin Yuan channeled all his focus into the crystal core and thought, "I am not going to be a weakling in this life. I can definitely do this." Suddenly, the crystal core reacted. Noticing the change, Lin Yuan shouted, "Yes, I felt that. Ah, this is it. Yes, oh, wow." Lin Yuan's entire body glowed with a bright jade green light as he began to transform back into Godzilla. He let out a thrilled roar. "Here I come." On the outside, the giant serpent's belly began to bloat. It lay completely still, writhing in pure agony and discomfort. Seeing this, the surrounding crocodiles froze in sheer terror, not daring to make a single move. Manhwa couldn't contain her excitement, letting out a loud roar while beating her chest. Suddenly, the giant serpent lifted its head, let out a trembling shriek, and blew up into a million pieces. Its severed head went flying, rolling across the ground, and bursting right out of the serpent's belly, Lin Yuan made a grand, majestic entrance once again in his mighty Godzilla form. Yuan cheered with joy at the sight of her friend. Meanwhile, the nearby crocodiles completely lost their minds, trembling in even greater panic than before. They couldn't wrap their tiny reptile brains around what was happening. All they knew was they were about to become tasty snacks for Godzilla. Standing tall and fierce in his true form, Lin Yuan looked up at the sky and let out a booming laugh. "Haha, I am finally back. You worthless punks. You sure had a grand old time bullying me earlier, didn't you?" Glaring down at the crocodiles with fury, Lin Yuan roared at the sky, fueled by the humiliating memory of having to run for his life just moments ago. Even in a 1 versus 14 matchup, Lin Yuan absolutely thrashed the crocodiles, beating them black and blue until they were coughing up blood. Frankly, some of them might have already been sent straight to the afterlife. Their bodies were piled high on top of each other. Having dealt with the entire mob, Lin Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He never expected that a simple trip to gather fruit would turn this deadly. Thank goodness I held my ground. Otherwise, I would have been a goner right then and there. You could beat me to deng to me, and I still wouldn't transform back into a human. That was way too close for comfort. As he spoke, Lin Yuan skewered a crocodile onto a long wooden spit, getting ready to roast it. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Xiaokuzi helped out by gathering dry wood and stacking it into a massive pile. They waited for Lin Yuan to spit fire. Once he saw that Manhwa and Xiaokuzi had gathered enough wood, Lin Yuan torched the pile. Blowing out steady streams of fire, he grumbled to himself. "Yeah, being a monster is definitely the best. Sure, my mouth is a bit wide, my belly is a bit round, my arms are kind of short, and my legs are pretty stubby. But hey, I am the king of monsters, a total badass." Seeing Lin Yuan successfully return to his Godzilla form, Manhwa hopped up and down with intense curiosity, yelling, "How did you suddenly change back? Plus, you look way taller than you did during our last fight." Lin Yuan casually spun the roasting spit, and chuckling, he gave a half-hearted answer. "Well, that's because I go to bed early, wake up early, and never miss a meal. That's why I've grown so big and tall." He knew better than to just blab about his transformation secret to anyone. Before long, the 2 roasted crocodiles over the fire were cooked to perfection, releasing an incredibly mouth-watering aroma. Manhwa and Xiaokuzi were already drooling like crazy. Lin Yuan pulled one off the spit and offered it to them, saying, Smells amazing. Go ahead, dig in." Lin Yuan stuffed the other crocodile into his own mouth, munching away while complaining to himself. Even though he was still kind of traumatized from being inside that giant snake's stomach, as a monster with the soul of a true foodie, wasting delicious meat was a cardinal sin. Right at that moment, the system chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations on devouring a giant serpent for the first time. You have been rewarded with 1 monster life fruit." The monster life fruit contains a massive reserve of raw life essence. No matter how severe your injuries are, even if you are on the brink of death, it can easily heal you completely. Lin Yuan stared at the monster life fruit with a deadpan expression and said, "Xiao-kun, are you pulling my leg? This is literally just a bitter melon." Hearing this, Xiao-kun quickly shot back, "Hey, it only looks like a bitter melon. Besides, what's wrong with bitter melons anyway? They are super healthy. They are packed with protein, vitamins, zinc, and loads of other minerals in high amounts. It clears body heat, detoxifies, relieves stress, and so much more. You greedy pig, stop being so picky." Despite the system's lecture, Lin Yuan kept whining. Frowning at the fruit with immense hesitation, he muttered, "Man, Xiao-kun, you're so mean. Why does a perfectly good life fruit have to look like a bitter melon, of all things? That's literally the one food I hate the most." With a sigh, Lin Yuan glanced over at Manhwa, who was happily munching on her meat. He thought to himself, well, throwing it away would be a waste. I should probably give it to Manhwa, since the wound on her chest still hasn't healed. Putting on a warm smile, Lin Yuan handed the fruit over to her and said, "Here you go, Manhwa. Eat this after you finish your meal." Manhwa beamed with joy as she took the fruit from Lin Yuan. "Ooh, is this fruit?" she asked excitedly. She eagerly took a massive bite, having absolutely no clue what a bitter melon was, let alone what it tasted like. She barely got half of it down before her eyes went wide. "Oh my god, it's so bitter." She tried her best to force it down, but the taste was absolutely revolting. Her face turned completely pale, and her soul looked like it was about to leave her body. Falling to her knees, she tried to gag up the bitter mess, gasping for air as she cried out, "Oh goodness, that is horribly bitter." But as she clutched her chest, she suddenly realized something. Her wound didn't hurt anymore. Right then, a soft green light enveloped her, instantly stitching her wound back together. Lin Yuan gasped in amazement. Wow, that healing effect is actually incredible. Seeing how miraculous the fruit was, Manhwa put her complaints aside and began stuffing the rest of it down her throat. She beat her chest with all her might, letting out a loud laugh and yelling, "Oh yeah, I feel so much power coursing through me. Yahoo!" Watching Manhwa beat her chest like a wild gorilla, despite her being in human form now, Lin Yuan tilted his head with an embarrassed look and said, "Manhwa, you really need to break that habit. Stop beating your chest and howling like a maniac. If you didn't do that all the time, your chest wound would have healed ages ago." Hearing this, Manhwa completely froze, looking utterly speechless. Confused, she scratched her head and asked, "So you're saying that if we run into a beast and just roar, everything gets settled, and we don't even have to fight?" Hearing Manhwa say that, Lin Yuan recalled their very first meeting. Still baffled as to why she had attacked him, he asked, "If we don't need to fight, then why did you throw punches the very first time you saw me, without even asking questions?" Manhwa explained, "Well, you were flailing your arms around and trying to steal my food. You totally deserved those punches." As she spoke, Manhwa got worked up again and beat her chest with her fists, just like a giant gorilla would. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was completely speechless. He nodded and decided to let it slide, since she was a girl anyway. "Fine, my bad. I shouldn't try to reason with a glutton." Manhwa wasn't done talking yet. Mumbling through a mouthful of alligator meat, she said, "In our world, it's all about territory and food. If roaring doesn't work, of course we fight." Hearing this, Lin Yuan stopped arguing and seemed to realize something. He muttered, "For food and territory. If they won't submit, you just roar or throw hands." Actually, the monster world is pretty straightforward. It's simple, brutal, and free of malice. Haha. So if I roar, I must look incredibly cool, right? After all, I've got the true dragon's breath. As he spoke, Lin Yuan imagined himself roaring and breathing fire, terrifying giant crocodiles and massive pythons. Meanwhile, Manhwa just stared at him like he was a total lunatic, having no clue what was going on in his head. Noticing her blank stare, Lin Yuan quickly went back to eating and said, "Hurry up and eat. Once you get enough evolution points, you can change back." Hearing this, Manhwa suddenly remembered something from earlier. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, "By the way, Sister Yuan, that bird almost pecked me to death earlier. How did you manage to dodge it while eating those fruits? And how did you end up getting captured by those rot bugs?" Lin Yuan began to speculate wildly, imagining Manhwa climbing up to pick fruits while shouting, "I'm going to pick fruits." Then, a fruit fell right into your mouth, and boom, you turned into this human form. He even imagined a scene of her falling down completely naked and feeling embarrassed. Just thinking about it made him blush and grin like an idiot. Furious at his wild imagination, Manhwa chucked a bone right at his head and yelled, "What the hell are you thinking?" She then explained how she actually shrunk. After turning human, she luckily grabbed onto a rock on the cliffside, only to see a rot bug crawl up the cliff. It slammed into the cliff, making a loud crash. Looking up, she saw a whole swarm of rot bugs fighting a giant bird, and they had beaten the bird so badly its head was completely bald. Lin Yuan was shocked. He recalled how extremely difficult it was to fight both the rot bugs and that giant bird earlier. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan muttered, "Who would have thought those giant birds actually got bullied by those rot bugs? Well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe I should go have a chat with those birds?" Manhwa continued her story, explaining how she hid on the cliff and watched the two sides tear into each other for a while. In the end, the bird was chased off by the rot bugs, and they captured me. Confused, Lin Yuan asked, "Wait, so those bugs dragged you all the way from the cliff up to their cave? That's weird. Why didn't they just eat you?" Manhwa replied, "They probably captured me to bring me to the Bug King." Lin Yuan's jaw dropped. "Oh no, could the Bug King be trying to make you his bride?" Manhwa shivered in fear. She then thought back to many years ago and said, "This island used to be incredibly beautiful. Manhwa had a family, and she lived happily with her parents. Looking at them back then, you couldn't even tell who was old or young because they all looked so alike. But then, the rot bugs suddenly appeared, invading the island, tearing up the land, and destroying all life." Hearing this, Lin Yuan interrupted. "No wonder the area around their cave is so desolate and gloomy." Manhwa continued her story. "My parents, along with some of our beast aunts and uncles, fought to save the island. They went straight to their nest, to battle the Bug King, but my parents never came back. Her voice cracked as she continued. Once I grew up, I joined the fight to protect the island, hoping to find their nest and bring my parents back. Maybe I still carry my parents' scent on me, and that's why they captured me. Looking at Manhwa in tears, Lin Yuan felt deeply moved and said resolutely, "Don't worry, Sister Yuan. You don't have to fight alone anymore. Since you're my sister now, as your big brother, I'll definitely help you fulfill your wish. Abyssal Island is my second home now, and there is no way I'll let those bugs destroy it. The Bug King was able to defeat Manhwa's parents and kill so many other beasts, so he is definitely no pushover. I need to level up fast. Once I grow to a beast over 100 meters tall, I'll go settle the score with the Bug King." Chapter 15. After that day, Sister Yuan became even more eager to invite me to her place every day. We happily went hunting together. Wait, no. We worked hard to gather evolution points. Manhwa still had her old habits. Every time she saw an enemy, she would beat her chest and roar loudly, which utterly exhausted Lin Yuan. He kept sighing, "Kill me now." I've told her so many times that she's not a giant ape anymore, and she needs to act like a lady, but she just can't cure that habit of chest beating, can she? Suddenly, Lam Uyen heard a loud noise. 2 ferocious tigers were charging right at them. These are giant saber-toothed tigers, 8 meters long, weighing 24 tons, with a pair of razor-sharp fangs. Born hunters. It was because Manhwa roared so loudly that she caught their attention, drawing them out. Seeing this, Lam Uyen worried a little less, and thought to himself, but this big girl can actually be pretty useful. They lunged to attack Manhwa, aiming to make her their meal, but a giant Lam Uyen immediately stomped on their paws, stopping them dead in their tracks. Both of them were flattened right onto the ground. Lam Uyen loomed over them like a giant, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and spat. "You 2 lustful bastards. When I was wandering around outside, you didn't dare show your faces. But the moment Vien Moi appeared, you rushed right over." The 2 tigers trembled in fear, shrinking back. Lam Uyen bit down on one of the tigers and chuckled. "Heh, don't you know that lust comes with a price?" Seeing this, the tiger next to it shrieked in absolute terror. A short while later, both of them were roasted to perfection over the fire, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. As Lam Uyen turned the meat, he looked around and thought, "So this is Vien Moi's lair. Well, her room. But looking at how messy this place is, it doesn't look like a girl's room at all." While eating, Lam Uyen and Manhwa started chatting. Lam Uyen took a bite, then turned to Manhwa and grinned. "Hey, using you to lure monsters is so convenient, Vien Moi. But why are there so few beasts in your territory?" Manhwa immediately protested. "There are plenty. I eat 8 meals a day. It's just that lately, I haven't seen that many beasts around." Hearing this, Lam Uyen couldn't help but curse. "Damn, you are so dumb. That's because you've eaten every single monster in the area." Manhwa tried to prove she wasn't as clueless as Lam Uyen made her out to be. She snapped back. "That's why I've been changing my hunting grounds lately." Lam Uyen panicked even more upon hearing this and shouted, "Changing hunting grounds? You've got to leave some of them alive to reproduce. At this rate, you're going to eat this entire island bare." Suddenly, as if she had eaten something poisonous or got food poisoning, Manhwa's face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground, crying out in intense pain. Seeing this, Lam Uyen and Tuaquatu panicked. Lam Uyen immediately cried out, "Vien Moi, what's wrong?" Although Tuaquatu couldn't speak, he was incredibly worried and squeaked anxiously. Grimacing in agony, Manhwa replied in a weak, fragile voice, My chest hurts so much." Lam Uyen rushed over to check on Manhwa, growing more frantic as he struggled to understand what was happening. Reaching out to touch her, he asked, "How did you end up like this?" Bon Kan seemed to realize something. It appeared and said, "Her body is on the verge of collapsing. This is likely the side effect of staying in human form for too long." Lam Uyen furrowed his brow, completely bewildered. Side effects? Chapter 15. Seeing this, Bon Kan had to explain in more detail. The shape-shifting fruit compresses a beast's life essence into a crystal, which is incredibly dangerous to begin with. Furthermore, beasts don't know how to control this type of energy. If they stay in human form for too long, their life essence will over-release, causing their heart and veins to rupture. By my calculations, King Kong has been in human form for a week. Meanwhile, you selfish brat only cared about yourself and transformed back into a beast. Now look what happened. Bon Kan raised its voice, scolding Lam Uyen. It's a miracle she survived this long, thanks to her being a powerful beast. And because she ate the life fruit you gave her, she managed to hold on for a week. If it were a weakling like you, you'd probably be dead in half a day. Lam Uyen grew even more anxious, desperately asking Bon Con for a solution. Ah. So what do we do now? How much longer can she hold on? My evolution points are nowhere near enough to modify the shape-shifting fruit right now, Bon Con replied nonchalantly. What else can you do? You must quickly gather 100,000 evolution points. Just then, notifications rang out rapidly. Ding! You have successfully devoured a saber-toothed tiger. Plus 280 evolution points. Ding! You have successfully devoured a saber-toothed tiger. Plus 280 evolution points. Lam Uyen said anxiously, I'm still 90,000 evolution points short. Where do you expect me to find that many? Ding! You have successfully devoured a saber-toothed tiger. Plus 290 evolution points. Lam Uyen sighed in frustration. Forget it. Saving her is useless. Even a host like me gets ignored, let alone Vien Moi. Lam Uyen stared out of the cave entrance. There are no monsters left in Vien Moi's territory. I have to go somewhere else. With that, he immediately activated the beast compass to search for a target. Thank goodness I have this beast compass. This light is the brightest. It must be a powerful monster, which means lots of evolution points. Thinking about what lay ahead made Lam Uyen nervous. I wonder how strong this beast is. Can I actually beat it? No time to overthink this. To save Vien Moi, I'll risk it all. Recalling everything he went through in his past life, he steeled his resolve and quickly hoisted Man Vien onto his shoulders. In my past life, I spent all my time running and hiding, never putting my life on the line for anyone. But in this life, I'm going to be brave. With those words, Lam Uyen dashed toward the coordinates on his compass. He shouted back to Tu Quat Tu, who was waving a handkerchief in farewell, Vien Moi, hold on tight. Tu Quat Tu, find a place to hide for now. Once I save Vien Moi, I'll come back for you. Reaching the monster-infested zone, the very first prey Lam Uyen encountered was a horde of green frogs. Hearing the booming footsteps of a colossal beast charging toward them, the green frogs panicked, turning back in shock to see what was coming. The green frog, also known as the ancient tree frog, is 1 meter long and weighs 0.7 tons. They love hiding in lush green canopies, and camouflage is their ultimate specialty. Suddenly, a massive Lin Yuan burst onto the scene, roaring with his jaws wide open and giving them the fright of their lives. Stumbling upon a bunch of lumpy, hideous green frogs did absolutely nothing to please Lin Yuan. It only made him even more furious. Scowling in frustration, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches at the frogs and roared, "What the hell is this crap? You seriously expect me to eat these disgusting toads?" He kept swinging his arms to pummel them, screaming irritably, "Get lost, get lost, get lost," as frogs went flying everywhere, hopping around in total panic. Then, out of nowhere, an unlucky green frog trying to dodge Lin Yuan's punches ended up flying straight into his wide-open, complaining mouth. This sudden, revolting shock instantly made Lin Yuan's skin crawl. But then, a system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully devoured an ancient tree frog, plus 150 evolution points. Congratulations on devouring an ancient tree frog for the first time. You have received a special bonus of plus 2,000 evolution points. The announcement caught Lin Yuan completely off guard. Oh, wow. Eating these things actually gives evolution points, and a pretty decent amount at that. Even though to Lin Yuan, these green frogs looked like nothing more than piles of living green poop hopping around. Once he realized how many evolution points they were worth, his excitement instantly returned. Determination locked in, he thought. All right, I'm going full gluttony mode. I'll even eat crap raw. This was followed by a series of pings. Ding, you have successfully devoured an ancient tree frog, plus 21 evolution points. But he didn't stop there. Next up was a giant ancient centipede, measuring 5 meters long, and despite being somewhat venomous, it couldn't escape his crosshairs. The system alerts kept ringing. Ding, you have successfully devoured a giant ancient centipede, plus 180 evolution points. Grabbing the giant ancient centipede, Lin Yuan declared with absolute resolve, "Giant centipede, down the hatch." And without hesitation, he shoved it into his mouth, chewing noisily. Next in line was a prehistoric giant scorpion, 3 meters long, armed with a sharp stinger and a venom sac. Lin Yuan was just as decisive. Prehistoric giant scorpion, down the hatch. He immediately bit down on its head, completely ignoring its pincers, pinching his mouth in a desperate struggle. And right on cue, the system alerts flashed again. Ding! You have successfully devoured a prehistoric giant scorpion, plus 150 evolution points. Even the giant dragonflies, measuring 1.5 meters long and capable of flying at high speeds, couldn't escape Lin Yuan's clutches. Giant dragonfly? I'm eating it. The system's chime rang out once more. Ding. You have successfully devoured a giant dragonfly. Plus 100 evolution points. By this point, his evolution bar had reached 22,670 points. However, as he was chewing on a massive wing, red blood suddenly began dripping from his nose, catching him off guard. Slightly panicked and a little irritated, he spat out the half-chewed giant dragonfly and grumbled, "Damn it, why is it always disgusting toads and nasty bugs that are so hard to swallow? And on top of that, these things are apparently so loaded with nutrients, they're giving me a nosebleed." Just as he finished speaking, a powerful roar echoed from behind him, shaking the entire forest. Sensing something, Lin Yuan quickly whipped his head around. That was definitely the roar of a wild beast. This discovery filled him with excitement. Awesome. Finally, I don't have to force down toads and insects anymore. Chapter 16. Searching the surroundings, Lin Yuan suddenly heard rustling in the bushes. He spotted a pack of jackals, also known as thorny jackals, measuring 10 to 30 meters long and weighing 30 to 90 tons. They are ruthless, ferocious, agile, possess a devastating bite force, and love to hunt in packs. Their spines are lined with tough, razor-sharp, bony protrusions. Seeing them growling in an offensive stance, focused on something, he wondered, thorny jackals? What on earth are they surrounding over there? Suddenly, one of the aggressive, fanged jackals lunged forward to attack. It turned out to be a sloth. But this was a giant sloth, 35 meters long and weighing 1,005 tons. It can use its hind legs and tail to form a tripod, allowing it to stand completely upright. The giant sloth was also in a combat stance, growling to ward off the aggressive pack closing in. As the first jackal leaped to attack, the sloth fought back fiercely, slashing with its massive hands and long, sharp claws to counter the strike, ripping the enemy's belly wide open and tossing it far away. Hiding in the bushes to size up the situation, Lin Yuan seized this God-sent opportunity, opening his mouth wide and snapping up a jackal that was flung right toward him. Meanwhile, a bloody battle was raging between the giant sloth and the pack of jackals. Wincing in pain, the sloth used all its strength to swat the jackals away and dodge their onslaught, but even its power couldn't completely shield it from their sheer speed and devastating bite force. Ding! You have successfully devoured a thorny jackal, plus 250 evolution points. Lin Yuan watched from his hiding spot in the bushes, snacking on the free food from the battle as his mind raced. Fight harder. It's best if both sides end up battered and bruised, so I won't even have to lift a finger. Lin Yuan was amazed by the sheer strength of the battling giant sloth. This guy is incredibly fierce, taking on 10 opponents all by himself. Is this guy really just a giant sloth? It feels more accurate to call him a giant super sloth. After a while, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Unable to withstand the incredible agility and devastating bites of the pack, the giant sloth was now covered in deep wounds. It collapsed, trembling in the middle of a battlefield, littered with the corpses of the jackals it had slain. Yet, the remaining jackals continued their relentless assault, tearing away chunks of its flesh. Losing a chunk of its skin, the giant sloth suddenly seemed to spot something. It braced itself and shook violently, throwing off the wild dogs clinging to its body. The sloth headed straight for Lin Yuan's hiding spot, its heavy footsteps thudding as it aggressively charged toward him. It was heading right where Lin Yuan was enjoying the fruits of its labor, catching him off guard and leaving him anxious. What is going on here? Has this giant sloth spotted me and is now looking for a replacement target? With this terrifying momentum, there is no way I can block it head on. Fighting brute force with brute force is out of the question. With that, Lin Yuan quickly hid up in a tree, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The second the aggressive sloth charged over, Lin Yuan leaped down from above, instantly unleashing a powerful tail sweep. Before the sloth could even react, it tripped over his tail and crashed face first into the dirt. Lin Yuan slammed his massive foot down on his prize and took a huge bite. Ding! You have successfully devoured the giant sloth. Plus 500 evolution points. Chewing on the meat, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, saying, that is the taste of high-quality meat right there. Delicious. And getting this many evolution points? Not bad at all. But while Lin Yuan was busy devouring the sloth, his next opponents approached from the other side. The pack of wild dogs glared with sharp, murderous eyes, growling fiercely at Lin Yuan for stealing their feast. Ignoring them completely, Lin Yuan kept enjoying his meal, when suddenly, a wild dog lunged at him from behind in a surprise attack. But that sneak attack did not escape Lin Yuan's sharp senses. Sensing the danger immediately, he spun around with lightning speed and bit down hard on the ambushing dog. With a loud snap, he crushed its tough spine, snapping the beast right in half. His eyes blazed with fury as he turned and roared at the wild dogs. How dare they interrupt my meal? Unforgivable. Even facing a massive, furious Lin Yuan, the pack showed no fear at all. Instead, they grew even more aggressive, lunging straight at him without a second thought. Lin Yuan's hand whipped out like lightning, snatching one of the charging beasts right out of the air. While stuffing the freshly caught dog into his mouth, his tail was not resting either, whipping viciously at the other attackers. His massive feet did not let them off easy either, crushing a dog that was waiting to strike flat onto the ground. Manhwa, who was lying weak and trembling on his shoulder, suddenly gasped as she realized a wild dog had lunged at his shoulder from behind. Growling fiercely, the beast bared its razor-sharp teeth and lunged to bite down, aiming straight for Manhwa. Fortunately, Lin Yuan noticed just in time and shielded Manhwa from the wild dog's attack. He frowned and grumbled at her. "You are this tiny, and you actually thought you could protect me?" But the beast had managed to sink its teeth into his shoulder. Lin Yuan let out a furious roar. "Get the hell off me!" He activated his spiked armor skill, unleashing a shockwave of power that blasted the wild dogs away, sending them whimpering in agony. Blasted by his counterattack, the wild dogs rained down onto the ground, whimpering weakly. The remaining wild dogs, although they had not felt his wrath firsthand yet, had witnessed his terrifying power and were beginning to panic. They froze mid-attack, watching in sheer shock as Lin Yuan casually snacked on their packmates. But it seemed they did not fully comprehend the danger they were in. Instead, they threw their heads back and unleashed a long, synchronized howl into the sky. Lin Yuan just gave them a contemptuous glance. "Ha, you cannot beat me, so you are calling for backup, huh? Heh, are you guys worried I won't have enough evolution points, so you are bringing me more food? How thoughtful of you. Bring it on 1 versus 17. Just as the pack's howling died down, the backup they called finally arrived. This newcomer looked just like the other wild dogs, except it was easily 10 times bigger and far more ferocious. Seeing their leader arrive, the rest of the pack instantly regained their confidence, growling and turning aggressive once again. Even Lin Yuan, who was happily enjoying his feast, could not ignore this new arrival. This guy must be the pack leader, huh? He is definitely worth way more evolution points. No wonder he is the brightest dot on my radar. With that, Lin Yuan optimistically mumbled to himself, whatever. A bright spot like that probably has bones too tough to chew anyway. It is too much of a hassle. He decided to just stick to his current meal. After all, the food in front of him was already delicious, so he might as well finish it first. Seeing Lin Yuan completely unfazed and still eating, the pack leader grew absolutely furious. He is still eating? Showing no mercy, the alpha wild dog pounced, lunging at Lin Yuan with ferocious force. Sighing at how hard it is to just have a peaceful meal, Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips and grumbled, "Man, I am just trying to eat my lunch. Why do you guys keep messing with me?" "Sking," he muttered. "Save the best for last, you know." With that, he opened his massive jaws wide right in front of the charging alpha, scaring the absolute daylight out of it. The beast let out a terrified yelp, but Lin Yuan did not even bother fighting it. He dodged the alpha and lunged back toward the rest of the pack, shouting, "Out of the way, out of the way. Good dogs do not block the path. Don't get in the way of my dinner time." Lin Yuan's sheer indifference left the alpha completely flabbergasted. While the alpha stood frozen in utter disbelief, our main character went right back to devouring his meal with gusto, as the system notifications kept ringing in his head. "Ding, you have successfully devoured a spiked wild dog. Plus 210 evolution points. Ding, you have successfully devoured a spiked wild dog. Plus 250 evolution points. Damn you, how dare you ignore me." Furious at Lin Yuan's blatant disrespect, the alpha bared its fangs in pure rage. Claws out, it lunged recklessly at Lin Yuan once more, screaming, "Give me your life." Completely oblivious to his surroundings, Lin Yuan keeps stuffing his face, eager to rack up those points as fast as possible. Right then, a system notification pops up. His evolution points have officially hit 100,000. 100. Absolutely thrilled. Lin Yuan leaps up to celebrate. He has finally accumulated the 100,000 evolution points he needed. And talk about perfect timing. This sudden celebration of his accidentally sends the Alpha Hound, which was sneaking up to attack him from behind, flying through the air. Just then, a notification from the beast. System upgrade request. Current evolution points. 100, 2,100. Begin analyzing shape-shifting modification results. Yes or no? Lin Yuan chose without hesitation. Begin modification analysis, and add the remaining 2,100 evolution points to the system progress bar. Immediately initiating modification analysis. Current progress, 40%. Estimated time to completion, 18 minutes. Lin Yuan looked at Manhwa on his shoulder, who was weak and in agony, still feeling deeply worried. Seeing Manhwa writhing in pain, Lin Yuan started to panic. 18 minutes. He didn't know if the little ape could hold on that long, and there was absolutely no food left around here for him to devour. It's all because of you, bastards, wasting my time. Lin Yuan grumbled in annoyance, putting his hands on his hips as he glared around. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, making his eyes light up. He made an instant decision. If that's the case, I'll just have to use you to farm some more evolution points. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan whipped his tail hard against the spiked jackal's tail. The jackal was much faster than Lin Yuan expected. Reacting just in time to Lin Yuan's strike, it let out a loud howl and leapt high into the air to dodge his attack. That was exactly what Lin Yuan was waiting for. He whipped his long neck around and bit down hard on the jackal. The beast could only shriek and whimper in pain, but the jackal wasn't about to go down without a fight. It refused to give up so easily. Even though Lin Yuan had clamped his jaws around half of its body, it still managed to stretch out and claw at Lin Yuan's face with its sharp front talons. Getting scratched right near his eye, Lin Yuan cried out in pain, "Ow!" Enraged by the counterattack, Lin Yuan violently thrashed his head back and forth, slamming his tail against the ground with earth-shattering force. After a frantic struggle, the jackal finally managed to break free from Lin Yuan's clutches. Its entire back was bitten raw and bleeding, one of its eyes was swollen shut from a nasty bruise, and it could barely keep its other eye open as it gasped for breath, completely exhausted. Taking such a devastating hit wounded its pride as the alpha, and it howled in sheer rage. On the other side, Lin Yuan was also quite exhausted, but he suddenly remembered what Manhwa had said. The little ape had told him that in the monster world, it was all about territory and food. If you don't like it, you fight for it. Using those words to fire himself up, Lin Yuan let out a massive snort, gritted his teeth, and lunged forward to keep attacking the jackal. Screaming right in its face, "I told you not to bother me while I'm eating." Lin Yuan rammed his shoulder violently into the jackal's head. Already injured and exhausted, the jackal couldn't fight back at all, completely helpless under Lin Yuan's assault. Lin Yuan's physical strength was truly fearsome. A single shoulder tackle sent the jackal flying, crashing into a massive boulder ahead and shattering it into a shower of debris. Yet, the stubborn beast refused to stay down, struggling to its feet with a snarl, baring its razor-sharp fangs. Seeing that the jackal still hadn't knelt in defeat, Lin Yuan activated the electrical currents running through his body. The electricity hummed and crackled with immense power as he took giant, heavy strides toward the jackal. Lin Yuan's eyes flared with blinding light, filled with rage and surging electrical currents. The jackal, which had been growling ferociously moments ago, now whimpered in terror, cold sweat dripping down its forehead. Lin Yuan let out a mighty roar. Atomic ray. Instantly, a massive surge of electricity erupted from his mouth, blasting directly at the jackal. The jackal was instantly electrocuted. The electrical discharge was so incredibly powerful that a deafening explosion echoed through the entire forest, sending out a shockwave capable of vaporizing any beast within a 200-meter radius. A thick plume of smoke billowed upward. The jackal had been blasted and scorched so badly that all its fur was completely burnt away, leaving nothing but charred, pitch-black skin. Despite getting blasted by this instant hair removal heat ray, the jackal was somehow still alive, exhaling a weak puff of smoke from its mouth. Only then did the jackal look down and realize it was completely bald. Embarrassed and panicked, it scrambled to cover its naked body with its paws, howling in a mix of fury and agony. The other jackals under its command nearby heard the cry and knew something was wrong, reacting immediately. They rushed over to surround their alpha, glaring at Lin Yuan with fierce expressions as they howled in unison. Lin Yuan just scoffed, looking down at them with absolute contempt. Oh? Are you guys calling your boss for backup? But to me, you're just delivering yourselves as free meals. Though, why does he keep howling like that? Lin Yuan wondered, looking around. A moment later, the Jackal King, having heard their howls, appeared right behind them. Carrying something that looked like a giant sword, it stared at Lin Yuan from a distance with furious eyes. This Jackal King looked incredibly fierce, completely unlike the regular jackals or the alpha from earlier. Its eyes gleamed sharply, and its body was covered in scars, showing it had survived countless battles against other beasts on this land. With razor-sharp claws and 4 powerful legs, this was Bin Jilang. He is a giant wolf carrying the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, Jilang, recorded in the Shanhai Jing, 50 meters long and weighing 150 tons. Seeing Bin Jilang, Lin Yuan gasped in disbelief. Holy crap, this leader is terrifying. Seriously, calling for backup again? And what on earth is this newcomer? Other beasts fight bare-handed, but you are carrying a massive blade. Bin Jilang spoke. My 40-meter broadsword has been thirsting for a long time. I can take on 18 of you. It began to march forward, the jackals bowing down in deep respect wherever it went. The alpha jackal from earlier, utterly beaten, whimpered weakly in front of its king. That savage beating had also left Little Yuan sobbing in pain. Lin Yuan frowned in thought. No matter how I look at it, this guy belongs to the spined jackal tribe. His build is just as big as mine. Plus, what is with that massive broadsword on his shoulder? Is he just showing off to look cool? Manhwa was extremely weak now, barely breathing as she clung to Lin Yuan's shoulder, her whole body trembling. Bing Qilang stepped forward, but his eyes were locked dead on her. Lin Yuan noticed this, too. He glanced back at Manhwa and thought, why is this guy staring so intensely at Sister Manhwa? Don't tell me he is some kind of pervert? Suddenly, Bing Qilang lunged forward. Lin Yuan spotted the move and reacted instantly. He is charging. Bing Qilang rushed in like a bullet, baring his fangs as he aimed straight for Manhwa. Lin Yuan couldn't wrap his head around it. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, why did this bastard target Sister Manhwa the second he charged? Lin Yuan managed to dodge the snap. As he slipped away, he scoffed. You carry such a badass broadsword, yet you only pick on the weak? But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan was caught off guard as Bing Qilang's razor-sharp claws swiped right at him. Bing Qilang delivered a vicious slash to Lin Yuan's cheek, leaving deep, long gashes that sprayed blood everywhere. Reeling from the strike, Lin Yuan watched Bing Qilang, still unable to fathom his scheme. He frowned, thinking, crap, was targeting Sister Manhwa just a feint to get to me? No way, does this beast actually know how to use feints? Meanwhile, Bing Qilang dashed back to build up speed, then spun around to launch another assault. But just like before, Bing Qilang aimed directly at Manhwa on Lin Yuan's back, completely ignoring Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yuan could only dodge, shielding Manhwa with his arm as he realized, it's not a feint. He has found my weakness. He knows if he attacks Sister Manhwa, I'll be distracted. Damn it, has this oversized wolf gained human intelligence? Humph, trying to outsmart me, are we? After missing his mark, Bing Qilang pivoted for another strike, prompting an irritated Lin Yuan to yell, you're nothing but a curly-furred beast. I am a proud human, a true master of Earth. With that, Lin Yuan fought back. He whipped his tail against a pile of nearby bones, sending them flying in a massive barrage toward Bing Qilang, who swiftly dodged the debris. Using the exact same tactic as Bing Qilang, Lin Yuan prepared his actual attack. He barked, hey, look over here, as sparks began to fly from Lin Yuan's mouth. The vivid, agonizing memory of their alpha getting its fur incinerated flashed in Bing Qilang's mind, warning him of what was coming. Lin Yuan unleashed an atomic breath right at the giant wolf. Bing Qilang leapt away instantly, dodging the blast. However, the fire caught his left leg, leaving it charred and smoking. Lin Yuan smirked at him and teased, haha, well, little wolf, looks like we're even. Refusing to let Lin Yuan gloat, Bing Qilang immediately sprang into the air. Lin Yuan looked up to find Bing Qilang's massive shadow completely blanketing him. With practiced ease, the beast drew the broadsword from his back using his jaws. Lin Yuan's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in pure shock as he screamed, are you freaking kidding me? He drew his sword. Bing Qilang sliced through the air in a flash, swinging left and right before landing a final, devastating slash across Lin Yuan's shoulder. Having completed his attack, he landed, growling with the sword still clamped in his jaws as he glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly clutched his bleeding shoulder and cursed, damn it, I'm bleeding. That's a deep cut. Using a weapon is cheating. "You bastard. I'm fighting completely empty-handed here. This is so unfair." As he complained, an image flashed in his mind of Bing Qilang leaping up and splitting his head open with that giant sword. Terrified, Lin Yuan turned tail and bolted as fast as his legs could carry him, screaming, "This sucks. What kind of crazy world is this anyway? Wolves aren't supposed to run around chasing people with a 40-meter sword. They promised that being reborn as a monster meant bathing in lava and getting rocket massages." After running for a bit, Lin Yuan had second thoughts. "Wait a minute. I'm a giant monster now. I can't just wimp out because this guy has a sword. I still have to save Sister Manhwa and help her change back. It'll be 2 against 1. We can definitely beat this guy." Realizing this, Lin Yuan resolved to turn back and face Bing Qilang again. Lin Yuan gently lifted Manhwa off his shoulder and held her in his hands, telling her, "Sister Manhwa, if you stay on my back, you'll be my weak spot, and I won't be able to fight at full strength." Despite the pain, Manhwa understood and nodded weakly. He added, "For now, climb up a big tree and wait for me. I'll help you change back in no time." With that, Lin Yuan carefully placed Manhwa onto a sturdy branch. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, Bing Qilang had already snuck up behind him to strike. Just as he saw Manhwa safely reach the branches, another heavy slash bit into his leg, sending blood spurting everywhere. Lin Yuan collapsed in agony, grabbing onto a nearby tree to hold himself up. Realizing the danger, Manhwa scrambled to a safer tree nearby. Despite taking the hit, Lin Yuan instantly fired himself up to fight back. He ripped the tree he was holding right out of the ground, hurled it furiously at Bing Qilang, and roared, "Don't think you're the only one who can use a weapon." The tree hurtled through the air with a loud whoosh. Bing Qilang quickly struggled to prop it up so it wouldn't collapse on him. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately realized it was the perfect opportunity. Growling as fire built up in his mouth, he unleashed another blazing breath right at Bing Qilang. In the blink of an eye, the atomic beam pierced right through one of Bing Qilang's arms, but it barely did any damage to the massive beast. It rolled a few times to dodge Lin Yuan's attack, then firmly stood back up, ready to keep fighting. Lin Yuan realized things were turning south, feeling incredibly frustrated by the massive beast's sheer strength. He cursed, "Damn it. Its hide is too thick. My blazing breath can't even pierce through it. I get it. This is a standard boss-level monster after all. But why hasn't the blade in its mouth fallen out after fighting so intensely?" Lin Yuan calculated in his mind. That blade was incredibly sharp, causing even worse wounds than claws and teeth. He had to find a way to make it drop that weapon. Lin Yuan readied himself once more, determined to clash with the beast again. Having formed a plan, Lin Yuan made up his mind. If that's how it's going to be, Lin Yuan lunged at the beast, channeling his Kuei-long overlord body. He roared with absolute power. "Take this. Let's see if you can still hold on to that blade after this." But suddenly, out of nowhere, a jackal sneaked up from behind and bit hard into his leg. The sudden bite caught Lin Yuan completely off guard, forcing him to look back to see what on earth was biting him. Right at that moment of distraction, Bing Qilang seized the opportunity and slashed directly at Lin Yuan. This powerful, merciless strike was aimed straight for his head. Lin Yuan twisted his body just in time, barely dodging the fatal blow. Although their diversion failed, it made Lin Yuan realize he had to take these opponents much more seriously. Holy crap, these things are smart. They actually know how to work together. That Bing Qilang is as nimble as a monkey, even with a sword in its mouth, and now another one is dragging me down. Without giving Lin Yuan any time to breathe, the two beasts lunged at him again, looking for an opening. Seeing his predicament, Lin Yuan snarled at them, 2 against 1? You punks have absolutely no honor." While the fierce battle raged on, no one noticed a creature flying high above, quietly observing the situation below. It was Lin Du. For some reason, it had tracked them all the way here, seemingly searching for something. As it turned out, it was looking for Manhwa. From its high vantage point, it quickly spotted Manhwa hiding on a tree branch, huddled up and weak. Thrilled by its discovery, the creature let out a sly sneer, thinking, "Finally, I found you." Without a second thought, it dived straight down from the sky toward Manhwa. Sensing the sudden approach of the monstrous bird, Manhwa was instantly terrified. Gathering what little strength she had, Manhwa dodged the bird's vicious strike, swinging herself upward and causing it to crash hard into the branch. The loud crash made Lin Yuan spin his head around in confusion. Why is that monster bird here? Yuan Mei, watch out. However, the crash didn't seem to hurt the bird at all. It immediately shook its head and looked around. It began searching under the thick foliage, trying to track down Man Yuan. Terribly frightened, Man Yuan curled up, hiding under the leaves right below. Seeing this, Lin Yuan panicked with worry for her and yelled out, "Yuan Mei." Because of that distraction, Lin Yuan was instantly slashed across the stomach by Bing Shilang. Then, the pack leader from earlier leapt onto him, tearing a huge chunk out of his neck and sending blood spraying everywhere. Overwhelmed by the agony, Lin Yuan let out a gut-wrenching scream. Even as he collapsed, Lin Yuan's thoughts were still on Man Yuan. "Yuan Mei, in my past life, I didn't have a single friend, let alone someone who would risk their life to save me. I won't let you get hurt." Fueled by the thought of Man Yuan, Lin Yuan forced himself back up. This time, his face contorted with sheer rage as he furiously charged toward her, thinking as he ran, "Because once I make a promise, I will absolutely make sure your wish comes true." Seeing Lin Yuan run off, Bing Shilang had no intention of letting him go. It gripped the blade firmly in its jaws once more, growling as it prepared to strike. Springing from behind, Bing Shilang lunged and drove the blade deep into Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan looked down to see the blade piercing completely through his chest. On his left, the lead jackal pounced again, sinking its teeth deep into his leg. Lin Yuan looked down, his face dark. Suddenly, sparks of electricity crackled all over his body, catching Bing Shilang completely off guard. It desperately tried to pull the blade out of Lin Yuan, but only a metallic clanking echoed as the weapon remained completely stuck. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, a smug smirk spreading across his face as if everything had gone exactly as planned. "You fell right into my trap, you idiot." As it turned out, he had only collapsed earlier to gather his strength for a massive counterattack. Lin Yuan flexed his body with immense force. Suddenly, the spikes on his back grew rapidly, like thousands of razor-sharp swords, impaling backward and driving straight into the massive body of Bing Shilang, who was still holding onto the blade stuck in his left chest. He roared at the same time, "I purposely left myself wide open just to bait you. As long as my heart wasn't hit, this thick-skinned body of mine can easily take a single stab. Your bites got nothing on me. I didn't spend 17 years getting beaten up for nothing, you know." Lin Yuan's sharp spikes send Bing Shilang flying. The beast can only let out a painful shriek as blood gushes out before it plummets from the air and crashes straight onto the ground. The impact is so powerful that the surrounding ground shakes violently, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing into the air. Lin Yuan glares with ferocious eyes that seem to shoot 1,000 bolts of lightning, staring straight down at the jackal that's frozen in place, its razor-sharp teeth still clamped tightly onto his thigh. He coldly delivers his final words to it. "Now that I've dealt with that blade user, you're next. Hand over your evolution points." Lin Yuan bites off the lead jackal's head in a single chomp. Ding! You have successfully devoured the spiked jackal leader. Plus 500 evolution points. The system continues to ping relentlessly. Host has used 1,000 evolution points. Current analysis and remodeling speed is at 67%. Host has used 1,000 evolution points. Current analysis and remodeling speed is at 89%. Bing Shilang, having struggled back to its feet after the fall, watches Lin Yuan tear through the lead jackal with utter horror and anxiety. The system announces that the analysis of the transformation remodeling is complete. Retrieve the result? Lin Yuan, while still savoring his spoils of war, shouts back decisively, "Yes." Lin Yuan reaches out with his massive hands to catch the glowing green fruit, but without a moment of hesitation, he immediately hurls it over to Man Yuan, shouting, "Yuan Mei, eat it, quick." Just as the fruit lands near Man Yuan, the giant monstrous bird spots her. Weak and struggling, Man Yuan tries to reach for the fruit that Lin Yuan went through so much trouble to get for her. Man Yuan grabs the fruit and greedily wolfs it down in huge bites. Meanwhile, the monstrous bird aims its massive, ugly beak right at her. It wants to seize the opportunity to swallow her small, fragile body in a single gulp while she's still trying to finish the fruit. Watching this unfold from a distance, Lin Yuan frantically yells to warn her, "Hurry! Hurry up! Transform! Use the method I taught you before. Hurry up and transform." Sensing the life or death danger she's in, Man Yuan whips her head around in shock. With a look of pure determination, she swings her arm at the giant bird. Thinking she's actually trying to fight back with her tiny, fragile hands and body, the bird lets out a mocking sneer. But it immediately gets slapped right in the face, literally. Man Yuan's arm instantly transforms into a massive ape hand, delivering a brutal, crushing blow straight to the bird's face. Even though she hasn't fully transformed yet, the sheer power of that colossal hand hits the bird's ugly head so hard, it looks like it's about to pop right off. The bird staggers backward. In the blink of an eye, as the dust settles, Manhwa successfully completes her transformation, returning to her massive beast form. She lets out a mighty roar that echoes through the entire forest, beating her chest to show off her supreme dominance and power. But at that exact moment, on Lin Yuan's side, disaster strikes. An agonizing pain surges through Lin Yuan's body, bringing him to the very brink of death. He doesn't even have the strength left to scream in agony. The sky gradually grows dark. Is what we feared really about to happen? Is Lin Yuan actually dead, reborn as a monster? What a tragic end. Chapter 20. Over on Manhwa's side, having regained her strength, she immediately slaps the spirit bird across the face so hard it leaves a massive handprint on its cheek. The spirit bird screeches in pain, getting sent flying before crashing hard to the ground. Manhwa looks down at her body, realizing there's been a sudden change, and stammers, I'm back to normal. Unable to believe her eyes, she looks herself over again and again. Once she confirms it's real, she cheers in sheer excitement. Yes, I'm back. Manhwa is about to attack the giant bird again, but then she remembers Lin Yuan's words. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe I should go talk to that giant bird? Thinking of this, Manhwa clicks her tongue and makes a decision. Wait, Brother Long said to talk to the giant bird, so it becomes our ally. With that, Manhwa leaps high into the air, launching herself at the giant bird and yelling, All right, then I'll talk to you on Brother Long's behalf. The giant bird, struggling to get back up after the blow, is completely caught off guard. It can only stare in shock as Manhwa lands right on its back. With a loud crash, the giant bird screeches. All its efforts to stand up instantly go down the drain. Yuan Mei's way of making friends is truly one of a kind. Her friendly conversation involves pounding her fists violently onto the bird's back, forcing it to agree. Spit it out. Are you going to be our friend or what? The giant bird, in excruciating pain, can only squawk in agony. Seeing no response, Manhwa quickly threatens, Hurry up and answer, or I'll keep beating you up for the rest of your life. Manhwa's voice is so loud and rapid-fire that it sounds like a swarm of flies buzzing endlessly in the giant bird's ears. Despite the physical pain, it finds her incredibly annoying. Unable to stand her screaming any longer, the giant bird suddenly rolls over to shake Manhwa off its back. It then desperately flaps its wings, despite being exhausted, to soar high up into the sky. All Yuan Mei can do now is watch her potential friend fly away and sigh. Unable to accept this reality, she roars in frustration, beating her chest and growling. Suddenly, spotting a broken tree branch right in front of her, an idea pops into her head. Manhwa picks up the branch, and the next step in Yuan Mei's guide to making friends is giving a friendly gift. Suddenly, Manhwa took a deep breath, aiming the massive log straight at Lin Yuan. Once he locked onto his target, he hurled it with all his might. While flying away to escape, Kuai-dio suddenly heard a strange, roaring sound rushing up from behind. He turned his head in absolute terror. Realizing it was a giant log thrown by Manhwa coming straight for him, Kuai-dio wasted no time, quickly curling his body to dodge the projectile. Talk about a close shave. Seeing Manhwa pull off a stunt like that, Lin Yuan was both pissed and utterly baffled, cursing, Screw you, you complete idiot. Who the hell makes friends like that? On the other side, Lam Yuyan also heard the bird's sudden outburst, snapping his head around to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Unable to believe his ears, he wondered, wait, did that giant bird just drop an F-bomb? Well, compared to a sword-wielding wolf or a giant gorilla throwing logs, a bird trash-talking isn't even the weirdest thing here. But seriously, what kind of crazy-ass world did I get reincarnated into? Turning his gaze back to Bin Qilang, Lam Yuyan frowned, thinking, whatever. I'll let Vian Moi deal with that foul-mouthed bird. Right now, I need to focus all my energy on this guy in front of me. Wait, why is he frozen? Sure enough, Bin Qilang was standing stiff as a board. Bin Qilang's eyes were glued to Manhwa, who had basically transformed into King Kong. Watching the wolf stare blankly in that direction, Lam Yuyan couldn't help but wonder. Did seeing the tiny ape he was just bullying suddenly transform into a colossal beast completely break his brain? Haha, now I've got backup, and you've lost your blade. If you've got any brains left, you'd know it's time to back off. With that thought, Lam Yuyan waved his claws to get Bin Qilang's attention and taunted, Hey puppy, we're not done yet. You still want some of this? Before he could even finish his sentence, Bin Qilang let out a ferocious roar and snapped back into combat mode, leaping straight at Lam Yuyan. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Lam Uyen cursed. Crap, did I say something to trigger him? Why is this guy suddenly so hyped up? On top of that, we've been fighting for so long, yet his speed and power haven't dropped at all. Bin Chi Lang leaped high, seemingly aiming for Lam Uyen's face, but instead, he slickly landed and slashed Lam Uyen's underbelly a few times. Without missing a beat, the beast quickly bounded backward. Lam Uyen immediately realized what he was up to. He's aiming for the blade. I risked my damn life to steal this blade. There is no way I'm letting you take it back. But my body isn't listening to me anymore. I can't breathe. Damn it. With a body this huge, how could a little bleeding cause this much blood loss? As Lam Uyen whipped his tail around to strike Bin Chi Lang's face, trying to blast him away and keep him from reaching the weapon, he suddenly felt a strange, jarring sensation deep within his body. With a loud crash, Bin Chi Lang was sent flying back, catching Vian Moi's attention. But the moment Man Vian looked away, Lin Du swooped back in to attack her. By the time she reacted, Lin Du's sharp talons were already closing in on her face. Having no time to dodge, Man Vian could only raise her massive arms, throwing a barrage of defensive punches. Seeing this, Lam Uyen screamed, "Ignore me. Keep your eyes on your opponent when you're fighting." He was incredibly worried about Man Vian. Kuei Dieu was highly cunning and held the aerial advantage. Over time, this clumsy giant ape would definitely be at a disadvantage. As for himself, despite his powerful body, he couldn't keep fighting with a blade stuck in his chest. He needed a quick victory, which meant he had to take out one of them first. Lam Uyen looked down at the blade in his chest, clenching his muscles to keep it from shifting and causing more pain and bleeding. Right at that moment, Bin Chi Lang seized his chance and lunged onto Lam Uyen's back. With a wild roar and glowing eyes, the beast clamped his jaws onto the hilt, trying to pull the blade out. Lam Uyen gasped in shock, roaring, "Oh no, you don't." Seeing this, Man Vian panicked, fearing the worst, and cried out, "Brother Long!" But taking advantage of Man Vian's distraction, Lin Du swooped in even closer, slashing its razor-sharp talons deep into Man Vian's back. Now, both Man Vian and Lam Uyen were trapped in a desperate, losing battle. Lam Uyen let out an angry snort, gritting his teeth as his eyes narrowed. "You dare climb onto my back? I guess you haven't had enough of a beating yet." Lam Uyen immediately unleashed a surge of electricity across his back. The current crackled and hissed as it grew stronger. Sensing the danger, Bin Chi Lang froze. Remembering what happened to him earlier, a wave of sheer terror washed over the wolf, causing him to let out a pathetic whimper like a frightened puppy, before he quickly let go of the blade, leaped off Lam Uyen's back, and scrambled to run away. Watching him flee, Lam Uyen smirked. "It's good that you know fear, little puppy, but too bad for you. You just got baited. My actual target is you." Lam Uyen's real target was indeed Kuei Dieu. Activating his bursting breath, he unleashed a devastating blast straight at the bird. Blown away by the sudden blast, Kuei Dieu wailed in despair. "Why the hell am I always the one getting blasted?" Lam Uyen's bursting breath was so powerful that it blasted Kuei Dieu far into the horizon. The blinding flash of light was so intense that even Man Vian had to shield her eyes. Landing that blow, Lam Uyen couldn't help but reflect on his past life. It was honestly hard to believe. In his previous life, he was a total pushover who got bullied daily, yet here he was, risking his very life to protect his friends. Vian Moi, the rest is up to you. Having successfully taken one opponent off the board, Lam Uyen immediately. Lin Yuan, completely exhausted, collapsed to his knees. Seeing his chance, the soldier wolf growled and lunged back in for the attack. Determined not to let Lin Yuan get hurt, Man Vian leaped high into the air, vaulting right over Lin Yuan with a roaring battle cry. She slammed her fist straight onto the soldier wolf's head in a devastating blow, forcing its jaws wide open in pure agony. Chapter 21. The beast was sent flying into the air by Man Vian's massive strike, but it seemed the hit only knocked it back, barely scratching its incredibly tough body. Recovering quickly, it did a mid-air flip and landed gracefully on all fours. Its legs spread wide to reveal its rock-solid muscles, ready to keep fighting. Furious at the duo's coordinated attack, it didn't hesitate for a second, immediately springing forward to launch another assault. With bared teeth and ferocious eyes, it locked onto Man Vian in her giant ape form. It was clearly ticked off by her counterattack and wanted to show her that it was no pushover. The beast's sheer aggression and speed caught Man Vian completely off guard, and before she could react, it bit her right in the leg. The bite was so vicious that Man Vian's blood splattered everywhere, and she winced in agonizing pain. But she wasn't about to let the beast celebrate. Clenching her massive fist, she raised it high, preparing to strike. The beast thought it had the upper hand, but seeing that vein-popping fist aimed dead on at its head made it hesitate. Manhwa powered up and unleashed a devastating punch straight at the beast's face, which was still clinging to her leg like a leech. But unfortunately, the beast saw it coming and quickly dodged the blow. You really can't underestimate the cunning and agility of this beast. And to make things worse, this was no ordinary wolf. In a single bound, it landed smoothly and effortlessly on a nearby tree branch, its piercing gaze burning with enough intensity to incinerate its opponent on the spot. Leaping down from above, it lunged straight at Manhwa, snarling and baring its razor-sharp teeth. Caught in a tight spot, Manhwa didn't even have time to think of a way to defend herself. Its massive, fanged jaws clamped down hard on Manhwa's arm. Pouring all its strength into the bite, it sank its iron teeth deep into Manhwa's thick, tough hide. Having locked its jaws onto her, the soldier wolf yanked Manhwa forward with immense force. This lightning-fast, ferocious assault caught even Manhwa off guard, leaving her with only one thought. So strong. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's stomach let out another loud growl from sheer hunger. Watching from a distance, he crossed his arms, analyzing their opponent, while silently thanking his lucky stars for his narrow escape earlier, and realizing just how terrifying this wolf was, having witnessed its raw power and insane agility throughout the entire battle. Good thing King Kong is tanking for me, or I'd be dead meat by now. This wolf is a nightmare to deal with. Even someone as insanely strong and agile as King Kong is taking a beating. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the alpha wolf's terrifying strength. At that moment, the blade was still buried deep in his left chest. As he kept watching, the brutal tug-of-war between Manhwa and the wolf showed no signs of stopping, with neither side giving an inch. Lin Yuan kept analyzing the beast intently, trying to figure out a viable strategy. He thought, on top of that, it actually adapts its attacks based on its opponent. Against a heavy target like me, it aims straight for vital points. But against a giant ape, it targets the limbs to pin them down. After analyzing the situation, Lin Yuan suddenly realized something. Looking around, the other wolves had already vanished into the forest. Was this alpha stalling for time to let its pack escape? It turned out he noticed the rest of the pack making a quiet retreat, running deep into the woods without once looking back. Just how smart is this wolf? Sure, it looked like it was locked in a bitter struggle with Manhwa, its fangs sunk deep into her arm. But what was it actually planning? With an intellect like that, there was no telling what its next move would be. Determined to end this deadlock, Manhwa threw a punch straight at the wolf's face. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outsmart the beast's sharp instincts. It quickly released her arm and leaped backward, easily dodging the blow. Suddenly, the moment its paws hit the ground, it whipped around to face Lin Yuan standing in the distance and lunged straight at him with pure malice. This sudden 180-degree pivot shocked both Manhwa and Lin Yuan, leaving them in sheer panic as they cursed, "Damn it, it's heading right this way." Seeing those jaws snapping toward him again, Lin Yuan felt incredibly frustrated, wondering, it wasn't trying to run away. It was just baiting the giant ape into letting her guard down so it could target me? The wolf was fast, but Manhwa in her giant ape form was no slouch either. She snatched the aggressive beast by its tail in the blink of an eye. Manhwa growled furiously, reminding the beast, "Your opponent is me." Annoyed at being held back so easily, the wolf snarled and swiped its claws wildly in a desperate attempt to hit Lin Yuan, but luck wasn't on its side. Manhwa had its tail in a death grip. Spinning him around in midair like a helpless rat swung by its tail, Manhwa builds up momentum and flings him straight into the forest. He crashes hard against a tree trunk, the impact so brutal that the forest wolf lands in absolute agony. Flexing her raw power, Manhwa beats her chest repeatedly to intimidate her knocked-out opponent, who lies shivering helplessly at the foot of the tree. This time, the wolf seems completely exhausted, lying flat and panting heavily, yet still growling as if to say he refuses to back down. But this stubborn attitude of his doesn't make Lam Uyin feel as victorious as before. He wonders to himself, what on earth is this guy thinking? Why does he keep stalking me like this? He's covered in wounds, and he's fighting 1 against 2. Plus, his blade is still with me. That's it. The blade. Suddenly, Lam Uyin realizes Bang Qilang's true goal, which explains why the beast keeps attacking him. This makes him certain that this blade is extremely important. It must have some incredible origin, which is why the wolf treats it like a priceless treasure. and why he wants it back so badly. The more Lam Uyan thinks about it, the more suspicious it feels, making him frown in deep thought. Looking at the situation, despite Man Vien's relentless attacks, Bang Chi-lang refuses to submit completely. He thinks to himself, I don't know where this wolf came from, but he seems highly intelligent. Besides, it's going to be extremely difficult for Vien Moi to defeat him once and for all. If that's the case, maybe I can use a human approach to settle this fight. With that in mind, Lam Uyan immediately shouts, Stop fighting! Everyone, stop! Hey, brother, you can understand me, right? I want to negotiate with you. Hearing this, Man Vien pants heavily and protests. Don't stop me, let me beat him. Seeing her like this, Lam Uyan quickly explains, There's no need to fight anymore. This wolf didn't try to steal our territory, nor is he taking our food, right? Man Vien seems to understand. Realizing Lam Uyan has a point, she stops and agrees, that makes sense. Seeing Man Vien understand so easily, Lam Uyan thinks, Vien Moi can understand me because she ate the transformation fruit, but this wolf clearly understands me too. The only logical explanation is that he has interacted with humans before. Could there have been people on this island? Lam Uyan points at the blade and continues, I can tell this blade is very important to you, so I'm planning to return it. We only crossed paths through this fight. I'll return your blade, and from now on, we'll mind our own business. What do you say? Hearing this, Bang Chi-lang seems to agree to the deal. He stands still and stops attacking, though a hint of suspicion still lingers in his eyes. Lam Uyan waves his hand, calling Man Vien closer. He looks at Bang Chi-lang to build trust and says, Watch closely. I'm pulling the blade out to return it to you now. Vien Moi, help me pull it out. Man Vien is still a bit reluctant, but knowing it makes sense, she grumpily steps up to help. Man Vien grabs the blade, looks at it closely, and gets ready to pull. But the moment she nudges it out slightly, blood spurts everywhere. Lam Uyan screams in agonizing pain, Ow, that hurts. Blood is spurting everywhere. Vien Moi, are you trying to bleed me to death? Panicked, Man Vien lets go immediately. Seeing this, Bang Chi-lang lets out a loud, echoing howl. Fearing something bad is about to happen, both Man Vien and Lam Uyan look at Bang Chi-lang in alarm. They watch as he uses his paw to scratch the soil, scooping it up with his tongue to pack it onto his leg wound. Man Vien and Lam Uyan are completely stunned, watching his every move with rapt attention. Lam Uyan immediately understands Bang Chi-lang's intention and turns to Man Vien. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Using clean, dry soil that's free of dirt and plants can help stop the bleeding. However, Man Vien just stares blankly at Lam Uyan. She doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. It goes in one ear and out the other, like water off a duck's back. This only makes Lam Uyan even more confident in his deduction. He thinks with absolute certainty, I knew it. This wolf has definitely lived around humans before. Lam Uyan grabs a handful of soil, hands it to Man Vien, and says, Vien Moi, you grab some soil too. Man Vien takes the soil, looking completely lost. Following Lam Uyan's instructions, Man Vien pulls the blade out with all her might and packs the soil onto his wound. Still worried, Lam Uyan ignores his pain and urges Man Vien to press the soil firmly onto the wound, packing it tight. Don't move. Now that the blade is out, Lam Uyan, shivering as he holds back the pain, says to Bang Chi-lang, Here's your blade. I trust you'll keep your end of the bargain. With those words, Man Vien throws the blade, driving it into the ground right next to Bang Chi-lang to return it to him. Bang Chi-lang walks over, takes the blade in his mouth, and turns to walk away, keeping his promise to stop fighting. They thought the spirit bird had flown far away, but she was actually watching everything from a hidden corner, saying with smug satisfaction, Since I couldn't harvest the soul of that ancient ape, I'll just take your soul instead. Chapter 22. The battle between Bang Chi-lang, Man Vien, Lam Uyan, and the spirit bird has finally come to an end, and the entire forest has fallen silent once again. By now, Lin Yuan was completely exhausted and covered in wounds, collapsing onto the ground and panting heavily. Seeing this, the ape girl asked him with concern, Are you okay? Lin Yuan's stomach let out a loud rumble. Struggling to find his voice, he replied, How could I be okay? Just look at my stomach. Not knowing what else to do, the ape girl put on a serious face and scooped up a handful of dirt, asking, Should I slap some of this mud on your stomach then? But that handful of dirt she scooped up was absolutely crawling with earthworms, a writhing mass of huge, slimy bugs. Lin Yuan shivered in disgust, almost throwing up right then and there. He thought to himself, Wait, that dirt she plastered on my back earlier, Please tell me it was not like this. Lin Yuan immediately rejected the offer, waving his hands frantically. No, 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 I meant I am starving. I need to find some food to recharge my energy first. Hearing that, the ape girl dropped the dirt and quickly dashed off, saying, Okay, wait here, I will go find us some food. Watching her run off, Lin Yuan finally let out a massive sigh of relief. A short while later, the ape girl came back with a pile of those spiny jackals from earlier, along with several other beasts. She even gathered a pile of firewood for Lin Yuan to start a fire. Holding a jackal in one hand and a wooden skewer in the other, the ape girl thought to herself that meat skewers taste best when you thread them while they are still alive. Before the jackal was even dead, she drove the skewer right through it, making the poor beast scream out in excruciating pain. Lin Yuan watched in utter horror, quickly covering his eyes because the sight before him was just too brutal. He immediately cursed under his breath, Holy crap, that is brutal. The poor guy is not even dead, and you already skewered him right in the butt. Watching her try to roast the meat made Lin Yuan incredibly anxious. Despite being in pain, Lin Yuan still craned his neck to shout, You just put it over the fire. Do not forget to flip it over. Roast both sides evenly. But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw one of the skewers getting charred and yelled, Hey, hey, that one is already cooked on this side. Quick, flip it over before it burns. Thinking it was fully cooked, the ape girl immediately reached her bare hand in to grab it, laughing proudly, Haha, time to eat. Seeing her grab it with her bare hands made Lin Yuan panic even more. He raised his hand to smack her on the head, but he decided to play nice and just yelled, You idiot, who grabs a hot skewer directly from an open fire with their bare hands? The flames immediately caught her hand, and since she had so much hair on her arms, the fire flared up even more. The ape girl frantically patted her hand to put out the flames, screaming, Ah, I am on fire. Lin Yuan could only shake his head in exasperation and sigh. Well, who told you to put your hand right in the fire? Who else was it going to burn? After all that trouble to finally get one skewer cooked, it ended up dropping right onto the dirt. Realizing how hopeless she was at following directions or getting anything right, he thought to himself, Teaching this dummy is way more exhausting than just doing it myself. When they finally had some meat to eat, Lin Yuan took just one bite and made a face, complaining, This is charred, bitter, and completely covered in dirt. If it were not for the evolution points, there is no way in hell I would eat this. Still, Lin Yuan forced himself to swallow it down, piece by piece. For every bite he swallowed, the system notifications kept rolling in. Ding! You have successfully devoured a spined jackal, plus 300 evolution points. Meanwhile, the ape girl did not care about the bitterness or the char at all, happily stuffing her face and munching away noisily. Lin Yuan watched her, and thinking of the terrible taste of the meat in his own stomach, he felt even more nauseous, thinking, Eating like a beast, even with food like this. She is on a whole different level of gluttony. Suddenly, his system chimed again. Ding! Warning. Severe injuries detected on host. Automatically consuming evolution points to heal wounds. Instantly, the wound in his chest, where the ice-winged wolf's blade had impaled him earlier, began to knit itself back together. Lin Yuan looked down at his chest and smiled proudly. Ha ha. This devouring skill of mine is absolutely incredible. The wound from just a moment ago is already closing up. He then recalled the sight of tens of thousands of flying dinosaurs being wiped out by his bursting breath, and the vast forests he had swept through, leaving absolutely no creature alive, and those rotten reptiles, every single one of them defeated at his feet. He could not help but sigh. I originally thought that since I reincarnated as a giant monster, and even unlocked the bursting breath, I could become like Godzilla, opening my mouth to easily obliterate everything and become completely invincible. Who would have thought that just running into a beast like that zombie bird, the ice-winged wolf, would get me beaten this badly? According to what Yuan Mei said, back then, her parents teamed up with many powerful beast experts to take down the decayed reptile king, but they still could not win. I did not expect the power gap to be this huge. It looks like I will have to keep playing dumb and lay low to grow stronger. I just need to eat as much as I can every day to farm evolution points. After Yuan Mei ate the life fruit, her strength increased quite a bit. If the system gives me any good items in the future, maybe I can share some with her. After all, having an ally means an extra layer of safety. As Lin Yuan ate and thought, the system notifications kept rolling in, adding another 300 evolution points for successfully devouring the spined jackal. Speaking of allies, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, Oh, right! He turned to the ape girl and asked, Yuan Mei, that giant bird that was fighting you earlier, the one I hit with my bursting breath, where did it fly off to? That thing? It got blown over that way, Yuan Mei replied, pointing in that direction. Hearing this, Lin Yuan let out a joyful shout. Excitedly running over to check, since there hasn't been any movement for so long, he figured it must be dead. Perfect. Now we can have some delicious roast bird. We might have missed out on eating the Bingji Luan, but there is no way we are letting this bird slide. I wonder how many evolution points a single bite will give me. Could I even unlock a new skill? But when he reached the spot where the Ling Niao was blasted earlier, the place was completely empty. Lin Yuan and Man Yuan were completely dumbfounded by the sight. Lin Yuan immediately started yelling, Wait, why is there nothing here? Even if it survived, something that massive couldn't have run away without us noticing. Still stuffed with food, Man Yuan munched and mumbled her reply. It was already gone when I went to look for food earlier. Suddenly, Ben Kun made his appearance. Looking around, Lin Yuan asked in surprise, Oh, Xiao Kun, why are you out? Sensing something, Xiao Kun turned to Lin Yuan and said, I detect energy fluctuations from a human-shaped beast here. What? Lin Yuan gasped in shock. Are you saying that monster bird transformed into a human? If it took human form to escape, it really wouldn't be noticed. But to transform, it would have needed to eat the transformation fruit you gave me. Lin Yuan suspected Ben Kun of selling him out. Hearing this, Ben Kun immediately understood Lin Yuan's accusation and threw a tantrum. This has nothing to do with Ben Kun. My loyalty is absolute. How could I ever betray you for that ugly bird? Unconvinced, Lin Yuan scowled and scoffed. Loyalty? More like your loyalty is to getting your host killed. But Ben Kun completely ignored him, whistling as he quickly changed the subject back to the transformed Ling Niao. Ben Kun proposed his theory. But compared to that monster bird transforming into a human, Ben Kun thinks there's an even higher probability. Do you remember what happened after your first fight with it? It extracted a crystal from the winged dinosaur's corpse, transformed into a man, and swallowed it to heal its wounds. Yeah, I remember, but so what? Lin Yuan asked, completely clueless. Ben Kun had to explain further. I told you before, the transformation fruit can compress a beast's life essence into a crystal, which means that monster bird eating the crystal to heal works on the exact same principle as you devouring beast flesh to recover. Finally understanding Ben Kun's point, Lin Yuan let out a loud, shocked, Huh? Meanwhile, Man Yuan was watching from the side, and since she couldn't see Ben Kun at all, she thought, did Brother Dragon get knocked stupid by the Bingji Luan? Why is he talking to himself? Oblivious to this, Lin Yuan continued talking to Ben Kun. If that monster bird can heal this way, then it can probably level up using the same method too. Ben Kun wasn't entirely sure either, so he told Lin Yuan that for now, it couldn't be confirmed yet. You could find an opportunity to kill it, and then let me analyze it. That might give us the answer. Hearing this, Lin Yuan gasped in disbelief, pointing at himself as he clicked his tongue. That monster bird? I used burst breath 2 times and still couldn't kill it. If we fight again, I'm not even sure who would end up dead. Ben Kun put on a researcher's look and reassured Lin Yuan. Actually, you don't need the whole thing. Just a small piece of it will do, and I can dissect it to get a conclusion. But Lin Yuan instantly rejected the idea. We mind our own business. If you want to find it, go do it yourself. I'm busy, and I've already made up my mind. I'm going back to my territory, chilling out while waiting to level up. I won't show my face to the world until I'm absolutely invincible. With that, he turned and called out to Man Yuan, Sister Yuan, come back to my place with me. After all, you've eaten your own territory clean, so there's nothing left for you there, right? He waved his hand, inviting Man Yuan to join him. But Man Yuan asked hesitantly, Is there really a lot of food in your territory? Of course there is, Lin Yuan confidently declared without missing a single beat, smugly thinking to himself, Hey, I can't wait to see the looks on those beasts' faces. They were so happy to see me leave, but now I'm bringing back a massive glutton. Man Yuan agreed to follow Lin Yuan back to his territory. At Lin Yuan's cave dwelling, 1 week had passed since that brutal battle. Lin Yuan was living a highly relaxed life, sleeping in until he naturally woke up. Standing at the entrance of his cave, he stretched his arms and let out a massive yawn. Whoa. Man Yuan and Xiao Kuzi had already prepared the meal. Man Yuan had skewered so much meat that her hands were literally cramping up. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Yuan was highly pleased and immediately praised her. Oh, as expected of my sister Yuan. You woke up so early to gather all these wild vegetables. And good job, Xiaokuzi, you're stacking the firewood neater and neater. Right after his praise, like a nagging patriarch, Lin Yuan couldn't help but complain to Manhwa once more. How many times have I told you? Don't catch these poisonous insects anymore. Even though eating a few venomous bugs won't hurt our beastly bodies, these things taste absolutely terrible. Incredibly obedient, Manhwa's face turned serious as she pulled out a notebook and pen to write down every single word. After blowing on the fire to get it going, Lin Yuan yelled, "Let's begin," and immediately laid back down to enjoy his comfortable life, waiting for Manhwa to finish grilling the meat so he could eat. Truly a case of giving someone an inch and they take a yard. He still wasn't fully satisfied with his current level of luxury. Lin Yuan thought to himself, should I teach her how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together? That way, I won't have to do a single thing. I can just open my mouth and devour every day. No more moving a muscle. Just lying here and checking in makes me stronger. Life is absolutely beautiful. With that thought, Lin Yuan claps his hands and summons the system. System, check me in right now. The system screen pops up, showing the check-in location. Pride Forest on Abyss Island. Sign-in reward unlocked. A-grade skill. The Kui Dragon War Roar. Kui Dragon War Roar. Your roar fires up your allies' spirits while instantly stunning enemies and slowing their movements. As the saying goes, beasts may rise across the land, but on Abyss Island, I stand at the top. Hearing this, Lin Yuan clenches his fists with tears of absolute joy in his eyes. Oh yeah, 20 days of checking in and I finally got it. Mama, I finally made it. Instantly, Truck-kun pops up, shooting off fireworks and cheering wildly in celebration. Congratulations, host, on checking in for 1 consecutive month in the waters of Abyss Island. You have unlocked a rookie support mega gift pack. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide, and he screams with excitement. A mega gift pack? Is it even more broken than that A-grade skill I just got? Kun covers his mouth and giggles. Hahaha. Do you really think a mega gift pack handcrafted by yours truly would just contain some cheap skills or trash items? Since you've checked in for a full month straight, I have specially unlocked the system shop just for you. The shop offers everything you need to aid your wild adventures, and on top of that, here is a free bonus of 300,000 evolution points. Hearing that, Lin Yuan is so thrilled that his eyes sparkle like diamonds, and he actually starts drooling. Oh man, a shop and free evolution points? Once you graduate from the newbie phase, it is time to shop till you drop. Little Kun, you actually have a heart after all. Quick, open up the shop and let me see what kind of treasures we're dealing with. Chapter 23. By now, it is already high noon. The scorching sun blazes directly into the cave, much hotter than usual. But Lin Yuan is so absorbed in the shop that he doesn't feel the heat at all. Craning his neck to browse the items, he can't help but nitpick. Ugh, what a cheap-looking interface. The shop interface hovers right in front of him. Hehe, let's see what goodies we have. First is the Thunder Tribulation Fruit, second is the Tai Chi Reincarnation Eye, and third is the Mecha Titan. The Thunder Tribulation Fruit comes straight from the Pirate King world. Just imagining himself wielding powers like a pirate emperor, Lin Yuan can't stop drooling. Wow, this lets me turn my entire body into pure lightning. Not only can I discharge high-voltage electricity, but I can also move at light speed. This is the perfect fix for Godzilla's massive, slow body. Next is the Tai Chi Reincarnation Eye from the Naruto world, which gets Lin Yuan even more hyped up. This one is insane. It doesn't just let me see through everything, it can literally pinpoint my enemy's weak spots, assuming they aren't completely out of my league, that is. Finally, the system showcases the Mecha Titan, originating from the Titan world. Lin Yuan is now practically vibrating with excitement, just imagining himself transforming into a giant Titan and unleashing a bursting breath to incinerate the entire world gets him pumped. Isn't this basically a titanium Godzilla? Giant mechas are every man's ultimate dream. Lin Yuan immediately starts planning his shopping spree. With goodies like these, watch me drop my 300,000 evolution points and take you all home. Wait, let me check the price. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The Thunder Tribulation Fruit costs 500 million evolution points. The Tai Chi Reincarnation Eye costs 200 million evolution points. And the Mecha Titan is a whopping 100 million evolution points. Looking closer, Lin Yuan completely loses it and screams, "Are you kidding me? Millions of evolution points? Little Kun, are you trying to rob me?" Little Kun calmly looks back at Lin Yuan and replies, "Hey, these are very reasonable prices. These are imports from parallel universes, okay? The shipping costs alone are astronomical. If you think they're too expensive, you can swipe the cursor to the right. Local products from this universe are much cheaper. Lin Yuan begrudgingly swipes the screen, muttering in awe. Wow, I can actually swipe? This is some serious high-tech stuff. Kun puts his hands on his hips proudly. Well, obviously, yours truly is a state-of-the-art masterpiece. Lin Yuan scrolls through the options, finding a wide variety of items to choose from. A titanium alloy skeleton costs 50 million evolution points, the 5 consecutive lightning whip is 20 million points, and a charged cannon is 10 million points. Honestly, they have everything under the sun at all kinds of prices, but what truly leaves Lin Yuan speechless isn't any of these items. Lin Yuan scratches his head in confusion. Wait, shouldn't the local items of this world be dirt cheap? Why are they still astronomical? He swipes and swipes, but still can't find anything within his budget. His hand keeps scrolling blindly without even looking at the items anymore. Though his finger keeps swiping, his spirit is completely crushed. With not even 1% of excitement left on his face, he grumbles, I've been scrolling forever, and there is literally nothing under 1 million points. You guys are totally making fun of my empty pockets. What makes you so special anyway? We Godzillas have infinite lifespans. Once I slowly hoard enough evolution points, I'll buy out this entire store sooner or later. Besides, by the time I can afford them, I'll probably be a 100-meter-tall behemoth. I wouldn't even want this junk if it were free. Lin Yuan lets out a majestic roar and yells, Close the shop. Seeing Lin Yuan storming off in a huff, Kun quickly spreads his arms to stop him, trying to calm him down. Whoa, don't leave just yet. Actually, you can use the filter function to show only products priced below 1 million. Lin Yuan glares at him, utterly exasperated. You have a filter? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Let me see. After a few minutes of desperate searching, a result finally pops up. Tears of joy stream down Lin Yuan's face as he cries out, Oh my god, it actually worked. I found something under 1 million. And the grand prize that Lin Yuan spent all his patience searching for? A single bottle of barbecue seasoning, priced at exactly 1,000 points. With some fresh evolution points in hand, Lam Uyen happily selected the Homeless Beast seasoning. Right after his choice, the system immediately sent out a notification and delivered the item to Lam Uyen. The host spent 1,000 evolution points to get his hands on this special barbecue seasoning. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the specialty barbecue seasoning. Just a gentle tilt and a little sprinkle is all it takes to bring out the ultimate flavor of the human world. With that, yours truly began printing the product, but honestly, it did not look right at all. The product did not just drop from the shopping menu, it literally came right out of my own mouth. To make matters worse, there was some mysterious fluid, which nobody in their right mind would want to identify, dripping all over the spice jar as it plopped out of my mouth. Seriously, even knowing it was just this world's 3D printing technology, it was still pretty hard to stomach. Honestly, nobody would ever want to get used to this. And of course, Lam Uyen was no exception. He shrieked in horror, Oh my god, that is absolutely disgusting. Can you make it a bit cleaner? Lam Uyen was definitely covered in goosebumps right about now. But since he already bought it, he could not just let it go to waste. Lam Uyen carefully pinched the jar with his fingertips, gritted his teeth, and lightly sprinkled it over the roasted jackal. But then, something amazing happened. The seasoning actually worked. The second it hit the meat, the spices reacted with the fire and the sizzling fat dripping from the jackal. The dish instantly transformed, releasing an incredibly mouth-watering aroma. Lam Uyen immediately forgot his disgust, his face lighting up with pure satisfaction as he praised, Now this is the flavor. If only I could trade for a few ice-cold Cokes. Barbecue and Coke would be the ultimate combination. Right now, Manveen and Tuquatu could barely hold back their drool. Their eyes sparkled as they stared intensely at the food. Just the sight of this alone had them drooling like crazy, no cold Coke even needed. The three of them happily dug into the roast meat. The other two devoured it like starving beasts, looking like they had not eaten in their entire lives. And honestly, you could not blame them, especially since Manveen had just barely escaped the jaws of death. Plus, she had to jump straight into a fierce battle right after. Consider this a well-deserved reward for all her hard work. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen was not just idling around. He enjoyed his meal while mapping out his next moves. As for the system shop, he decided to put it on hold for now, since he could not afford anything useful anyway. Truck-kun, show me the map. I popped up with a map hovering behind me and gave Lam Uyen a quick rundown of how it worked. The system map is actually a complete layout of the entire Ki Ayan Island, which I put together through extensive scientific research and cross-referencing. But because Kai Yuyan Island is massive and has highly complex terrain, I can only display the detailed landscape of areas where you have physically checked in. Lam Uyen studied the map while listening to Tu Konkon's explanation, nodding repeatedly to show he understood. So it is like a fog of war, and checking in lights up the map. Yeah, I get it. But this island is freaking huge. At my running speed of 20 kilometers an hour, it would take me a whole month just to light up one small section. Lam Uyen reached out to interact with the map, pinching his fingers to zoom in. Oh, I can zoom in to get a closer look. As he spoke, Lam Uyen suddenly noticed something off on the map. He zoomed in even further, muttering in confusion. Wait a second. What is this area covered in gray fog to the west? The closer he looked, the more discoveries he made. It looked pretty creepy. Upon closer inspection, even Vian Moi's and the monstrous bird's territories had some of these gray patches. Seeing Lam Uyen's curiosity, I explained, those are gray dead zones, places where the rotting reptiles have passed through. You must have seen them before, right? The sky above a gray dead zone is always gloomy, the land is barren, and all plants and animals are completely wiped out. Everything is just reduced to a lifeless gray. Lam Uyen frowned in realization. So you are saying those damn reptiles are constantly expanding their territory? Both Lam Uyen and I fell silent, deeply contemplating the threat of these reptiles. We could both feel the looming danger. Damn it, we have to stop them fast. We will use this map to hunt down every last one of those reptiles. Hearing his words, I instantly backed him up, striking a battle pose to pump him up. Let's go, young man. Use your mouth to devour those reptiles, and use your feet to light up the entire map of Kai Yuyan Island. Lam Yuyan gave me a sly look as I enthusiastically cheered him on. Is there a reward for this? I grinned mischievously and replied, light up the map, and you will become the king of Kai Yuyan Island. Lam Uyen scoffed, turning back to his food while scanning the map. Humph, becoming the king of Kai Yuyan Island? I could not care less about that. Lam Uyen looked at Man Vian, happily munching away, and thought to himself, what I really want is to defeat the rotting reptile king and avenge Vian Moi's parents, protecting Ki Yuyan and restoring its beautiful scenery. Mid-thought, he paused and watched Man Vian happily chewing her food. Looking at her innocent face, he reached out and gently patted her head with affection. As for becoming the king of this island, I will let Vian Moi have that title later, Lam Uyen silently resolved. Man Vian happily closed her eyes, enjoying his sweet gesture. Then, Lam Uyen suddenly got incredibly pumped up, so much so that sparks of electricity literally burst from his body as he yelled, after all, becoming the king of beasts is my true dream. His sudden burst of excitement gave Man Vian quite a scare. Having absolutely no clue what is going on, Man Vian naively picks up the half-grilled beast and turns to Lam Uyen with a blank stare. Is the king of Abyss Island, or the king of monsters, tastier than barbecue? Her question completely floors Lam Uyen. He cannot believe his ears and almost chokes on his own spit. This silly girl really lives a simple life. The king of Abyss Island and the king of monsters are titles for the peak of humanity. How on earth are they going to fill your stomach? With that in mind, Lam Uyen throws his arm around Vian Moi's shoulder, pulling her back to grill the meat to distract her from her silly question. It is nothing. It is nothing. Come on, let us keep eating. Just as she is holding the piece of meat, a green liquid suddenly drips out of nowhere, landing right on her food. But instead of wondering where it came from or what it is, the food-obsessed, airheaded Man Vian just asks innocently, what is this? Did you add a new seasoning, lamb? She even brings it up to her nose to sniff it. But looking at that thick, dark green sludge oozing all over the meat, you can already tell something seriously nasty is about to happen. And we do not have to wait long. The moment she takes a whiff, Man Vian recoils in absolute horror, gagging, ew, it smells awful. This is poop. She quickly shoves the disgusting thing away, terrified that another sniff would knock her out cold. High up in the air, the culprit behind that disgusting green mess gloats. How does my poop taste? Already pissed that her delicious meal was ruined. Finding out she was pranked makes Vian Moi go absolutely ballistic. She glares up furiously at the flying pests gloating above, gritting her teeth in pure rage. Man Vian chucks the poop-covered skewer away, furiously builds up speed, and leaps high into the air, aiming straight for the green swarm circling above. They are caught off guard by Man Vian's sudden assault, but they quickly react, easily dodging her grasp. After all, the sky is their home turf. Having missed her target, Manhwa flails her arms and legs wildly in midair, desperately trying to grab them. But there is nothing she can do when they can fly freely while she cannot. So no matter how cool her initial attack looked, she has just become a laughingstock to these flying pests. They hover just out of her reach, laughing so hard they are practically in tears. The giant Manhwa plummets in freefall, helplessly watching her enemies mock her, completely powerless in an environment where she has zero advantage. Lam Uyen panics as he watches Vienmoy fall, but his panic turns to utter shock when he sees her landing, sticking her butt in the air and trying to pry up a massive boulder next to her. He calls out to Vienmoy, "Hey, you little dummy, you are not actually planning on throwing that rock at them, are you? I usually use that boulder as a footrest. Are you trying to wreck our home on purpose like Kneecap did?" But when he sees her failing to lift the heavy stone and face-planting with a loud thud, he cannot help but burst into laughter. Seizing the moment, Lam Uyen strikes a cool pose, clears his throat, and says confidently, "This is the perfect chance for me to test out my brand new skill." With that, Lam Uyen roars toward the sky, unleashing powerful shockwaves of electrical sound. The moment the electricity hits those flying dinosaurs, their free trial of life is officially over. They are zapped and twitch violently. Seeing the sheer power of his Kuai-Long battle roar, Lam Uyen is extremely pleased with himself. This suppression skill is actually pretty effective. While the flying dinosaurs are still paralyzed and completely defenseless, Lam Uyen immediately fires his atomic breath at them. The entire flock explodes in midair, looking like a mini Big Bang right above the skies of Abyss Island. The flying dinosaurs are wiped out just like that, raining down like a shower of meteors. Lam Uyen turns back to look at Manhwa, who is still struggling with the rock, and sighs, "Vienmoy, you are the woman I chose to become the king of Abyss Island. If you cannot even handle a few winged lizards, how is that going to work? It looks like, even though I can get stronger just by eating, I still need to set up some training programs to boost your strength, Vienmoy." Lam Uyen speaks to Manhwa in a stern voice. "Vienmoy, starting tomorrow, we are putting you through training. I am going to train you to become a queen among kings." The clueless, airheaded Manhwa just bites her finger, completely lost, and asks another dumb question, "What is training? Is it tastier than barbecue?" Seeing Manhwa act like this, anyone would lose their mind, especially Lam Uyen, who has such high expectations for her. Chapter 24. To properly prepare for the very first session at the Monster Special Training Camp Phase 1, a training plan is absolutely necessary. Lam Uyen tries to recall his physical education grades from last semester. Let us see, what kind of exercises do they usually test us on in PE? Even though his PE grades back then were downright terrible, Lam Uyen has to force himself to remember, no matter what. Lam Uyen furrows his brow, thinking hard. Let us see, I remember pull-ups, running 1,000 meters. What else was there? Lam Uyen temporarily carves his notes onto a stone. First, strength training, 1,000 pull-ups. Second, endurance training, running 100,000 meters. And third, combat. Seeing that this looks decent enough, Lam Uyen thinks to himself, that should do for now. Let us start with these three things first, and let us call them the 3 monster trials. After writing everything down, Lam Uyen looks over at Manhwa, pointing a stick at the stone like a real teacher, and says, "Vienmoy, starting today, I will put you through the 3 monster trials to boost your power and help you become the king of Abyss Island." Still stuffing her face, Manhwa has absolutely no idea what Lam Uyen is talking about. She tilts her head and asks, "What is boosting power? Does raw power taste better than barbecue?" Lam Uyen knew things were going south, so he had to set things straight immediately. To him, boosting your power meant you could punch monstrous birds, kick giant wolves, and wield a massive blade. But Manhwa couldn't care less about any of that. Her only goal in life was to eat, and preferably, eat while lying down to truly enjoy her lazy existence. She flat out rejected him. "Not interested. They wouldn't dare steal my skewers anyway, so why on earth should I fight them?" Hearing this, Lam Uyen was completely dumbfounded. But he had already anticipated this and quickly came up with a backup plan. He knew he couldn't deal with this absolute airhead using normal methods. He had bought this special jar of seasoning specifically for this exact moment. Back in the day, he was an award-winning poop scooper, after all. He was reminiscing about how he used to train Erlang, the neighbor's husky. Whipping out his secret weapon, Lam Uyen happily called out to Manhwa, "Listen up, little sis, just follow my lead. Every time you complete a task, I'll reward you with a meat skewer so mind-blowingly delicious, it'll rock the entire universe, completely drenched in this ultimate barbecue seasoning. Just the mention of grilled meat skewers made Man Vian's eyes light up with pure excitement. Drooling heavily as she stared at Lam Yuyan's hand, she thumped her chest loudly and instantly agreed, screaming, "I want the special training. Give me the absolute best kind." Lam Yuyan looked at her, completely speechless, and could only let out a heavy sigh. Man, the world of gluttons is really that simple, huh? And just like that, the grueling training days began, looking exactly like a familiar gym class right out of Chapter 1. But our boy Lam Yuyan was no longer the weakling he used to be. Lam Yuyan set up some wooden beams to act as a pull-up bar for their first training challenge. Pointing at it, he told Man Vian, "First step of our training, 1,000 pull-ups to build raw power. The movement is super simple. Just jump up, grab that wooden bar, and pull your body up. Watch closely, because I'm going to demonstrate for you right now." Lam Yuyan bent his knees to build momentum, then leaped into the air to grab the pull-up bar. But then came an incredibly embarrassing moment. He completely forgot how ridiculously short his arms were. No matter how much he stretched, he couldn't reach the bar. Yet, he still kept his confident attitude, shouting, "Up we go." But a little setback like this won't stop me. Desperate to save face, Lam Yuyan clamped his teeth tightly onto the wooden bar, looking exactly like a chicken hung by its neck waiting to be boiled, mumbling muffled nonsense to Man Vian. "Deathivide the Therothene, hang up thigh down, rub the 8 thuths." Man Vian just scratched her head in absolute confusion. Suddenly, Lam Yuyan realized Man Vian was gone. Mumbling through his teeth, he wondered, "Where ith, little vith?" Looking up, he saw that Man Vian had already effortlessly hopped onto the top of the bar. She was reaching her hand down to pull him up, cheerfully laughing. "Isn't this just like climbing trees? What's so hard about it? Here, let me help you." At this point, Lam Yuyan wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. Letting go of the bar, Lam Yuyan admitted defeat. All right, my bad. I shouldn't have tried to teach a master how to play. You're the absolute queen of the pull-up bar. But hey, having crazy arm strength is nothing to brag about. Real combat is all about endurance. That's why we're moving on to our second special training challenge right now. And with that, Lam Yuyan and Man Vian immediately moved on to the second challenge. Spare a thought for the poor crocodile minding its own business in the water. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow loomed over it. Before it could even react, Man Vian stomped right on its head. This was the ultimate endurance test, a 100,000-meter run. Man Vian bolted forward, howling and jumping around like a hyperactive monkey. She leaped across the crocodile lake, leaving the poor gators shivering in absolute terror. The moment Man Vian dashed past, the crocodiles didn't even have time to catch their breath before an earth-shattering rumble came charging right at them. It was Lam Yuyan, panting heavily as he burst out of the forest. Wherever he ran, tigers, dinosaurs, crocodiles, and buffaloes scattered in pure panic. He was just too massive, and his stomping was incredibly heavy and terrifying. With one single step, Lam Yuyan crashed into the lake, sending water splashing everywhere. Not a single crocodile could escape his path. Even so, Lam Yuyan still couldn't turn the tables. Since his school days, Lam Yuyan had never beaten a girl in gym class. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I've literally turned into a giant monster, so how the heck am I still losing to a girl in a race? Meanwhile, Man Vian's mind was completely focused on the special seasoning and the 2 meat skewers waiting for her. After finishing her laps, she even turned around and teasingly waved to Lam Yuyan. As Lam Yuyan and Man Vian dashed off, they left behind a trail of battered tigers, wild buffaloes, and crocodiles covered in bumps and bruises. They were practically crying tears of frustration, ready to start a protest right then and there to demand justice. Their imaginary protest signs read, "No speeding on pedestrian paths," and "No running over the locals." Of course, Lam Yuyan and Man Vian couldn't care less. Back at Lam Yuyan's cave, the sound of intense fighting echoed through the walls. Inside, Lam Yuyan was launching a relentless barrage of attacks at Man Vian, shouting as he struck, "Listen closely. Raw power and endurance are just the basics. What truly decides a battle is combat technique and experience. Take this, Dragon Tail Whip." This was the third phase of their training, actual sparring. No sooner had he spoken than Lam Yuyan whipped his tail around. Man Vian couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. After taking that heavy hit, Man Vian lay completely motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Lam Uyan grew worried and rushed over to check on her. "Hey, little sis, are you all right? I might have gone a bit too hard on that one. I didn't actually knock you out, did I?" Before he could finish his sentence, Man Vian landed a brutal punch right to his face, leaving him with a massive black eye. Rubbing his face, he cursed. "Damn it! Did you learn that from the crocodiles? You actually played dead to pull off a sneak attack? Don't you know you never hit a dragon in the face?" Enraged, Lam Uyan immediately unleashed his signature attack. "Take this, explosive breath," he roared, blasting a torrent of flames right at Man Vian. Luckily, Man Vian reacted in time, ducking in pure panic, narrowly avoiding getting burnt to a crisp. This explosive breath is absolutely devastating. With just one blast, the radius completely engulfs Lin Yuan's entire territory. All the nearby wildlife crocodiles, tigers, and leopards are scattered in absolute chaos. Honestly, it's enough to give any creature a heart attack. Kun here has to object again. Seriously, are you two part of a demolition crew or what? Seeing the mess, Kun scowls and says, "This place used to have beautiful scenery and thriving wildlife. Now, it's about to look like a wasteland ruined by those rotting reptiles. If you keep training like this, we won't even need those rotting reptiles around. You two alone will turn this entire island into a wasteland." After thinking it over, Lin Yuan realizes he's right. "Yeah, you have a point. I might have gone a little too far with this. If I scare off all my food, I won't have anything left to devour. But to fight those rotting reptiles, intense training is absolutely necessary. Is there any better way?" Kun shakes his head. "Look at yourselves. You two are absolutely massive. Just taking one step makes the entire ground shake, and you still want to do this kind of high-intensity training?" Suddenly, an idea strikes Lin Yuan. "Massive. That's it. If we just stop being this huge, then everything will be fine. Little Kun, if we train in our human forms, will it still boost our strength when we're in beast form?" Kun calmly replies, "In theory, yes. Training in human form can expand the capacity of the energy crystal inside your body. Once the crystal's capacity increases, the energy stored inside it will naturally shoot up as well. Then, when you transform back into a beast, shattering the crystal will unleash a much greater amount of life energy." Hearing this, Lin Yuan is absolutely thrilled. "Perfect. Yuanmei and I will transform into humans for some brutal, hellish training. But Little Kun, how do we actually turn into humans?" While Lin Yuan is busy brainstorming their training plan, the barbarian ape just watches from a distance. Since she can't see Kun, she has absolutely no idea what's going on, and thinks Lin Yuan has lost his mind and is talking to himself. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Kun has the answer ready. "I assume you've read cultivation novels, right? To turn from a human into a beast, you use your mind to shatter the crystal, letting the stored energy flood your limbs. It's just like shattering the golden core to form a nascent soul in those cultivation novels. And to transform from a beast back into a human, you use your mind to gather all your power into your dantian and condense it back into a crystal, just like forming a golden core. It sounds simple, but actually doing it is a whole different story." Lin Yuan immediately fires back. "First, it's shattering a core to become a beast, and now it's forming a core to become human. And you're still trying to tell me this isn't a cultivation story? Yuanmei, come over here. To stop destroying our home, I've decided we should transform into humans to continue our training." After finishing his discussion with Kun, Lin Yuan looks at the barbarian ape and starts giving her instructions. "Do exactly as I do. First, sit cross-legged. Next, focus your mind, look inward, and visualize your energy gathering in your dantian." Immediately, Lin Yuan feels a strange sensation in his body. He thinks to himself, "Oh, I'm actually feeling something." Lin Yuan's eyes fly open in anticipation, but it turns out to be the sudden urge to pee. Annoyed and totally deflated, he curses under his breath. "Damn it, I was trying to gather qi in my dantian, so why the hell did it turn into urine?" Lin Yuan dashes off to relieve himself immediately, knowing if he waits any longer, he'll have an accident right then and there. Once he's done, Lin Yuan sighs in relief, feeling much better. He looks around and calls out for the barbarian ape. "Hey, where'd Yuanmei go? Did she end up needing a bathroom break too?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan hears a voice nearby. It's the barbarian ape. She has already transformed into her human form and is jumping up and down, waving at him. "Over here, I'm over here." Lin Yuan is completely stunned, staring with his mouth wide open. "No way. You actually turned into a human already? Even with a 25-year head start as a human, Lin Yuan shivers, feeling like a total failure. Is he really going to get shown up by a girl, even after turning into a giant monster? Refusing to lose to the barbarian ape, Lin Yuan immediately sits back down and focuses his mind, drawing all of his energy into his dantian to form a power crystal. Losing to Yuanmei in raw strength, stamina, and combat is one thing, but this theoretical stuff is his specialty. There's no way he's letting her look down on him. While Lin Yuan is deep in meditation, the barbarian ape has already taken a massive nap right next to him, and yet Lin Yuan hasn't changed a bit. By the time the sun starts to set, Lin Yuan is still meditating away. Waking up, the barbarian ape switches from sleeping to eating, stuffing her face with piece after piece of meat, munching away from noon until evening. Eventually, she gets bored and transforms back into her giant ape form to go hunting. She returns with a wolf and calls out to Lin Yuan, who hasn't budged an inch. "It's dinner time, brother dragon. Fire up the grill." Despite her calls, Lin Yuan keeps trying to force the transformation, even though he's starting to feel absolutely exhausted. His face is pale from the strain, yet absolutely nothing is happening. He realizes that with this mounting frustration, it's impossible to focus his mind properly. Frustrated at being outperformed by her, Lin Yuan snaps and yells right in her face, "Oh, so you think you're hot stuff just because you know how to transform? Do you have to keep pacing around in front of me and ruining my focus?" The blast of his voice almost blows the barbarian ape away, leaving her utterly confused as to why she's getting yelled at. Suddenly, a bright light starts glowing inside Lin Yuan's mouth. Wait. What's happening? Lin Yuan himself is caught completely off guard. Seeing this, the barbarian ape cowers in terror and screams, "Brother Dragon, stop! Why are you about to blast me?" Lam Yuyan had no idea what was going on, and he didn't dare say a word to explain. He was terrified that he might actually unleash an explosive breath, so he could only feel frustrated. "I didn't mean to use explosive breath at all. Could it be because the transformation method and explosive breath are so similar, both requiring intense focus and channeling energy into a single point? But I absolutely can't unleash an explosive breath here, or my whole home will be blown to smithereens." Swallow it down. Thinking this, Lam Uyan desperately tried to gulp down the glowing energy in his mouth. His efforts finally paid off. With a loud gulp, that glowing blue ball slid right down into his stomach. Even though it was a massive struggle for Lam Uyan, he let out a huge sigh of relief now that it was safely down. However, his body was already starting to undergo a subtle change. The scales on Lam Uyan's back lit up brilliantly, without him even realizing it, and his entire body began to shrink. Looking down at his hands, Lam Uyan exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what is this? Haha, I swallowed a mouthful of explosive breath and turned into a human without even realizing it. It seems like this explosive breath is a shortcut to getting the energy flowing inside my body." Finally, after a long and grueling struggle, Lam Uyan successfully took on his human form. Although it took a while, Lam Uyan was absolutely thrilled and wanted to test it out immediately. Staring at his human body, he said, "Last time, I was in such a rush to escape that I didn't get a chance to test this body's strength." By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon in a fiery red glow, and darkness was starting to settle in. But Lam Uyan didn't care. Lost in the thrill of his triumph, he shouted, "Whether it's running 100,000 meters or jumping high 1,000 times, this body can handle it with ease." Manhwa kept reminding Lam Yuyan to start a fire because she was starving, but Lam Yuyan didn't pay her words any attention at all, just running in circles around the firewood and shouting at the top of his lungs. Even when midnight rolled around, Lam Yuyan was still doing pull-ups on a bar over and over, completely ignoring the fire. By this time, Manhwa's stomach was growling loudly, and she groaned, "I'm starving to death." Meanwhile, Lam Uyan, driven by a fierce determination to reclaim his pride, was training with everything he had. Yours truly needs to once again redefine what a real 8S man is. An 8S man is someone who can do endless pull-ups. By the next morning, the sun was already starting to rise. Unbelievably, Lam Uyan had been doing pull-ups all night, and he was still counting, 4,001, 4,002. Finally, Lam Uyan let go of the bar and finished his workout, but he was still incredibly smug about his genius idea. Transforming into a human for special training is definitely the way to go. It protects the environment and saves money. Looking around and seeing that Manhwa and Tu had already fallen asleep, Lam Uyan asked, acting as if they were the abnormal ones and not him, "Hey, why are you too fast asleep? Wake up, stop sleeping, and let's get back to training. Tu, go on guard duty. If any monsters get close, let me know immediately." Vien Moi, transform into your human form and let's keep training. Lam Uyen shouted loudly as he jumped around, making a massive racket. Awoken by the noise, Man Vien was still half asleep and couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Even though she had transformed into her human form, she just sat there rubbing her eyes, reluctant to move. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen kept babbling on and on. Now that I'm in human form, yours truly doesn't have to hold back anymore. If you can beat me this time, I'll give you 10 fully seasoned meat skewers. The moment she heard that, Man Vien snapped wide awake, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as Lam Uyen muttered the word seasoning, Man Vien was already locked and loaded. She leaped high into the air, clenched her fists, aimed straight at Lam Uyen, and delivered a massive blow to his head, smashing his face directly into the dirt. Determined to win those meat skewers, Man Vien shouted out, "Those 10 meat skewers are mine." Getting pummeled, Lam Uyen cried out in pain, "Ow, ow." I didn't even say start yet, but she didn't stop there, relentlessly beating Lam Uyen to a pulp. Even though Lam Uyen tried his best to dodge and begged Man Vien to stop, she didn't show any signs of slowing down. After a week of training in Lam Uyen's cave, one would notice that he had actually carved his own image onto the ceiling. Talk about narcissistic. Man Vien trained incredibly hard, to the point of completely surpassing Lam Uyen. Who knows if it was due to the training, or if Lam Uyen had simply been no match for her from the very beginning. Overjoyed to feast on those specially seasoned grilled meat skewers, Man Vien strutted confidently ahead. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen, sporting a swollen head and black eyes from her beating, trudged behind her, while still shamelessly praising his own training skills. In just 1 week, under the expert guidance of yours truly, Vien Moi's strength has shot up significantly. And by eating, yours truly also managed to accumulate over 600,000 evolution points. I'll keep over 100,000 points and spend the rest on evolution. After doing the math, Lam Uyen decided to summon the system. Truck-kun, use 500,000 evolution points to upgrade my physical size right now. The system immediately confirmed, host Lam Uyen, race, Kui, also known as Godzilla. Adult form is ready to evolve. Overlord level bloodline can be upgraded. Height, 58 meters. Weight, 580 tons. Attack methods, Ram, Bite, Dragon Tail Whip. Special skills, Devour Grade S, plus, Night Vision Grade E, Illuminate Grade E, Monster Compass Grade B+, Explosive Breath Grade S, Atomic Breath Grade A, Spiked Armor Grade B, Kui Dragon War Roar Grade A. System evaluation. Your body flows with the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, the Kui, an ancient overlord from the classic of mountains and seas. You have passed your naive infancy and entered the troublesome phase of adolescence. Lam Uyen's entire body glowed with a bright blue light, and sensing something unusual, Man Vien turned around to look. Once Lam Uyen's transformation was complete, he had grown significantly taller, leaving Man Vien staring in awe. Startled, she stammered, "Lin Yuan, how did you suddenly get so tall?" Lin Yuan grinned and teased, "That is because I am still growing, of course. Eating on time, not being a picky eater, sleeping early, waking up early, staying healthy, and exercising regularly will make you taller in no time. Today, we are going to test the results of your past week of special training. I found a nest of rotting reptiles in the southern forest. Come with me to kick their butts and get enough meat to feed us." Lin Yuan checked his system and immediately invited Manhwa to go, while Manhwa could not even figure out which way was south. How could Lin Yuan see that far away when she could not see a single thing? She kept straining her eyes and even cupped her hands over them to see if it made things any clearer or further. Lin Yuan snapped at her, "What are you staring so hard for?" The moment Manhwa heard Lin Yuan mention food, her eyes lit up. She eagerly nodded in agreement and started shouting excitedly, roaring to annihilate the rotting reptiles. Lin Yuan could only sigh helplessly, thinking, "It looks like I have finally mastered the secret to talking to a glutton." After traveling for a while, Manhwa and Lin Yuan finally reached the rotting reptile nest. The surrounding area was absolutely terrifying, with the ground littered with skulls of the animals they had devoured, and there were about 3 or 4 of them guarding the entrance, crawling over the bones with a creepy rattling sound. Lin Yuan and Manhwa hid behind a boulder to discuss their plan. Lin Yuan proposed a plan first, saying, "There are only a few of them at the entrance. We can sneak up on them and then." Before he could even finish his sentence, Manhwa was already gone from his left. Lin Yuan panicked and called out, "Yuan, "Hey Yuan." But Manhwa was in no mood to sit back and plan. She charged forward like a wild beast, howling and screaming at the top of her lungs. Watching her, Lin Yuan could only groan. Does this idiot not know the joy of stealth? Hearing the commotion, a rotting lizard immediately braced itself to attack. It spun around to face Manhwa, opening its wide maw to spit nasty slime all over her. But in an instant, Manhwa landed a brutal punch right to the reptile's face. Seeing this, the other two beasts guarding the entrance hissed and bared their tongues, gearing up to strike. Both creatures lunged at Manhwa at the same time, but Manhwa instantly grabbed their heads with her bare hands and slammed them together, taking down 3 of them in a flash. However, the battle was far from over. From deep inside the cave, a whole swarm of rotting reptiles came crawling out, their mouths wide open and tongues hissing aggressively. Lin Yuan had no idea there was an entire horde waiting. Thinking Manhwa had already cleared them out, he started stepping forward, boasting about his training skills. "How was that, Yuan? Did you find it easy dealing with those things?" "This is all thanks to your training. Your strength, speed, and reflexes have all improved dramatically. Ever since we ran into that monster bird and those blade-wielding wolves, I have not had a single moment of peace. Today, I can finally let loose and have some fun." Chapter 26. Lin Yuan looked at Manhwa's scattered handiwork with sheer delight and said, "Heh, with this many kills, we will have enough food to last us 1 week." Even so, Lin Yuan showed no intention of stopping the slaughter. He stomped his foot down hard on the crawling reptiles. Meanwhile, Manhwa grabbed one by its tail and slammed it to the ground, killing it instantly. These reptiles might be numerous, but is it really wise for them to rush in like a bunch of free presents? With just a gentle squeeze of one hand, Lin Yuan crushed a reptile, making it explode. Lin Yuan smugly relished his absolute dominance, saying, "Haha, totally dominating them like this feels so good." He turned to Manhwa, trying to look incredibly cool, and said, "Yuan, no matter how many rotting reptiles you kill today, I will personally season and cook every single one of them for you." Lin Yuan's words hit Manhwa right in her sweet spot. Just imagining those sizzling, piping hot, and aromatic grilled reptile skewers was enough to send Manhwa into a frenzy of excitement. With her eyes shining like headlights, she pumped her fists against her chest in pure joy and cheered, "Oh my God, skewers! Grilled skewers! I want to eat 500 skewers!" Manhwa eagerly stood by the cave entrance, waiting for the reptiles to throw themselves at her. Lin Yuan smugly gave a thumbs up and said, "Even though these things look pretty weird, their fearless attitude toward delivering themselves as food deserves a like. Out of all my enemies, I will gladly crown you guys the bravest." Suddenly, from deep inside the cave behind the brainless, fearless reptiles that were still mindlessly crawling out, a terrifying roar echoed from something hidden, incredibly savage, sending shivers down their spines. This sound instantly caught the attention of Manhwa, Lin Yuan, and even the reptiles. They turned their heads toward the dark depths where the noise had come from, and then the entire swarm of reptiles immediately scrambled back inside the cave. Lin Yuan watched their strange behavior with confusion, asking, "Why are they all turning back?" Feeling completely embarrassed, Lin Yuan grumbled, "I just praised you guys for being brave, and you immediately slap me in the face like this? That is not cool at all." Meanwhile, Manhwa, the ultimate foodie, could only think about her skewers. She got super cranky, imagining those 500 delicious grilled skewers slipping away. Lin Yuan stared thoughtfully at the retreating reptiles, hands on his hips as he pondered, why on earth would they suddenly retreat mid-fight? There is no way to know what is actually happening inside that cave. Whatever, let us just watch and see for now. But Manhwa was far from calm. She furiously slammed her hand on the ground and screamed at the top of her lungs, "My skewers!" Then she chased after them, screaming like a lunatic, "Come back here, my 500 delicious skewers." Seeing Manhwa go completely wild, Lin Yuan panicked and tried to stop her, but it was too late. "Hey, Yuan, wait up." But Manhwa didn't care about whatever dangers might be lurking in the cave. She didn't even care where that creepy noise was coming from. She just charged forward, relentlessly chasing those lizards. With no other choice, Lin Yuan reluctantly followed her inside. The two of them cautiously made their way deeper into the cavern. The air inside was already suffocating, but then came the overwhelming stench of rotting flesh. The smell of death was so bad that Manhwa had to pinch her nose. Lin Yuan pulled out his beast compass to check. Where did they go? Why can't I see any of them? There was absolutely nothing on the compass. Something was definitely off. Yuan, I think we should head back out and make a plan. But right in the middle of that dead silence, that creepy screech from earlier echoed from right above them. Thousands of glowing eyes were staring straight down at them. Just as they realized what was happening, the lizards rained down from above, ambushing Lin Yuan and Man Yuan while they were completely off guard. Lin Yuan didn't give them a single second to strike, immediately jumping into a fighting stance. Man Yuan, however, couldn't react in time, and one of the lizards landed right on her. Suddenly, the lizards surrounding them switched to a much deadlier attack. They began spitting venom. They shot wave after wave of toxic spit at them. Although the venom couldn't penetrate Lin Yuan's thick hide, he knew they were still incredibly dangerous. He recalled his knowledge of insects and his past experience dealing with giant mosquitoes in his previous life. Even though the damage of this lizard venom was limited, the sheer volume of it was going to be a massive pain. Realizing the danger, Lin Yuan yelled out, "We have to use a wide-range attack." With that, he opened his mouth, ready to blast them. But before he could fire, something huge emerged from the depths of the cave. Lin Yuan felt a sudden rush of air pressure coming from that direction. It was here. It charged forward with thunderous force, targeting both Lin Yuan and Man Yuan. Since Man Yuan had her back turned, she didn't see it coming, but Lin Yuan's sharp eyes immediately caught a massive, shadowy figure surging toward them with intense, murderous intent. The creature was massive, with two glowing eyes that looked like bright headlights cutting through the darkness. Lin Yuan shoved Man Yuan out of the way just in time, screaming, "Yuan, watch out." Thanks to his quick reaction, Man Yuan managed to dodge the beast's devastating charge. But Lin Yuan had to take the full force of the monster's brutal hit all by himself. The impact was so violent that it made Lin Yuan cough up blood. He went flying and slammed hard against the cave wall. Terrified, Man Yuan screamed, "Lin!" Man Yuan desperately tried to run to his side to see if he was okay. But those annoying lizards latched onto her legs, refusing to let her move. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan lay flat on the ground, shivering in absolute agony. Before he could even catch his breath, the giant beast loomed over him, opening its jaws to hiss menacingly. As it lunged at the wounded Lin Yuan, he reacted in the nick of time, grabbing its foul, venom-dripping jaws. Adrenaline is a crazy thing because he somehow found the strength to hold it back. But did he really think that would be enough? Suddenly, a bright light began to glow inside its mouth. Lin Yuan cursed in frustration. "Oh, great, this thing can shoot beams too." With a sickening cough, the beast spat out a glob of glowing green slime. One look was enough to know this wasn't any ordinary spit. The moment the acid touched Lin Yuan's body, it began burning through his skin, corroding his flesh. It was more devastating than the strongest acid. Gritting his teeth in pain, Lin Yuan groaned, "This bastard's spit is extremely corrosive. And for good reason." This beast was the green giant head Venom King. It was a direct descendant of the rotten reptile king, and the second in command of the horde invading Kiwine Island, standing at 60 meters tall and weighing 480 tons. Lin Yuan realized that by randomly raiding a single outpost, he had stumbled upon a major player, a key pillar of the rotten reptile king's forces. Lin Yuan's mind immediately went to work. He began scheming on how to capture this beast and use it to his advantage. "If I take you hostage to threaten them, I wonder if I can force the rest of the horde off the island." Before he could finish his thought, the beast gathered its energy and spat another massive glob of venom directly at him. Lin Yuan dodged sharply, narrowly evading the disgusting blast like a pro. He glanced back at where the venom had landed. The acid was already eating right through the solid stone wall of the cave. Lin Yuan noted with concern, "This guy's venom isn't just highly toxic, its destructive power is insane. It easily dissolved a hole right into the cave wall. Luckily, it isn't very fast. As long as I stay focused, dodging it should be a breeze." But before he could even finish his analysis, the beast launched another attack. And this time, it was on a whole different level. Its gills began to glow brightly, pulsing with swirling green energy, ready to unleash a devastating blast. Lin Yuan gasped in shock. "Is it charging an ultimate move?" Yep, that was definitely its ultimate move. In an instant, it fired a rapid barrage of highly toxic venom. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his brain went into overdrive trying to find a way out. Who would have thought its attack would be this devastating? He hadn't even figured out a way to deal with it, only letting out a shocked scream. Holy crap. It's firing non-stop, unleashing 27 consecutive massive attacks directly onto Lam Uyen. This relentless onslaught even knocks Lam Uyen off his feet, sending him crashing backward. But that's not all. The acid is burning right through his flesh. Lam Uyen collapses from the excruciating pain of the onslaught. This opponent is definitely not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Manhwa is having a rough time too, with dozens of reptiles swarming and attacking her entire body. But even then, she doesn't forget to worry about Lam Uyen's safety, screaming in a panic, "Brother Long!" Taking advantage of her distraction, the smaller reptiles relentlessly attack her. But at this moment, both Manhwa and the monster fall silent, watching Lam Uyen closely. One is waiting to see if its opponent is completely down, while the other is frozen with worry for her teammate. It seems that massive attack drained quite a bit of the monster's energy. It sticks out its tongue, panting heavily, but it doesn't let its guard down for a single second, nor does it get arrogant. Instead, it glares intently, watching for any movement from the motionless Lam Uyen. Not wanting to waste any time, it begins to creep toward Lam Uyen, determined to finish him off once and for all. Manhwa, still observing the situation, realizes that if this keeps up, Lam Uyen will be in grave danger, and she might very well be its next victim. Frantic, Manhwa wants to rush over to stop the beast and protect Lam Uyen. But what can she do when these reptiles are still clinging to her? Even without them, she wouldn't be able to reach Lam Uyen in time. But then, she spots something that could be useful. That's it, the stalactites on the cave ceiling. Isn't swinging and jumping her specialty? With that thought, she leaps with all her might, aiming straight for the sharp stalactites hanging above. This powerful leap also helps her shake off the reptiles that were clinging to her body. Playing to her strengths, she immediately grabs hold and swings rapidly from one rock formation to another. This movement is not only fast but also keeps her far away from the crawling reptiles below. She swings right above the monster, which has already noticed her presence. Manhwa drops down right in front of the six-headed giant king, blocking it from reaching Lam Uyen. Clenching her fist, Manhwa aims straight for the six-headed giant king's face, delivering a powerful corkscrew punch right to its head. This sudden, devastating blow sends the monster flying. But it lands perfectly, immediately scaling the cave wall, and opens its jaws wide, ready to unleash another attack on its new opponent. Having managed to get back up, Lam Uyen is extremely worried for Manhwa and yells out a warning, "Vien Moi, watch out." Fortunately, Manhwa is incredibly agile and fired up for battle, instantly dodging the toxic spit attack from the six-headed giant king. She brags, "Is that all you've got? This is nothing compared to Brother Long's destructive breath." Hearing Manhwa's words, Lam Uyen recalls when he once attacked her, remembering she had pulled off the exact same nimble dodge back then. Helpless, he mutters. Looks like dodging blasts has become a conditioned reflex for Vien Moi. Without giving the six-headed giant king a chance to launch a second attack, the agile Manhwa immediately leaps forward to counterattack. She clenches her fist and slams it straight into its head. She pummels its head relentlessly, beating it like a drum without mercy. Suddenly, the toxic spitball that Manhwa had just dodged curves back around from behind. But Manhwa is too busy beating down her foe to notice. From across the cave, Lam Uyen spots the danger and screams a warning. "Vien Moi, behind you." But it's too late. The toxic spit strikes Manhwa squarely on the back of her neck, throwing her off balance and sending her stumbling forward. Seizing the moment, the six-headed giant king immediately turns the tables, headbutting Manhwa and sending her crashing backward. Lam Uyen panics, deeply worried for Manhwa's safety, and calls out her name in distress. "Vien Moi." Lam Uyen is completely baffled by what just happened. Damn it! How did that toxic spitball curve back like that? But Lam Uyen doesn't have time to worry about Manhwa for long, as his own situation isn't any better. The reptiles are still relentlessly swarming toward him. Lam Uyen takes a few steps back, raising his guard. Taking advantage of their sheer numbers, they launch a coordinated attack, swarming his body and tearing at his flesh. Furious, Lam Uyen curses, "You cheap bastards." Lam Uyen is absolutely livid now. His eyes flare with light as he gnashes his massive teeth, a clear sign he's about to unleash his true power or a special attack. Then Lam Uyen tenses up, unleashing a surge of electricity, and sharpens the hard spikes on his back to impale the enemies, roaring in absolute fury. "Get the hell off me." Meanwhile, Manhwa is pinned to the ground by the six-headed giant king, which growls as it holds her down. It opens its jaws again to charge up its power, channeling its strength and deadly poison from its gills into its mouth, aiming directly at the pinned Manhwa. But Lam Uyen isn't about to let it attack her again. He slams his tail straight into its face, sending it flying, though it still manages to spit out a few toxic projectiles. Fortunately, the projectiles missed their mark and shot harmlessly into the air, sparing Manhwa. Having temporarily dodged its attack, Lin Yuan spotted 3 reptiles on the cave ceiling, right where those 3 projectiles came from. Unsure of what they were up to, the 3 reptiles crawled straight toward the projectiles as if to intercept them. Then, suddenly, they slammed their bodies into the projectiles, ricocheting them right back down. And of course, their target was Manhwa and Lin Yuan below. Watching the projectiles, the two were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed at that coordination. Who would have thought they had a combo move like this? The two of them shouted in unison, "Holy crap, they can do that too?" But the projectile's speed and this sudden U-turn were too fast for them to even think of a counter-strategy. Lin Yuan heroically threw himself forward to block the hit for Manhwa. Seeing this, she panicked and screamed, "Brother Long!" Lin Yuan touched his wound, groaning, "Damn, I got careless. I thought these rotting reptiles were completely brainless, but they actually know how to run a team play." Hearing this, Manhwa was also extremely anxious. The giant-headed king had already gotten back up, firing another round of venom projectiles. This sudden attack caught them off guard once more, but thankfully, Lin Yuan was quick enough to shove Manhwa out of the way, dodging the hit. He sighed in frustration. "Again? Are you guys addicted to this or what?" He saw one of the reptiles running to intercept the venom projectile, clearly planning to pull off the same combo. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Lin Yuan whipped his tail, smashing the creature away from the venom projectile and killing it instantly. Striking a cool pose, he tipped his hat, rested his baseball bat on his shoulder, and smirked with utter disdain. "Go ahead and shoot. I just need to knock out your receiver. Huh, I'll give you a 28-run head start." But the battle was far from over. Seeing this, the giant-headed king hissed loudly, his voice echoing through the cave as another massive swarm of rotting reptiles rushed in. By now, Manhwa and Lin Yuan were exhausted, their faces tight with tension. Lin Yuan scowled and cursed. "Crap! Why the hell did so many catchers crawl out?" By now, the rotting reptiles had completely surrounded them. Some had already wrapped around Manhwa's legs, crawling up her body. The situation was turning dire, and Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to think of a way out. The ceiling was crawling with them too. Looks like it's time for an ultimate move. Right then, the giant-headed king prepared to strike. It took a deep breath, exhaled, and then leaped down from the wall, ready to crush them. But Lin Yuan wasn't about to back down. He was ready to make sure the giant-headed king didn't get the first hit. With a determined look, he thought, "Don't think I'm going to let you pitch. Taste my mental attack." Immediately, Lin Yuan unleashed his Qui-Dragon War roar to crush the enemy's fighting spirit. The deafening roar sent the rotting insects into a frenzy as they tried to cover their ears. Trembling from the sheer force, the giant-headed king slipped and could barely stand. Startled, it began spitting out a massive wave of venom to retaliate. This time, the venom poured down like a massive waterfall, rumbling heavily throughout the cave. Lin Yuan panicked, thinking, "Oh crap, I screwed up." That roar turned its straight shots into a chaotic scatter. Now they're going to be even harder to dodge. Lin Yuan leaped up, dodging the venom with effort as he shouted, "Whoa!" Another stream of venom shot toward Manhwa, but thankfully, she was quick on her feet and managed to dodge it. The rotting insects began forming their battle formation. Two of them climbed onto the cave walls, waiting to bounce the venom back toward Lin Yuan and Manhwa. They executed the counterattacks one after another with perfect precision. Working in perfect sync, they created a dense matrix of flying venom. With beasts below and above, hissing and ready to strike, Lin Yuan had to keep dodging, but one blast almost hit him right in the crotch. He cried out in panic, "Holy shit, that almost took out my family jewels. I need to find a way to knock them all down. Oh great, and that big guy is adding more ammo." True enough, the giant-headed king was spitting out even more venom, making the situation increasingly critical. Lin Yuan realized that, if he didn't end this quickly, they would just keep multiplying. With that thought, he immediately fired his atomic beam. The swarm of rotting reptiles exploded and burned to ashes in an instant. Standing tall, Lin Yuan shouted, "Who said you guys could play catch?" With the reptiles charred to a crisp, they could no longer redirect the venom. Lin Yuan decided to fire another shot, completely ignoring the remaining venom projectiles. His priority was to burn all these damn reptiles to the ground. However, the giant-headed king wasn't about to let Lin Yuan disrupt its formation with a second strike. It lunged from behind to ambush Lin Yuan, slashing his leg twice. The wounds were so deep that blood splattered everywhere. Screaming in pain, Lin Yuan howled, "Ah!" As Lin Yuan collapsed, another reptile redirected a venom projectile straight at his face. Helpless, Lin Yuan could only watch, but luckily, Man Yuan spotted it just in time. She screamed, "Brother Long, watch out!" Grabbing one of the rotting reptiles, she hurled it right toward him. "Take this," she yelled as she threw it. The rotting reptile successfully took the fatal blow for Lin Yuan, instantly deflecting the venom away. Right then, Lin Yuan figured out a brand new way to fight, and his face lit up. Turns out, the rotting reptile, reflecting those poison shots, is actually a passive skill. Well, if that is how it is, Lin Yuan grabbed a rotting reptile right next to him. Seeing this, the green giant-headed king had absolutely no clue what Lin Yuan was up to next. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was already locked and loaded, ready to play some ping pong. Table tennis pro Lin Yuan has entered the chat. "Yuan, we can totally use these rotting reptiles to whack these poison bullets right back at him." Completely clueless that Lin Yuan was setting a trap, the green giant-headed king hissed and spat out even more venom. Feeling like his time had finally come, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he yelled, "Here it comes! Watch me smash this home!" But he only managed to block 2 of them before one hit him right on the hand. Lin Yuan shrieked in agony, "Damn it, that hurts like hell!" And before he could even catch his breath, 3 or 4 more streams of venom came flying his way. Since Lin Yuan was basically a dragon with 0 ping pong skills, he completely panicked and started screaming like crazy. "No way I am this bad. Isn't this exactly how they do it on television?" But before he knew it, a shot landed smack on his head, like a reward from above for all his frantic struggling. And let me tell you, getting hit by that was no joke. Lin Yuan immediately clutched his head, howling, "Ouch, my head." Man Yuan rushed in to back him up, hitting every single shot with flawless precision before turning to him with concern. "Brother Dragon, are you all right?" As for Lin Yuan, it looked like his soul had literally left his body. He just stood there holding his head, completely dazed and unable to say a word. This time, Man Yuan stepped up like a legendary ping-pong warrior, declaring, "Let me protect you this time. Ma, ma." The green giant-headed king unleashed an even heavier barrage of venom. At this point, Lin Yuan was cowering behind Man Yuan, like a helpless little damsel in distress. Whacking her rackets like wild dual axes, Man Yuan unleashed an upgraded version of her wild flailing technique. With a few fierce cries of "Hia, Hia," she blocked every single one of the green giant-headed king's attacks. The reflected venom crashed back down to the ground, slamming into the dirt like a violent storm of acid hailstones. Man Yuan looked absolutely massive and incredibly badass right then. Lin Yuan was completely in awe, thinking, "Damn, that special training really paid off. She could easily take on 29 of those things at once." But Man Yuan was starting to get tired, and to make matters worse, there was still a massive, writhing swarm of rotting reptiles crawling towards them from behind. Frustrated that not a single drop of his venom was landing, the green giant-headed king let out a furious, deafening hiss. The rotting reptiles quickly switched up their tactics, scurrying back toward the green giant-headed king to regroup and form a new battle line. This left Man Yuan totally bewildered. Even the ones crawling overhead started to move, opening their massive mouths and sticking out their long, gross tongues. Spotting the danger from behind, Lin Yuan quickly shouted to warn her, "They are changing their formation. Yuan, watch out." The green giant-headed king spat out another wave of venom, but this time, the attack was way larger and much more concentrated. Nearly 10 streams of pure poison shot straight at Man Yuan. She let out a massive roar, pouring every ounce of her strength into blocking the incoming assault. Surrounding them from all directions, the reptiles were fully positioned and ready to bounce the venom back, angling it right at their enemies. The green giant-headed king's legs began to shake as it prepped another heavy barrage of venom, which came roaring right at Man Yuan and Lin Yuan. Absolutely pushed to her limit, Man Yuan let out a furious roar as blazing flames erupted all around her body. She became a blur of motion, blocking the shots with rapid-fire speed as metallic clangs echoed through the air. Man Yuan unleashed her wild spinning strike, spinning around hundreds of times like a cyclone and swatting away an endless shower of incoming venom. Lin Yuan was completely speechless at the sight, his eyes wide with pure admiration. "Holy crap, Yuan's skills are insane! Did my special training literally just breed a top-tier athlete for the national team?" He pondered to himself, completely ignoring the fact that Man Yuan was out there fighting for her life. But as Yuan kept whacking the poison bullets back and forth, they started flying faster and faster. Keeping them airborne like this was not a permanent solution. With the green giant-headed king continuously spitting poison, Lin Yuan stared closely at him and finally had a breakthrough. He immediately shouted, "Yuan, aim those poison bullets right back at that big-headed freak." Hearing his command, Man Yuan reacted instantly, sending the very first poison bullet flying right back where it came from. But the green giant-headed king saw it coming. It whipped its tail and smacked the bullet straight back at her, leaving both Man Yuan and Lin Yuan completely stunned. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and yelled, "Keep it up. Do not let a single attack slip by." But no matter how fast she hit them, the green giant-headed king swatted them right back, keeping up a constant, rhythmic ping-pong battle of clangs and clacks. Frustrated by how stubborn the monster was, Man Yuan's patience wore thin, and she began to growl in irritation. Not to be outdone, the green giant-headed king hissed right back, squaring up as if to say, "Let us see who walks away from this alive." It began crawling forward, spitting out deadly venom with every single step. But the beast had no idea that while Man Yuan was keeping it busy, Lin Yuan was locking his furious gaze onto it, channeling every ounce of his power for a surprise strike. With a fierce shout, Lin Yuan unleashed his explosive breath straight at the green giant-headed king. However, the beast managed to dodge the worst of it, only getting a few of its tails scorched by the blast. A massive explosion echoed through the cavern, making the entire cave shake violently. 3 of the green giant-headed king's tails were charred black and trembling. Yet, through the thick smoke, it slowly stepped forward, sticking out its long tongue. Damn, that is one tough beast. At this point, Man Yuan and Lin Yuan thought the colossal head king was completely finished. Man Yuan even happily waved at Lin Yuan and praised him, saying, "You are the man. Brother Lin is so awesome." Since Lin Yuan was naturally narcissistic, he gave a smug wink and replied, "Of course I am." However, that move had drained a massive amount of flesh and energy from Lin Yuan. When Man Yuan saw how he looked now, she gasped in shock. "He is so skinny." Furious, the colossal head king stood back up and took a deep breath, preparing to unleash a devastating venom attack. Lin Yuan shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run." With that, he grabbed Man Yuan and bolted. Seeing his targets run, the colossal head king had to deflate and let out the breath he just took, angrily gnashing his teeth. He hissed loudly, ordering his minions to chase after Lin Yuan and Man Yuan. Every single one of them stuck out their long tongues and gave chase. Lin Yuan yelled out, "Oh no, they are coming for us." Lin Yuan ran for his life as those rotting bugs quickly gained on them, closing the distance in no time. Reaching the cave entrance, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan split up, running in opposite directions. The colossal head king also picked up speed to catch up, but as soon as he stepped out, Man Yuan tripped the colossal head king, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yuan laughed triumphantly. "That trick never fails. Even I fell for it back in the day. Did you really think we were just running away? We just wanted to piss you off and lure you out of that cave. The terrain inside the cave works to your advantage, but too bad, we are not letting you back in there." Chapter 30. Lin Yuan and Man Yuan blocked the entrance, preventing the colossal head king from retreating. Realizing he could not get back inside, the monster roared in absolute fury at the two of them. Suddenly, a growing noise echoed from deep within the cave, sounding like the cries of crawling reptiles. In an instant, thousands of crawling pests flooded out of the cave. Standing in the bright light, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan could not easily see what was happening inside the pitch-black cave. They were caught off guard by the massive swarm, but strangely, the pests just rushed out without attacking them at all. The colossal head king roared toward the sky with immense power, and the tiny creatures below joined in, howling along with him. Then, they began crawling all over the king's body. Suddenly, the giant beast started absorbing all the venomous fluid from the small creatures. The poison fused with his severed leg. After a moment, the venomous fluids quickly regenerated the leg that the colossal head king had just lost. Witnessing this bizarre sight, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What the hell? It can actually regenerate. Stunned by this incredible sight, he curiously touched the slime on his own body. Could the slime from these rotting pests actually be some kind of miracle medicine, capable of reviving the dead and regrowing flesh? But after checking his own body, he saw no changes like the giant bug. It seemed to have absolutely no effect on him. With his leg fully restored, the colossal head king seemed more powerful than ever, letting out a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan and Man Yuan stood frozen in place, waiting to see what other tricks or moves the beast had up its sleeve. The giant bug opened its massive mouth and spat out several poison spitballs at them. Seeing them coming, Lin Yuan pointed and signaled Man Yuan. Yuan, knock those poison spitballs into the sky. Understanding the plan, Man Yuan immediately grabbed 2 reptiles to use as bats and swung at the incoming poison balls, her eyes burning with battle spirit. The poison balls scattered in all directions across the sky. Man Yuan, Lin Yuan, and even the reptiles watched the flying projectiles. Lin Yuan smugly mocked, "Hey, big head, I told you, your poison attacks are completely useless in an open area." Enraged, the beast let out a massive roar. Then, out of nowhere, he bent down and began attacking the small reptiles swarming beneath his feet. He grabbed one and chewed it up mercilessly. Lin Yuan and Man Yuan were completely shocked, unable to understand what was happening. What the hell? What is going on? Why is he eating his own minions? The two were deeply confused. Did we piss him off so much that he can't even tell friend from foe anymore? But what happened next left Lin Yuan completely dumbfounded. This is weird. Are these rotting creatures actively crawling into his mouth? Yes. The colossal head king lowered his head and opened his mouth wide to let the swarm crawl right in on their own. Its mouth is stuffed with reptiles as it greedily devours them, while the other reptiles just stand around watching, almost like they're waiting their turn. Talk about teamwork, right? Are they running away in fear? Lin Yuan digs through his memory of its bizarre behavior and senses that something big is about to happen. He says, "But there's definitely some kind of scheme cooking. This big-headed jerk is as nasty as they come." With that, Lin Yuan turns to Man Yuan and says, "Man Yuan, let's rush over and stop it from devouring any more of them." Right after, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan charge forward together, heading straight toward their target, that massive beast. Running at full speed, they quickly hash out a plan, making every single second count. To prevent the absolute worst from happening, Lin Yuan warns Man Yuan, jump high. I'll hold off these crawling reptiles, you go stop it from feeding. The moment the words leave his mouth, they split up and make their move. Man Yuan leaps up to attack the colossal head king, while Lin Yuan uses his legs and tail to sweep away the rotting reptiles. He tries to draw their attention to himself. But unfortunately, by this point, the colossal head king has already devoured a massive number of rotting reptiles, stuffing its mouth until it bulges. It begins to regain its strength, leaping up to dodge Man Yuan's strike. Taking a deep breath, it spews out a massive torrent of nasty green venom, just like before. The venom flies straight toward Man Yuan, but she is already prepared, holding a couple of rotting reptiles in her hands, ready to fight. She skillfully uses her skills to swat the venom right back at the colossal head king. However, the force is just too overwhelming, and the venom flies back with such blistering speed and power that the rotting reptile in Man Yuan's hands snaps right in half. Caught off guard, a glob of toxic slime slams directly into Man Yuan, sending her crashing hard to the ground. Seeing this from behind, Lin Yuan panics and screams her name. Man Yuan. She has been seriously injured. But the battle is far from over, and Lin Yuan can't afford to lose focus. The colossal head king is still relentlessly spitting out endless streams of venom. Pumping out venom like a broken fire hydrant, Lin Yuan realizes they are in deep trouble. On his own, he can't block these attacks nearly as well as Man Yuan did. Suddenly, an idea hits him. Lin Yuan immediately tucks his head and rolls aggressively across the ground. This causes a whole bunch of rotting reptiles to get caught and stuck in his back scales. The more he rolls, the more intense the pressure gets. He forces himself to pick up the pace. Seeing Lin Yuan closing in, the colossal head king unleashes an even heavier barrage of slime. But all that slime just splatters against the shield of rotting reptiles on Lin Yuan's back and gets deflected away. Realizing that spitting more slime is completely useless now, the colossal head king stops to catch its breath. With a pile of rotting reptiles draped over his back and a few hanging off his head like a three-headed serpent, Lin Yuan sneers. "Heh, now do you get why I was rolling around? It was to suit up in this rotting reptile armor." But by now, Lin Yuan is also utterly exhausted. He thinks to himself, constantly maintaining this spiked armor drains too much stamina. I've got to wrap this up fast, no more stalling. With that, Lin Yuan leaps into the air to strike. Rotting Reptile Defensive Shield, Spiked Dragon Scale Armor, Chapter 31. Seeing Lin Yuan charging in to strike, the colossal head king also begins charging up a much stronger attack. This time, the slime it spits out isn't just coming in bursts. It pours out like a relentless, crushing waterfall. Lin Yuan has to drag himself forward, struggling with every single step. He glares at his opponent with absolute determination. Seeing that its foe hasn't backed down one bit, the colossal head king doubles down on its attacks. Opening its mouth wide, it spits out relentless volleys of slime, making a constant, rapid-fire popping sound. Lin Yuan has to hunch over, pushing through with even more strength than before, to withstand this onslaught. Completely drained of energy, he curses under his breath, "Damn it! This bastard's venom shots are getting faster and stronger." Sensing the danger as his energy rapidly drains, Lin Yuan takes a deep, heavy breath and lunges forward. Striking with all his might, he scowls and roars, "You bastard, go to hell." Lin Yuan drives the spikes on his back straight into the colossal head king, slamming it hard onto the ground. Toxic slime erupts and splatters everywhere, from every single wound pierced by his spikes. Lin Yuan ruthlessly tears his sharp spikes free, causing the slime inside the colossal head king to gush out even faster. Howling in agony, it struggles to its feet, only to get absolutely walloped by Lin Yuan again. It crashes back down, sliding across the dirt as a massive, earth-shattering boom echoes throughout the entire area. Before his opponent can even process what is happening, Lin Yuan sinks his teeth deep into the colossal head king's leg, causing it intense pain. Thick, gooey slime starts oozing heavily from the fresh bite wound. Deciding that this isn't nearly enough punishment, Lin Yuan bites down with immense force, tearing the colossal head king's leg clean off and dragging it away in his jaws. Knowing that the colossal head king can regenerate its leg in an instant, Lin Yuan quickly spits it out and charges up his atomic ray. Lin Yuan's entire body surges with overwhelming power, glowing with a brilliant, blinding light. A single, devastating blast strikes the colossal head king square in the head, sending it crashing to the dirt once more. Covered in wounds, both of its front legs are gone, and its underbelly is completely riddled with deep puncture marks. Spewing thick mucus all over its mouth, the beast looks absolutely pathetic. Suddenly, it lets out a deafening screech to summon its minions. Obeying instantly, the swarm of monsters crawls forward. They start slithering straight into the giant strength head king's gaping mouth, just like before. Lin Yuan is completely baffled. He thinks to himself, wait, why isn't this guy regenerating his front legs? Why is he still devouring his own minions like crazy? He's definitely gearing up for another massive ultimate move to keep his spiked armor active. I'm almost running on empty, so I've got to finish this bastard off right now. With that in mind, Lin Yuan powers through, hoisting the pile of decaying reptiles back onto his shoulders. He charges headlong toward the giant strength head king to strike. Meanwhile, the giant monster finishes its feast and takes a massive, deep breath. Expecting the beast to pull the same trick as before, Lin Yuan yells in annoyance, "Humph! You really think you can use that same garbage trick on me again? You don't even have front legs to support yourself now? Let's see how you're going to pull it off this time, you piece of trash." But the moment he speaks, the giant strength head king opens its huge mouth, several yards wide. From deep within its throat, an unbelievable, eerie green light begins to glow. Out of that massive mouth, a gigantic ball of sticky mucus begins to form. It is tens of thousands of times larger than the spit it fired earlier. With a blast that huge, the monster doesn't even need to aim to ensure a direct hit on Lin Yuan. In less than 1 second, the colossal sphere of slime is launched with a wet, explosive blast. It tears through the sky like a giant meteor, hurtling straight toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has to quickly turn around to brace for impact, but he still looks back in pure disbelief, shouting, "What the hell? How did that thing even spit out something that massive? Bring it on." Lin Yuan throws his entire weight into blocking the slime sphere, desperate to stop it from crushing him or splashing onto the decaying reptiles, which would make this whole chaotic battle spin completely out of control. But the sphere is unbelievably heavy. The crushing force of the impact causes the ground beneath him to cave in, dragging his feet backward and leaving deep trenches in the dirt. To make matters worse, the pressure keeps building, as the giant strength head king continuously channels more energy into the blast. Lin Yuan digs his heels in, but he still can't hold his ground. Gritting his teeth, he screams, "Damn it, I can't push this giant bomb back. Man Yuan, get over here and help me push this thing. Quick!" Hearing his shout, Man Yuan immediately yells back, "Hold on, Brother Long, I'm coming." With that, Man Yuan rushes over and slams her body into Lin Yuan to help. But with her low intelligence, she has absolutely no concept of positioning or fragile spots. She rams right into Lin Yuan's stomach, knocking the absolute wind out of him. Snot and spit fly everywhere as he gasps, completely unable to breathe. Lin Yuan wheezes in agony. Are you trying to kill me, you idiot? Still, combining their strength, they finally manage to push the massive slime bomb backward. The recoil sends both Lin Yuan and Man Yuan eating dirt, face planting hard as the decaying reptiles on his back scatter all over the place. Even though they are piled on top of each other in a messy heap, they manage to lift their heads, cheering in relief. Yes, we actually did it. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan prepares to strike back. He growls, "An eye for an eye, bastard. Eat this." Explosive breath. The devastating energy beam blasts straight through the giant slime bomb, obliterating it instantly as it surges right toward the monster's face. Having already taken heavy damage, and completely drained from its desperate ultimate attack, the beast is left totally defenseless. It can only stand frozen, watching Lin Yuan's counterblast charge right at its face. The explosive breath tears right through the giant strength head king's skull. With a massive crash, the behemoth collapses to the ground, dead for good this time. The glowing spikes on Lin Yuan's back finally dim and return to normal, as that last blast drained every ounce of his remaining energy. Exhausted, Lin Yuan collapses onto the dirt, sweating buckets, with sunken cheeks and dark circles under his eyes. He groans, "Holy hell, it's finally over." Who would have thought that casually clearing out some random outpost would lead to fighting a monster boss this damn tough? This luck of mine is so bad, it's like I'm cursed by Yu Huang. Man Yuan, now covered in soot and grime, clambers back to her feet and grins at Lin Yuan. Hey, you're still the greatest, Brother Long. Suddenly, Lin Yuan notices a strange sensation beneath his feet. He glances down, only to see something absolutely bizarre happening. Lin Yuan gasps in shock. Right beneath his feet, vibrant green grass is rapidly sprouting back to life. Beautiful butterflies flutter around them as if the land itself is being reborn. In chapter 32, it isn't just the grass and trees coming back to life. The dark clouds part and warm sunlight begins to wash over the area, casting a bright light on Lin Yuan and Man Yuan, who are both sitting there completely dumbfounded, having no idea what is going on. Staring wide-eyed at the beautiful, lush scenery unfolding before them, Man Yuan gasps in awe. "Whoa, it's actually green." Lin Yuan is still completely perplexed. How is this possible? Little Bug, do you have any idea what's going on here? The tiny insect is just as confused. He pops out immediately and says, "Earlier, I detected a strange, otherworldly corruption energy inside the bodies of those decaying reptiles." The little guy immediately sets up his tiny makeshift research table to run some quick analyses. Before continuing, it turns out this corruptive energy was gathering here, completely suppressing the local life force and creating this desolate wasteland. I really wanted to analyze this energy, but it proved to be incredibly difficult. In ordinary decaying reptiles, the corruption is highly diluted and weak, but in the giant strength head king's body, the energy is incredibly pure and abundant, which leads me to believe that this dark energy uses shared bloodline connections as its primary medium. So, the closer the bloodline is to those rotten reptiles, the stronger the King of Decay's power gets? Hearing that, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "From what you're saying, it sounds like we don't even have to wipe out every single rotten reptile anymore. We just need to take down all the Decay Kings and the 6 overlords to save Kuiwan Island." Ben Kun was busy messing around with a bunch of test tubes, so instead of explaining further, he just turned around and gave a simple, "Yep." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was absolutely thrilled. With a look of sheer determination, he said, "All right, then let's head straight to the biggest reptile strongholds on the map and wipe them out. We get to sharpen our combat skills, clean up the environment, and weaken those nasty beasts at the same time. It's a win-win." But despite his big talk, Lin Yuan couldn't help but groan. "Though, we've got to fill our stomachs first. I need some energy. I'm literally starving." Just then, Lin Yuan's stomach let out a loud rumble. Luckily, Man Yuan was already one step ahead. She had skewered a bunch of those rotten bugs onto sticks, ready to roast them up. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief, and immediately showered her with praise. "Hey, I knew I could count on you, little Yuan. Thanks for skewering those creepy crawlies." Man Yuan, holding the skewers, had just been waiting for him. She said eagerly, "Big bro dragon, fire it up." But Lin Yuan, looking completely exhausted and hollow-cheeked, could only puff out a tiny wisp of smoke as he gasped, "I can't. I already used my burst breath twice, not to mention keeping up my spiked armor for so long. I'm totally drained. There's literally nothing left in the tank." "Oh, wait. I might as well teach you how to start a fire. I've been wanting to do this for a while anyway." Lin Yuan seized the perfect chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. but Manhwa had no clue what he meant, scratching her head in confusion. Start a fire? Lin Yuan immediately showed her how. He laid out the tools, demonstrated the technique, and then had her sit down and give it a shot. Watching her closely, he coached her. That's it, keep going, just spin that dry stick as hard as you can. Manhwa put her back into it, gritting her teeth and chanting, "Ya, ya, ya, ya," as she spun the stick at lightning speed. Lin Yuan was feeling incredibly smug, amazed at what a quick learner she was. He cheered, "Yes, yes, yes, you're doing it." After a few more spins, a spark finally jumped from the wood, catching onto some dry leaves nearby. Manhwa carefully leaned down to slide the glowing leaves under the pile of kindling she had set up. She watched with sheer delight as the flames quickly flared up. She immediately grabbed the skewered bugs to start roasting them. Now that she could do everything on her own, Manhwa felt pretty proud of herself, even waving and giggling like a happy kid. Quite a bit of time passed, and while Manhwa was still happily roasting away, Lin Yuan was practically dying of hunger. With his stomach loudly protesting, he finally asked her, "Hey, is it ready yet? I'm starving over here." Lin Yuan stared at the meat, finding it bizarre that it still wasn't cooked after all this time. With a gloomy face, Manhwa muttered, "Not yet." Lin Yuan tried to be patient and wait, but his stomach had other plans, letting out another massive rumble. Finally, he couldn't take it and yelled, "Yo, Boss Yuan, are those skewers done yet? I'm literally seeing stars from hunger." By now, Manhwa was getting frustrated too. Her face clouded over, and she muttered coldly, "Still not cooked." Suddenly, she jumped to her feet, kicked over the fire, sent the meat flying, and screamed, "Why won't this stupid meat cook?" Taken aback, Lin Yuan panicked. "Whoa, what the hell?" While Manhwa was venting her frustration by angrily beating her chest, Lin Yuan carefully picked up one of the reptiles to inspect it. Seeing that the meat hadn't changed at all, despite being on the fire for so long, Little Kun sighed. Even though he was still busy with his research, he pulled up the system interface to explain. It's no surprise they won't cook. The energy inside their bodies doesn't belong to this world, so normal fire won't do a thing to them. However, the energy from your burst breath and atomic beam doesn't belong to this world either, which is why those can actually burn them. That's why no matter how strong the monsters on this island are, they can never kill these rotten reptiles. You're the only exception. As he spoke, Little Kun pulled up holographic footage of Lin Yuan's recent fight with the reptiles to give him a detailed breakdown. Lin Yuan finally got it. He looked over at Manhwa, and his mind drifted to her parents. So, even though her parents were incredibly powerful beasts, even working together, they never stood a chance against these rotten reptiles. Their sacrifice was entirely in vain. He couldn't help but wonder how little Yuan would take it if she ever found out. Just then, his stomach let out another aggressive growl. Rubbing his belly, Lin Yuan sighed, "Ugh, whatever. I can't think about this right now. If I don't eat soon, I'm going to starve to death. Since we can't cook it, I'll just eat it raw. It's not like I've never done it before." With that, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, bit down hard, and tore off a chunk of the raw reptile meat. But the moment it hit his throat, he froze, his face turning pale green. He immediately gagged and spat the meat out, coughing violently. Ugh. Holy crap. That is absolutely disgusting. On top of that, his mouth and stomach felt like they were on fire. This stuff was definitely poisonous when raw. Lin Yuan stared back down at the meat, hesitating as his stomach churned. He muttered with a shiver, "But if I don't eat this, I won't even have the energy to make fire to cook them." So, gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan roared, "For evolution points, for energy, I'm going for it. Just think of it as eating ghost pepper hot pot." With a look of desperation, he forced down 2 massive chunks in one go. Ding! The system sends 2 notifications. Ding! You have successfully devoured a rotting reptile. Plus 700 evolution points. Ding! You have successfully devoured a rotting reptile. Plus 700 evolution points. Standing nearby, Manhwa can't help but cover her mouth in pure disgust. Finally finished eating one. Drenched in sweat, Lin Yuan turns to Manhwa and says, "Eating this much should be more than enough." Right after saying that, Lin Yuan immediately unleashes his explosive breath. A single long blast is enough to light the campfire in front of them. Manhwa is still completely clueless, since Lin Yuan couldn't even squeeze out a wisp of smoke earlier. Suddenly, she screams in shock when she sees him sitting there, actually roasting the rotting reptile. This time, the reptile is fully cooked, its skin turning a nice golden brown. Manhwa finally seems to connect the dots. She thinks to herself. So, only Brother Long's fire is powerful enough to roast these reptiles. Which also means only Brother Long can actually kill them. In every fight, they only win in the end, because Brother Long uses his explosive breath. It feels like I haven't been any help at all. As she pieces everything together, her face begins to slump with sadness. Lin Yuan notices her unusual expression, but he has no idea that she has already figured out the truth. He looks at her and thinks to himself, what's up with this dummy? Why does she look so weighed down by her thoughts? She won't even cheer up for her absolute favorite skewers. Is it that time of the month or something? Lost in their cooking and deep thoughts, neither Lin Yuan nor Manhwa realizes that someone is secretly watching their every move from afar. Perched on the cliffside with sharp, razor-like claws is a creature that looks exactly like the spirit bird. And indeed, it is. As it keeps a watchful eye, it thinks, just as I thought, it's those two. Wait a second, that's the six-headed giant king right in front of them. Yet they manage to deal with its venom? The spirit bird is still baffled. Normally, those rotting insects would swarm all over it, preventing it from taking flight to fight back. Even though the spirit bird is by no means a weak creature, if the six-headed giant king fires its green slime and hits the spirit bird, it would be instantly poisoned and crash to the ground, completely paralyzed. Because of this, the six-headed giant king has always been a terrifying nightmare for the spirit bird. It has always avoided direct confrontations with them. The more it thinks, the more confused it gets, knitting its brows as its deep gaze fills with calculating thoughts. Suddenly, one of the spirit bird's subordinates kneels down and reports, "Big sis, should we take them out right now while they're weakened?" No. The spirit bird watches for a brief moment before taking off into the sky. "We'll let them slide this time," it says while flying away. "Our immediate priority is to capture that blade-wielding wolf. Who knows where it ran off to?" Hearing this, the subordinates don't argue. They obey the order and fly after the spirit bird to search for the soldier wolf. Back with Lin Yuan and Manhwa, Lin Yuan has devoured quite a few rotting reptiles. On top of that, he has even devoured a brand new trophy, the six-headed giant king. The system notifications keep rolling in. Ding! You have successfully devoured the venomous six-headed giant king. Plus 10,000 evolution points. Congratulations on your first time devouring the venomous six-headed giant king. You have been rewarded with the skill, Explosive Bullet, an A-rank skill. Explosive Bullet is the evolved form of explosive breath. It has a short charge time and can be used continuously. It triggers an explosive impact effect, ricocheting twice off any physical surface before detonating on the third impact. Now is the time to show off your shooting skills. Hearing this, Lin Yuan jumps for joy and shouts, "Six-headed, you are such a good reptile. Even in death, you gifted me your skill. Out of all my enemies, you are definitely the best." Chapter 33. Under the warm golden sunlight, the plants and trees are slowly turning lush green again. Lin Yuan and Manhwa sit side by side, munching on skewers of grilled reptile meat and enjoying their extremely well-deserved rewards. The system notification rings out once more. Congratulations on devouring a secret realm creature for the first time. Reward, 2 million evolution points. Dumbfounded by this massive score, Lin Yuan is deeply touched by Ben Kun's rare generosity. Whoa! Holy crap, 2 million evolution points? Little Kun, you're finally being generous for once. Flattered by Lin Yuan's praise, Ben Kun, dressed in a classy suit, puts his hands on his hips and gloats. "I have always been generous, okay? All those skills and items, not a single one isn't worth a fortune." Seeing Ben Kun act like that almost makes Lin Yuan choke and spit out his food. Pfft, one compliment, and it goes straight to your head. Lin Yuan continues to ask about the sudden influx of evolution points. But what on earth is a secret realm creature anyway? I didn't see any mention of it when I devoured the rotting reptiles earlier. Stroking his beard with a wise look, Ben Kun explains, "That is because the mutation energy within ordinary rotting reptiles is so minuscule that even I couldn't easily analyze it." Ben Kun pulls up visual data of the rotting reptiles, continuing to address Lin Yuan's questions. Fortunately, after analyzing the sample from the venomous six-headed giant king this time, I discovered that this energy originates from a secret realm. No wonder those rotting reptiles and venomous creatures have such bizarre abilities. Even the beast compass couldn't track their whereabouts no matter how much it scanned. Hearing Ben Kun's explanation, Lin Yuan becomes even more curious. So what exactly is this secret realm anyway? Ben Kun brings up a projection and continues his explanation. Legend has it. Long ago, In ancient times, a terrifying catastrophe struck this world. It tore away a chunk of space, creating parallel pocket dimensions known as secret realms. Terrifying ancient beasts and pure energy far beyond anything in our world were preserved inside, forming entirely unique ecosystems. Who would have thought this legend was actually true? The mysterious energy in those rotting reptiles definitely comes from one of those realms, and they all crawled out from deep beneath Kiwan Island, which means there's a good chance a portal to a secret realm is buried right under this island. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately started plotting. He was already fantasizing about transforming into an invincible, world-dominating monster. He thought to himself, energy far greater than anything in this world, and beasts way stronger than what's out here. If I can sneak into that secret realm and eat my fill, I'll definitely rake in high-tier gear and tons of evolution points. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin, a devious smirk creeping onto his face. Oh man, I can't wait. With his plan set, he turned to Ben Kun and said, "Hey, Little Kun, pull up the system shop." Ben Kun closed his eyes, gathered his power, and expanded. He opened his massive mouth, revealing the system shop's interface inside. Lin Yuan asked him, "Hey, Little Kun, that monster life fruit we got from eating the giant python last time, is that in your shop?" Ben Kun scoffed at how dumb the question was, telling him he could just search for the item by name. Lin Yuan quickly searched the system shop for the monster life fruit he was looking for. The system popped up, Monster Life Fruit, Origin, Beast Mother's Kitchen World, Price, 500,000 evolution points. Seeing the price, Lin Yuan's jaw dropped, and he gasped in shock. Holy crap, 500,000 evolution points? That's highway robbery. But as steep as it was, he really needed it. Lin Yuan reluctantly pulled the fruit out of Ben Kun's mouth, muttering, "Whatever. For Sister Yuan, 500,000 is worth it." Lin Yuan looked at Man Yuan's injuries, feeling worried. My wounds are totally healed, but hers aren't getting any better, especially that bald patch on her shoulder. I remember last time, the wound from that knife-wielding wolf healed super fast. Maybe the corrosive acid in those toxic bullets was just too strong. Seeing her hurt like that was all the motivation he needed. He didn't hesitate to press the buy button, spending 500,000 evolution points for the monster life fruit. This fruit was packed with a massive amount of pure life essence. No matter how bad the injuries were, this thing could heal them in a flash. No wonder he didn't think twice about buying it for her. Lin Yuan tossed the fruit over to Man Yuan, who happily caught the gift with a huge smile. She opened her mouth wide and popped the fruit right in. Speaking of baldness, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of that annoying monster bird that kept trying to attack them. He wondered, did that zombie bird get a bald head and neck from fighting those rotting reptiles too? Somewhere out there, that bird was probably sneezing its head off, completely clueless. As soon as Man Yuan swallowed the fruit, her body began to change. Instantly, her entire body flared with a bright jade-green aura. Beams of light burst from the bald patch on her back as her wounds slowly began to close. Man Yuan flexed with a satisfied grin. Not only were her wounds completely gone, but she felt way stronger than before. Whoa, my wounds are totally gone, and I feel so much stronger. She turned to Lin Yuan with puppy dog eyes and asked, "Brother Long, do you have any more of those? Give me a few more." Lin Yuan chuckled and waved his hand. "What? Do you think these grow on trees like wild weeds?" Seeing how much she had improved, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel thrilled. He eagerly started planning how to get his hands on more of those fruits for her. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in approval. Whoa, she actually grew taller. This fruit is the real deal. I'll definitely have to get more for Sister Yuan later. He even started plotting other clever ways to use it. Haha, looks like I can use these fruits to negotiate with that zombie bird later. Lin Yuan turned back and saw Man Yuan looking thoughtful. Turns out, she was feeling incredibly smug about her new growth spurt. She was now taller than Lin Yuan. She gloated, Hey, I'm finally taller than you, Brother Long." Seeing her getting ahead of herself, Lin Yuan wagged his index finger, letting her know she was being way too naive. He smirked and said, "Oh, really? Well, you might want to double-check that." With that, he yelled to Ben Kun, "Little Kun, spend all 15 million of my remaining evolution points to boost my height." Ben Kun replied, "You got it." Instantly, Lin Yuan's body erupted with a blinding golden light so intense that Man Yuan couldn't even look. She had to shield her eyes with her hands. The system analyzed, host, Lin Yuan, race, Kui Long, also known as Godzilla, form, mature, overlord, grade bloodline evolution available, status, upgradable, height, 70 meters, Weight, 700 million tons. Attack style, Divine Dragon, Ram, and Bite. Regarding attributes, special skills include S-rank Devour, E-rank Night Vision, E-rank Illumination, B-rank Beast Compass, S-rank Explosive Breath, A-rank Atomic Beam, B-rank Spiked Armor, A-rank Kui Dragon Battle Soul, and A-rank Exploding Bullet. According to the system's evaluation, you possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kui, the absolute ruler from the classic of mountains and seas. You have passed the innocent infancy stage and entered the troublesome adolescent phase of growth. Manhwa's eyes went wide with shock. She looked up at Lin Yuan in utter confusion and asked, "Brother Long, how on earth did you do that? You suddenly got so tall." Manhwa scratched her head, completely clueless about what was happening. "I ate just as much as you did earlier, and I even had an extra beast life fruit. How come I didn't get as tall as you?" Lin Yuan was utterly speechless at Manhwa's naivety. But thinking about it, even if he explained it, she probably wouldn't get it anyway. So he just thought to himself, even if I told you I cheated, you wouldn't understand. Lin Yuan looked forward to this evolution. He excitedly muttered, "Haha, let's test out my new skills." Suddenly, the spiked scales on Lin Yuan's back began to glow brightly. Meanwhile, Manhwa, still continuously chewing on her meat skewers, sensed that Lin Yuan was about to do something. Her eyes went round, and she hurriedly asked him, Brother Long, what are you planning to do?" Seeing a blue light flare up inside Lin Yuan's mouth, Manhwa panicked. Forgetting all about her food, she scrambled to find an escape route, knowing all too well that if he tested a new move, she wouldn't be safe staying anywhere near him. Lin Yuan opened his jaws wide and fired his new skill straight into the distance. It shot out powerfully, zooming far away, but thankfully, it wasn't aimed at her. Manhwa wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness that wasn't explosive breath. You scared the life out of me." But before she could even celebrate, the bullet Lin Yuan had just fired ricocheted off the entrance of the reptile cave and bounced straight back toward Manhwa. She screamed in absolute panic. "What the heck? It's coming back." Manhwa ducked down instantly, shielding her head with her hands, narrowly dodging Lin Yuan's attack. Beside her, Lin Yuan burst into a smug laugh at the sight of her reaction. As for the bullet he had fired, even after a while, it showed no sign of landing. Not only that, but it kept gaining altitude, soaring high over the hills. Lin Yuan smirked with satisfaction. "Not a bad skill at all. Looks like I'll need to raid the rotting reptile stronghold dungeons a bit more often." Manhwa, still shaken and crawling on the ground, couldn't contain her curiosity. She looked up and asked, "Brother Long, how did you learn big heads move?" Meanwhile, not far away in the sky, a giant monstrous bird and its flock were circling above Yuan Island. The beastly bird was still incredibly bitter about its last encounter with Lin Yuan's group, Manhwa, and that alpha forest wolf. That damn forest wolf wasted way too much of my time. Suddenly, the monster bird sensed something rapidly approaching, and that thing definitely spelled trouble. It scanned its surroundings. Damn it. It instantly recognized this sudden, ominous feeling. It was none other than that terrifying projectile. It immediately thought of the green giant head king. "It's him. He's coming to attack me." Fortunately, thanks to its sharp sixth sense, the monster bird detected it early. It grabbed one of its flying minions with its talons and used it as a shield to block the toxic bullet. The sheer cruelty and cunning of this monster bird were truly not to be underestimated. The minion bird died instantly from the impact, but the monster bird suddenly realized something and blurted out, "Wait, that wasn't a venom bullet." The giant bird let out a breath, still thoroughly shaken. "Scared me to death. I really thought it was a venom bullet." With that, it flew away in relief. As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, Lin Yuan and Manhwa wrapped up a very long and highly productive day. Lin Yuan finished his meal and let out a loud burp. Ah, stuffed and satisfied. Time to head home. He turned to Manhwa to pack things up. "Little sister Yuan, let's pack up these rotting reptiles and bring them back. With all this food, we won't have to go out foraging for at least 2 days." Upon hearing that, Manhwa let out a loud, delighted howl of satisfaction. Ah woo! 2 days later, at their lair, Lin Yuan and Manhwa were training hard outside their cave under the warm, golden sunlight. Lin Yuan discussed today's plan with Manhwa. "Little sister Yuan, once we finish training today, I'm taking you to another rotting reptile stronghold. Since we've just polished off all those rotting reptiles, it's the perfect time to go hunting for more." The food-loving Manhwa, who was currently lifting weights at full power, immediately tossed them aside the moment she heard about food. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly yelled, "Hell yeah, let's do it! When do we leave?" He was totally speechless at this greedy glutton. Suddenly, a massive shadow soaring through the air caught their attention, causing them both to look up in surprise. Lin Yuan wondered, "Wait, is another flying lizard coming to mess with us?" High in the sky, a massive pterodactyl was flying over their lair. This beast was known as a mutated Aeolus pterodactyl, also called a feathered pterodactyl, measuring 31 meters long and weighing 31 tons. Suddenly, another flying reptile lunged out from behind, attacking it. Lin Yuan watched in utter bewilderment. What's going on? Are they fighting each other? But then, Lin Yuan noticed something else. He muttered to himself in confusion. Wait, there's something on that pterodactyl's neck. Is that a dragon knight? Looking closer, the figure resembled a werewolf, a creature with a wolf's head and tail, but a body built just like a human. It was long and thick. He even had another sword strapped to his back, while his other blade seemed to be the very one impaled in the back of that flying lizard. With a surge of power, he single-handedly ripped the sword out of the beast, while his other hand drew the second sword from his back. Spinning around in a flash, he slashed at the flying lizard, attacking him from behind. Chapter 34. From down below, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan watched the battle unfold, tracking every single move in the sky. Lin Yuan was completely stunned. Oh my god, what did I just see? Did someone seriously just ride on a flying lizard's neck and slash at another one with a sword? Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder, are there actually dragon riders on this island? More beasts joined the mid-air brawl, but these flying lizards seemed just as brainless as they were bloodthirsty. One of them spotted their opponent standing still on its ally's back and locked onto him. In the blink of an eye, it lunged, snapping viciously at the swordsman, completely unaware that it was walking straight into his trap. As the beast lunged, he leapt aside, dodging the massive beak and baiting it into a devastating friendly fire mistake. It bit down hard right on its ally's back, spraying blood everywhere, while the swordsman landed safely, completely unharmed. He then leaped onto the attacker, driving his blade straight into its head, piercing its cunning, pale eye and making it shriek in agonizing pain. Instinctively, the beast thrashed its head, trying to fling both the attacker and the sword out of its eye. But no matter how violently it shook, the swordsman hung on tight, until he finally planted his feet on its head, yanked his sword free, and leaped away, evading the beast's wild thrashing. Fighting in midair clearly wasn't his natural element, but it didn't seem to slow him down one bit. He nimbly hopped across the lizard's back, slicing relentlessly at its wings, refusing to show even a shred of mercy. Crippled by pain and with its wings shredded to pieces, the beast could no longer stay airborne and began plummeting to the ground. But he wasn't done yet. He drove his sword deep into the back of its neck. At this point, it was a straight nosedive. It hurtled toward the earth like a falling meteor. Man Yuan pointed at the falling beast in terror, screaming, "Brother Dragon, it's heading straight for us." With that, she immediately focused her power to transform. Man Yuan shifted into her giant gorilla beast form, beating her chest to show off her strength like she always did. She then ripped a massive ancient tree right out of the ground, wound up, and hurled it straight at the falling lizard. It was a perfect throw from Man Yuan, as the tree slammed directly into the flying lizard's face, knocking it completely off course. The beast crashed violently into the nearby forest, sending a massive shockwave that blasted trees and debris everywhere. The werewolf-like swordsman used the flying, uprooted trees as stepping stones in midair, nimbly jumping from the falling lizard straight toward Lin Yuan and Man Yuan, landing with a heavy thud. He walked up to them majestically, sheathing his sword with effortless cool. "I finally found you guys," he said with a smirk. He glanced at Man Yuan and asked, "Is she that female King Kong?" His look and question left Man Yuan utterly confused. Then, he leaned in close to Lin Yuan, who was currently in human form, and asked, "And you must be that Godzilla, right?" Lin Yuan's brain was still trying to process everything, so he asked, Who are you? Do we know each other?" He tried to look calm, but his mind was absolutely racing with questions. A werewolf? A dragon-slaying werewolf? And a mini King Kong? What the hell? Can someone tell me if I was reincarnated into a cultivation world or some Western fantasy land? Before he could think any further, the werewolf spoke up. "We've met before." With that, he bit down on his sword, holding the blade tightly in his mouth, then looked up at them with a sarcastic grin. "Don't tell me you forgot already?" The sight was incredibly familiar. Where had they seen this before? Wait. Wasn't he that alpha forest wolf who fought with a sword? Lin Yuan and Manhwa stared in absolute disbelief, their jaws dropping as they pointed at the werewolf in front of them. Holy crap! You're that wolf with the sword? You can transform into a human too? Oh my god! I thought beasts weren't allowed to cultivate into human forms after the founding of the nation. Why is every single monster around me turning human? Lin Yuan was crying on the inside. Is humanoid transformation seriously that common for monsters these days? The wolf grabbed the sword from his mouth, clearly itching for a fight. Let's go another round. The only reason I lost to you last time was because I was stuck in my wolf form. He took a combat stance, pointing his two gleaming swords directly at Lin Yuan's face in a blatant challenge. But Lin Yuan didn't take the bait. He just stared back blankly and said, "Are you out of your mind? You just show up out of nowhere demanding a fight. Besides, the way you talk makes it sound like you were a human turned wolf all along, and that fighting me like that was some kind of handicap." The werewolf didn't like that response one bit, slamming his fist onto the ground to show he wasn't about to back down. He was getting that rematch no matter what. Lin Yuan did not care about his opponent's condition. He just kept throwing out his wild theories, shifting from one surprise to another. Oh, did you also accidentally eat a shape-shifting fruit? But your transformation seems half-baked. A wolf head, a human body, and what about your limbs? Don't tell me you ate an unripe shape-shifting fruit and the potency wasn't enough? Before he could even finish, the werewolf, without saying a word, leaped into the air, did a perfect spin, and slashed his sword straight at Lin Yuan, completely relentless. Even Lin Yuan was taken aback by how bloodthirsty this werewolf was. He quickly threw himself backward to dodge the werewolf's strike. Damn, you are actually trying to kill me? Lin Yuan dodged the slash with ease, making the werewolf grit his teeth in frustration. Right after missing his target, the wolfman immediately unleashed his martial arts, launching a relentless barrage of slashes at Lin Yuan. He roared out a threat. Lin Yuan, fight back, or you are dead. Unfortunately, one of those quick strikes grazed his calf. Lin Yuan realized right then and there that this human body did not have the thick, tough skin of his gorilla form. It would not survive a direct hit. Seeing Lin Yuan lose some blood, Manhwa, still in her giant ape form, could not stand by and watch. She charged forward, targeting the annoying enemy, none other than that dual-wielding werewolf. TSK, the agile werewolf spotted this surprise attacker instantly and easily dodged Manhwa's devastating punch. She swung her arms, throwing a flurry of punches at him, but she was no match for his sheer speed. He dodged effortlessly, while quietly assessing her combat skills. This giant gorilla is not human. She still fights like a wild beast, relying purely on raw strength and completely ignoring technique. Feeling completely played, Manhwa roared in frustration after throwing so many powerful punches and failing to land even a single hit. As the werewolf analyzed her fighting style, he darted toward her, adding another comment. Fighting like this is just a waste of energy. But wait, what is he doing? He suddenly dashed right toward Lin Yuan, baiting Manhwa's heavy fist along with him. Turns out, he was using this trick to bait Manhwa into accidentally hitting Lin Yuan. He noticed that she was hot-headed and fought without any actual strategy. So that is why he only dodged instead of fighting back. This wolfman is definitely not someone to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin Yuan managed to dodge Manhwa's terrifying punch. He turned to her and complained, "Sis Vien, when you are throwing punches, you need to make sure you are hitting the enemy, not me." The werewolf got back into his battle stance and provoked her. "Hey there, gorilla girl. Seems like the tables have turned since our very first meeting." Lin Yuan could easily tell that the wolfman was just trying to get under her skin, but Manhwa was too angry to realize it. She was absolutely fuming at his mockery. Seeing his provocation working, he clicked his tongue and continued to mock her. "But I am sorry, I do not have time for you right now. I only want to test my skills against the human." Manhwa's eyes flared with pure rage as she raised her massive fist to strike. She completely lost her mind, blindly smashing everything in front of her. She nearly flattened Lin Yuan. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time and yelled in panic. Damn it, she totally took the bait. Lin Yuan scrambled away as fast as his legs could carry him, trying to escape the blast zone of Manhwa's furious rampage. He screamed back to warn her. "You hot-tempered dummy. Didn't I just tell you to keep your distance from me while fighting?" Because he was too focused on her, Lam Uyen let his guard down for a split second, failing to notice the werewolf sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, a cold blade was pressed right against his throat. The wolfman whispered, "If I am not mistaken, you are a human, right?" Lam Uyen was utterly confused. What is this wolf's angle? By human, does he mean my current form? Lam Uyen glanced back at him and sneered. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but I much prefer fighting in my beast form. In his head, Lam Uyen thought, Dude, I haven't been a human in forever. The werewolf was stunned. You can freely shift between human and beast form? I did not see that coming. But don't you want to fight me in your human form? Without another word, Lam Uyen instantly transformed back into his massive beast form and snapped at him. Are you out of your mind? I can clearly use my massive size to crush you. Why on earth would I be stupid enough to use that tiny human form to fight you? Especially when you are holding two swords and I am barehanded. Lam Uyen thought to himself, only an idiot would fight you as a human. Damn it, you even slashed down Aeolus and the pterodactyl. Looking up at Lam Uyen's massive beast form, he remarked, I have no idea how you can turn into a monster, but that beast form does not suit you at all. Lam Uyen scoffed at his words. On this abyss island where monsters are as common as weeds, a fragile human body is nothing but an ant. What could it possibly achieve? Hearing those words, the werewolf prepped for another launch and replied, A human body can maximize the true potential of human techniques. His eyes grew cold and sharp, burning with an intense fighting spirit. He kicked off the tree trunk behind him to propel himself forward, thrusting his sword directly at Lam Uyen. He spat out a threat. Watch out! I am going to slit your throat. He lunged forward, aiming his blade directly at Lam Uyen's neck. Although the strike did not hit his neck directly, it managed to graze the side. Blood began to spray from the painful wound. This strike caught Lam Uyen off guard. He reached out his massive hand, trying to swat the werewolf like a tiny mosquito. But the wolfman's sharp eyes saw it coming. That was all part of the werewolf's plan. It kicked off Lin Yuan's body to launch itself upward, saying, It was served on a silver platter, all you had to do was open your mouth and bite. But instead, you reached out to catch it. Humans always unconsciously reach out their hands whenever they panic. It lectured on human behavior, while showing off the martial arts skills its human body allowed it to perform. It deftly spun its sword with incredible agility and skill, adding, Humans have highly flexible hands, and you've pushed their utility to the absolute limit. But at the same time, relying too heavily on your hands is also your greatest weakness. Saying this, it unleashed another martial arts technique. It swiftly leaped right above Lin Yuan's head, pointing the sword directly at his eye. The tip of the blade was only a few centimeters away from Lin Yuan's pupil. A shiver of fear ran down his spine. The wolf continued to babble, You really are just a human. Thank goodness this move worked. Lin Yuan still couldn't grasp the intention behind its actions and words, asking skeptically, What do you mean by that? He began to analyze the wolf. It seemed this blade-wielding wolf had a deep connection with humans, which explained why it was so familiar with human behavior and body language. Could its incredible blade skills and martial arts have been learned from a human as well? Suddenly, a rustling noise came from the canopy above. Both of them looked up, and the shadow appeared to belong to that zombie bird. Assessing the situation, the sword-wielding wolf said, It won't give me a second chance to jump. The moment those words left its mouth, the monstrous bird suddenly swooped down from the sky, grabbing the werewolf tightly in its talons and lifting it off Lin Yuan. The wolf was caught completely off guard, only able to watch in stunned silence as it was carried away. Lin Yuan barked in anger. Damn it, that overgrown bird dares to snatch someone right from Brother Long's territory. Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide and fired an explosive round, utilizing the new skill he acquired the other day to blast the monstrous bird. Chapter 36. This sudden attack startled Ling Du. It immediately whipped its head around and cursed. Crap, not that thing again. By this point, Lin Yuan's attack was about to collide with Ling Du. Luckily, its reflexes kicked in, and it snatched one of its nearby underlings with its foot. Suddenly pinned down, the startled underling let out a pathetic shriek. Ling Du used its leg to fling the underling forward, forcing the poor guy to meat shield the incoming attack. A loud boom echoed as the subordinate took the brutal hit, squealing in agony. Yet, miraculously, it seemed completely unharmed, continuing to fly as if nothing happened while crying out in terror, Man, that scared the crap out of me. Ling Du found this highly bizarre and muttered, What's going on? It didn't deal any damage at all. However, The kinetic force of the attack continued to chase after another underling, slamming right into its back. Even though it didn't suffer any real damage, the impact felt like a heavy rock smashing into its spine, sending a wave of pain through its body and causing its flight to stutter. But the projectile wasn't done yet. It bounced off the underling and ricocheted straight toward Ling Du, catching it so off guard that it couldn't react in time. This time, luck was not on its side. The explosive shell struck it dead center, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Its eyes rolled back into its head, unable to even utter a sound as its mind screamed two words. So painful. With the feathers on its chest completely scorched, all of its strength drained away. It let go of Bing Qi Lang and went flying through the air from the sheer momentum. Ling Du plummeted face first from the sky, leaving a massive trail of black smoke behind as it crashed. Seeing this, its underlings panicked. They swarmed around their fallen leader in a frenzy, completely powerless to help. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan gloated. "That's the third time I've shot that giant bird out of the sky, ha." Manhwa, standing beside him, showered him with praise as usual. "You're so powerful, Brother Long." But as his laughter faded, Lin Yuan frowned, deeply reflecting on Bing Qilang's previous behavior. That blade-wielding wolf clearly had a prime opportunity to severely injure him, yet it held back. It only wanted to test his skills in a duel. Besides, it seems to understand humans incredibly well. If I can recruit it to help me deal with those rotten reptiles, it would be an invaluable ally. No sooner said than done. Lin Yuan pointed toward Bing Qilang, who had been dropped from the sky, and was now being surrounded by Ling Du's underlings trying to recapture it. He turned to Manhwa and said, "This is the perfect chance to do him a favor. Sister Vian, go save that blade-wielding wolf." Hearing this, Manhwa turned around, gave Lin Yuan a big thumbs up, and replied, "Leave it to me." Lin Yuan stood proudly with his arms crossed and shouted, "Go, Pika Vian!" Instantly, Manhwa let out a loud roar, swinging nimbly on a vine as she charged forward. Not wanting to just sit idle, Lin Yuan quickly scurried off, saying, "I'm going to pay a visit to my old friend, the one I've used as target practice 3 times now." But when he arrived at the crash site, history repeated itself. All Lin Yuan saw was a massive crater carved out by the sheer impact of Ling Du's fall. The giant bird was already long gone. Lin Yuan frantically scanned the area, but there was absolutely no sign of it. He began to mutter to himself, "That's weird. Did she really just abandon that blade-wielding wolf and her own underlings and flee like that? Wait, there's movement over there." Lin Yuan caught a faint sound coming from the forest and whipped his head around to look. As he drew closer, the rustling and crackling noises became increasingly distinct. It was indeed Ling Du, but this time she had transformed into her human form, tangled up in a thick cluster of vines. Badly injured from the previous attack, she was coughing uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan immediately recalled the predictions he had made earlier. Before that, he was a bit surprised, so he just froze on the spot. Once he snapped out of it, Lin Yuan pointed at Ling Niao and shouted, "Holy crap! Hey, are you really that ugly bird? You can actually transform into a human? And you're a female?" Lin Yuan slowly checked Ling Niao out from head to toe like a total creep, and then said, "But honestly, your human form is way easier on the eyes than that monstrous bird look." Hearing this, Ling Niao instantly lost her temper and snapped at Lin Yuan, "Shut your mouth, you ugly dragon. You've crossed me time and time again. First, that female monkey stole my shape-shifting fruit, transformed into a human, and ran off. I searched everywhere for her, but couldn't find a trace. I had no idea you were the one who saved her. Second, you came and snatched my shape-shifting fruit. When I tried to stop you, you actually ended up injuring me." But Lin Yuan immediately looked away, whistling as if he had absolutely nothing to do with it, thinking to himself that playing dumb would get him off the hook. Seeing this, Ling Niao pressed on, "Third, I decided to just eat that female monkey as punishment for eating my shape-shifting fruit. And yet, you had to get in my way. I haven't even settled the score with you for that yet. That soldier wolf stole my shape-shifting fruit too, which is why I came to capture him. But here you are, stopping me yet again. Considering you helped me deal with that venom beast, I'll let it slide that you stole my shape-shifting fruit. If you know what's good for you, get lost and stop interfering with me capturing Soldier Wolf." Lin Yuan looked at Ling Niao, chuckling to himself before trying to make a deal. "I followed the trail of your crash landing all the way here, originally planning to turn you into a nice barbecue dinner. But since you're a cute, feisty beast girl, I'll let you off the hook. Let's talk for a bit. Are you willing to team up with me to take down those rotten reptiles?" Ling Niao instantly snapped back, "Why the hell would I team up with you?" Lin Yuan gave a sly smile and replied, "Because we share the same enemies, that's why. Like those rotten reptiles, their six-headed giant king, and that venom beast." Ling Niao immediately cut him off. "The venom beast? Yeah, I was just too busy to deal with it myself, which is why you got lucky and took credit for it." Lin Yuan, realizing he had just hit her weak spot, smugly scratched his neck and said in a heavily sarcastic tone, "Oh, is that so? Funny, because Yuan Mei told me the venom beast beat you so bad you lost all your feathers." Hearing her pride exposed, Ling Niao felt her dignity shattered. She flew into a rage and shrieked, "Shut up!" Lin Yuan didn't care at all. He found the mental image of a bald Ling Niao pretty hilarious, so he kept teasing her while laying out the perks of joining his side. "It's fine if you're bald. I've got a fruit that stimulates feather growth. It can totally cure your baldness." Hearing this, Ling Niao looked down and fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Realizing there's no such thing as a free lunch, she suddenly snapped her head up and said, "You're pretty clever. You almost had me riled up, but I know exactly what you're up to. You're trying to buy time so that female monkey can rescue Soldier Wolf. Open your damn eyes and look. You really think I didn't plan ahead?" Only then did Lin Yuan remember he had sent the savage ape to help Soldier Wolf. So he quickly looked in the direction Ling Niao was pointing. Sure enough, the savage ape was in deep trouble. 3 mutated Iolos pterodactyls, each 43 meters long and weighing 43 tons, with massive builds and incredible agility, were relentlessly attacking the savage ape. To make matters worse, one of them had grabbed Soldier Wolf in its talons. After struggling to defend herself, the savage ape was suddenly struck by an attack. 2 of the Iolos pterodactyls dug their talons into the savage ape's shoulders, lifting her high into the air from both sides. Seeing this, Lin Yuan panicked and shrieked, "Yuan Mei!" He then glared at Ling Niao with sheer fury, growling, "You dare lay a finger on Yuan Mei? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you're in right now?" Ling Niao retorted. "Did you seriously think I was just at your mercy? You thought wrong. I've looked down on you since the very beginning." Ling Niao pulled out 3 of her feathers and held them, saying with utter confidence, "These feathers are incredibly precious. They aren't meant to be wasted on trash like you. But if you're dead set on getting in my way, I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of today." With that, Ling Niao immediately unleashed her 8 directional wind blades, sending the feathers flying everywhere. Chapter 37. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Lin Yuan panicked a bit. Seeing the feathers hurtling toward him like arrows, Lin Yuan could only stand frozen and yell, "Damn it, this is a magic attack." The feathers pelted him relentlessly, carving countless wounds into his body and even slicing down the surrounding trees. Hit hard. Lin Yuan immediately collapsed in pain, thinking, "Damn it, she was actually hiding such a powerful move." Still holding a few feathers, Ling Niao pressed her advantage, taunting as she attacked, "If you knew just how precious these feathers are, you'd actually be thanking me for being so generous. The first feather was your punishment for saving that female monkey, and this one is for helping that soldier wolf." As she finished speaking, she flung another feather, which hissed as it zipped around Lin Yuan. The surrounding trees were instantly sliced in half, crashing down and burying Lin Yuan underneath. Lin Yuan struggled to push them off. Taking 2 heavy blows back to back, Lin Yuan struggled to push himself back up, coughing roughly. Ling Diao still had 1 more feather. She raised it, ready to unleash a 3rd strike, but stopped when she saw Lin Yuan struggling, crawling hopelessly on the ground with no way to escape the rubble. So, she hesitated a bit. At this moment, Lin Yuan was well aware of his dire situation. He tried to anticipate her next move, but the agonizing pain forced a silent curse from him. "Damn it. My body is pinned and I can't move. In this state, taking even 1 more hit would be the end of me." But to his surprise, Ling Diao didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, she just smirked and said mockingly, "I originally wanted to punish you for stealing my transformation fruit, but since you groveled and begged for mercy, I'll let you off this time. Do you see the gap in our strength now?" With that, Ling Diao initiated her transformation, turning into her usual giant, ugly bird form and taking off. But she didn't forget to hurl one last insult. "Don't you dare bother me again." Lin Yuan watched her go, scowling and cursing in anger. That rotten bird is definitely not the type to act tough, but be soft-hearted. There's no way she would just spare an opponent who is completely defenseless. Damn it. Now is not the time to think about this. Yuan Mei and Bing Qilong are about to be carried away, but the distance is too far to land a hit, and that rotten bird is blocking my line of sight. Knowing he was running out of time, Lin Yuan immediately made his move, casting off the heavy debris of trees pinning him down. Standing up, he thought to himself, "Screw it. I can't just stand here and watch my comrades get dragged away. If you're going to block my way, take this, you rotten bird." Once again, Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide and unleashed his explosive bullet. Ling Diao quickly realized that Lin Yuan had recovered and was launching an attack. She glanced back and muttered, "Huh? Trying to scare me with that useless glowing orb again? Do you take me for an idiot?" Instantly, Ling Diao blocked the orb with her talons and shouted, "This thing only explodes after 3 hits. All I have to do is smack it away before it goes off." But Lin Yuan kept attacking. He clearly had a plan, knowing he couldn't just rely on the same old trick. Spitting out more projectiles, Lin Yuan shouted back at Ling Diao, "You might be able to block 1 explosive bullet, but how about 3? Ling Diao scoffed, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, are you insulting my intelligence? Forget about 3 of these useless glowing orbs, even 30 of them wouldn't do a thing. Watch me blow them all away with a single breath." With that, Ling Diao used her talons to parry rapidly, successfully blocking all 3 bullets. Arrogant as ever, Ling Diao looked back and taunted him, "Throwing more at me won't change a thing. Just give up already, it's pathetic." However, she had no idea that the 2 orbs she had just deflected. One was flying straight toward the 2 minions capturing Man Yuan, while the other was heading right for the 2 carrying Bing Qilang away. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smirked, letting out a long scoff. "You stupid bird. Did you really think I was targeting you? My gym grades might have been below average, but I'm actually a genius at trigonometry." Right on cue, Lin Yuan's calculations paid off. 1 orb struck the 2 minions holding Bing Qilang, and the other did the same to the ones holding Man Yuan. Upon the final hit, because the strike count had reached 3, they detonated with 2 massive booms that shook the sky, sending the minions into a frenzy of pain, forcing them to drop Man Yuan and Bing Qilang from their talons. To Ling Diao's shock, her entire plan went up in smoke. She stood there in a daze, wondering, "Wait, you can do that?" Unable to believe her own eyes. Down on the ground, Lin Yuan smirked triumphantly. "Haha, at this distance, I only landed those hits thanks to your assist." Although one of them was blown away, the remaining minion desperately tried to cling to Man Yuan, using both of its claws and flapping its wings furiously to keep dragging her. But now, with one of her arms free, Man Yuan regained her fierce, commanding composure. She let out a thunderous roar, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Ling Diao's minion, clenching her fist and delivering a devastating punch. She grabbed its wings, forcing it to let go, and slammed it beneath her to use as a cushion for a landing. A loud crash echoed, followed by the agonizing shriek of the trusted minion bird. It was flattened completely in a pitiful state. To vent her anger, Man Yuan even stomped on it a few more times. Seeing Man Yuan land safely, Lin Yuan ran over, asking anxiously, "Yuan Mei, are you okay?" Man Yuan stopped and turned to Lin Yuan. "I'm fine. I'm sorry, Brother Long. I couldn't save Blade Wolf." Looking up at the sky where Ling Diao was still searching the area, Lin Yuan said, "It's fine. I saw Blade Wolf fall into the woods back there, so he should be okay. Right now, our main task is dealing with this rotten bird. She can shoot incredibly powerful wind blades from her feathers, so keep your guard up. Yuan Mei, grab whatever you can and throw it at that monster bird's head." As Lin Yuan gave directions, Man Yuan dragged Ling Diao's defeated minion to the side, saving it for dinner, and readily agreed, "Okay." But unable to find anything else to throw right away, Man Yuan just grabbed a flying lizard and hurled it instead. Seeing his potential meal get thrown away, Lin Yuan yelled, "Are you kidding me? Don't throw the flying lizard. I haven't even had a single bite of that." But with the battle still raging, Lin Yuan was already scheming his next move. "Keep dreaming. You might have dodged 1 strike. But how about the second?" Then, Lin Yuan glared right at Ling Yao and shouted, "Watch me burn all the feathers off your head." Immediately after, he unleashed his blasting breath, launching a direct attack at her. But to his surprise, Ling Yao effortlessly raised her wing to dodge the attack, only letting out a sharp screech. Thoroughly annoyed by Lin Yuan's attack this time, Ling Yao scowled and snapped, "How dare you target my precious feathers, you dirty scoundrel." Down below, Lin Yuan and Man Yuan were getting anxious after seeing the attack miss. They kept yelling and gesturing wildly from below, making noises that no one could possibly understand. Suddenly, Man Yuan noticed that Bing Qilang was still on the giant bird's body. Out of nowhere, he launched himself off the beast, leaping high into the air. Silhouetted against the blinding sunlight, Ling Niao also spotted Bing Zhilong leaping through the air. As Bing Zhilong lunged at Ling Niao, he got so close that his reflection, blade raised and ready to strike, was vividly mirrored in the giant bird's eyes. But before she could even react, Bing Zhilong slashed his blade directly at her eye, forcing her to squeeze her eyes shut. Chapter 38. However, that was just a feint by Bing Zhilong. He had no intention of actually hurting her eye, but was merely using it as a way to get her to lower her guard. Snapping back to her senses, Ling Niao dodged the next direct blow to her face and shrieked, "You damn wolf! Don't you dare use human weapons against me." Bing Zhilong couldn't care less about her words. His blade slashed through the air again and again, slicing all over her body. Forced onto the defensive, Ling Niao cursed in frustration, "You bastard! You damn wolf! What the hell do you think you're doing? These are my precious feathers." Screaming in panic, Ling Niao dove after her falling feathers, desperately trying to catch them one by one. But they were already drifting away, scattered all over the sky. Meanwhile, Bing Zhilong had already reverted to his human form and landed safely on the ground in front of Lin Yuan and Manhwa. Looking ahead with his sharp, scarred eyes, he looked incredibly badass. Bing Zhilong immediately swung his blade, shredding all the falling feathers into pieces. As he struck, he muttered, "As long as you can read the trajectory and pinpoint the weakness, there is nothing in this world that cannot be cut." Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately recalled how the giant bird had used her feathers to attack him earlier, nodding to himself in realization. Ah, that giant bird uses her feathers to summon wind blades, but this wolf can easily shred those feathers. That means he is her natural counter. Realizing how powerful Bing Zhilong truly was, Lin Yuan stepped closer to him and said with a grin, "You really are amazing, brother wolf. Since we are facing a formidable enemy, why don't we team up first and take down this giant bird together?" Bing Zhilong replied calmly, "Sure. But in a dense forest like this, what good is a giant, clumsy beast body anyway?" The words sounded all too familiar, making Lin Yuan think to himself, "Damn, this wolf really knows how to hold a grudge." Still, he decided to play along with some sweet talk to seal the deal. "You are absolutely right, brother wolf. On Quan Island, where giant beasts roam everywhere, a human body is exactly what we need to get the job done." Even as Lin Yuan said this, he cringed, knowing how incredibly fake he sounded, but he kept up the playful smile and continued, "So, how about you help me defeat this giant bird first, brother wolf? Once she is dealt with, we can both turn human and have our rematch. What do you say?" By this time, Ling Niao had landed near Lin Yuan and Bing Zhilong, glaring at them as they conversed. Bing Zhilong seemed slightly swayed, but he still raised his blade and said, "I don't like fighting empty-handed. Against tyrannical bullies, I only use my blade." Lin Yuan continued to flatter him, "Whatever floats your boat, brother wolf, I can just wear armor." Sensing things were turning against her, Ling Niao shook her head frantically and shrieked, "You actually have the nerve to beg a weakling who hides in a human form. You rotten dragon, don't you have even an ounce of pride as a giant beast? On top of that, I was merciful enough to spare you earlier, and you repay my kindness with betrayal by having that damn wolf shred my feathers." Ling Niao desperately tried to salvage what was left, holding a few remaining feathers in her beak. She finally fell silent, realizing that if these two actually joined forces, she and those flying lizards in the sky stood absolutely no chance against them. Instantly, she searched for an excuse to leave, shouting, "A lowly lizard like you isn't even worthy of fighting me. Bye-bye." Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan caught on to what she was doing. He thought to himself, talk about a half-assed excuse to run away. At least you know when to be scared. Teaming up with this blade-wielding wolf was definitely the right call. Determined not to let Ling Niao off the hook so easily, Lin Yuan pointed right at her face and taunted, "Hey, you smelly bird, don't think it's over just like that. You trespassed on my territory and even ruined my fight with Brother Wolf." Hearing this, Ling Niao cut him off, her face twisting in anger as she snapped, "Then what do you want? Want me to apologize to you? Keep dreaming." Seeing that the tables had completely turned, Lin Yuan confidently pointed to himself and smiled, saying, "Haha, I need some extra firepower to deal with the rotting reptile king, and that is you. You have two options. Join us, or leave those magical feathers behind." Lam Uyen said this because he had completely figured out Lin Du's weakness. Since this giant bird valued her feathers so damn much, all they had to do was exploit that weakness. Lin Duo refused to back down, stubbornly retorting, "You think you punks can actually beat the rotten reptile king? You've got to be out of your damn minds. Besides, if I want to fly away, you really think the three of you can stop me?" This time, Lam Uyan wasn't intimidated at all. Crossing his arms, he smirked, "Go ahead and try to fly, but don't say I didn't warn you. In a dense jungle like this, you have zero advantage. An Lang is up in the trees watching your every move. If you try to take off here, you're going to get sliced." Hearing that, Lin Duo still remained incredibly proud, completely brushing his warning aside. With a disdainful snort, she spread her massive wings and began flapping furiously, trying to launch herself into the air. Seeing this, Bin Silong leaped from the branches to intercept Lin Duo. An Lang swung his sword right in front of Lin Duo, shocking her so much she gasped in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Bin Silang showed absolutely no mercy, immediately slashing down. Lin Duo didn't dare fly any higher and had to pull her neck back to dodge the attack. Losing her momentum and completely caught off guard, Lin Duo couldn't keep flapping and crashed hard onto the ground, her feathers flying everywhere. Yet, she still desperately clenched a few magical feathers in her beak. To make matters worse, her flying lizard minions were also thrown into a panic, screeching and scattering all over the sky. Provoked by the beastly aura of the attack, they turned around to strike back at their ambusher, but down on the ground, Manhwa was already waiting with his club raised, roaring in anticipation. One of them charged in first, only to be instantly clobbered by Manhwa's club, a bone-shattering blow that echoed through the forest, sending it flying right back into the sky. Realizing her flying lizards couldn't back up her anymore, Lin Duo had no choice but to take the cowardly way out and bolt. As she ran, she cursed to herself, "Damn it, I've got to at least get away from that blade-wielding wolf. Once I'm in the air, they won't be able to touch me." Seeing Lin Duo abandon her pride and run, Lam Uyan stood there completely dumbfounded. "Crap, this bird literally just turned into an ostrich." He chased after her, shouting, "Hey, bald bird, you're not escaping me on those stubby little legs." Sure enough, Lam Uyan caught up in no time, and even ran ahead to block her path. He then unleashed his Kui Dragon Extreme Burst strike right into the center of Lin Duo's body, knocking the absolute wind and spit out of her. Manhwa then grabbed one of the flying lizards and threw it right at Lin Duo, which completely broke Lam Uyan's heart. He yelled, "Damn it, don't use the flying lizards as weapons. I haven't even had a chance to taste them yet." After dealing with that, seeing Lin Duo starting to squirm again, Lam Uyan walked over, leaning in to ask, "Our strength isn't as weak as you made it out to be, right? If we can stop you, we can definitely stop the rotten reptile king. So, what do you say? Will you join me, Vian Moi, and Bin Silang to take down the rotten reptile king?" Hearing the name of the rotten reptile king, Bin Silang panicked and yelled, "Hold on a second. When did I ever agree to fight the rotten reptile king with you?" Under the faint sunlight, Lam Uyan looked incredibly warm and gentle. He even used the sweetest words to invite Lin Duo, saying, "We need you." But Lin Duo was already holding a massive grudge. She craned her neck and snapped, "You know what? Your invitation is just as stupid as that dumb ape's. Damn it, what are you trying to pull? Do you punks think I'm some pushover?" With that, Lin Duo furiously swiped at Lam Uyan with her talons. Seeing Lin Duo still resisting and trying to pick another fight, Bin Silang dropped out of nowhere and sliced off one of her tail feathers. Any floating feather or loose down that fell was immediately shredded into dust by Bin Silang's rapid slashes. Lin Duo was now trembling with pure rage, tears of frustration welling up in her eyes. Her voice shook as she shrieked, "What the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea how precious these feathers are? Every single feather holds the life essence of a monster on this island." Lam Uyan finally understood why Lin Duo had swallowed that green substance back at the lake. Frowning, he said, "So that's it. You let the monsters turn into humans, then devoured their crystals to channel their life essence straight into your feathers. And you still want to use this method to kill Bin Silong and Vian Moi to devour the crystals inside them? If we can't be friends, then we're enemies. And when it comes to enemies who threaten our lives, there's no way I can just let you walk away." Hearing Lam Uyan's words, Bin Silang and Manhwa braced themselves for round 2. Lam Uyan also cracked his knuckles, getting ready to strike. Hearing this only made Lin Duo even more stubborn, driven completely insane with rage. She stood up, flapped her wings, and glared with murderous intent, huffing. "Fine. Even if you let me go now, I'm not leaving. You destroyed so many of the feathers I worked so hard to get. Now, you're going to pay for them with your lives." Chapter 39. Kai Uyen Island is facing a crisis of total destruction, and saving it is going to take a massive amount of power. That's why the beasts on this island offered up their strength and life force to me one by one, transforming into these precious feathers. And you, bastards. Not only did you refuse to help, but you also completely wasted their good intentions. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lam Uyen thought to himself, talk about twisting the truth. Lin Yu then began her move, and dozens of feathers started buzzing rapidly around her. Without skipping a beat, she arrogantly snapped, "Do you trash have any idea how angry they are right now?" Lam Uyen was completely caught off guard. He looked up and muttered, "Damn it, her tail lost 2 feathers, and those broken feathers flying around aren't just 30 or 50 anymore. Kuai Diu is really going all out this time." Kuai Diu instantly grew more aggressive, screaming to unleash her death cyclone. Tens of thousands of feathers whipped around her, tearing up the ground and ripping trees out by their roots, turning the entire area upside down. Lam Uyen struggled to hold his ground against the raging storm, gritting his teeth as he braced himself and groaned, "The wind is too strong, I can't resist it." In an instant, Lam Uyen's colossal body was swept up into the air. Lam Uyen slammed hard against the ground multiple times, tumbling and rolling across the dirt. Lam Uyen desperately crouched low, trying to grip the earth so he wouldn't get blown away again. Fortunately, Man Vian was nearby. Standing inside a pit right where Lam Uyen had been blown, she waved her hand and shouted, "Brother Long, hurry, get down in this cave." Even after taking shelter in the cave, Lam Uyen couldn't help but yell in frustration, "Talk about a cheat code. This isn't even an ultimate move anymore. This is literally a natural disaster. How are we supposed to fight that?" Man Vian could only sit quietly like an obedient puppy, listening to Lam Uyen vent because she had no idea what to do either. Suddenly, Lam Uyen remembered something. Looking around, he turned to Man Vian and said, "Vian, I'm glad you're okay. Wait, hold on. Where is Bang Chi Lang?" He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, the wind stopped blowing, and everything fell silent. Lam Uyen wondered, the wind is dying down. Did she run out of magic in those feathers? With that thought, Lam Uyen poked his head out to take a look. Man Vian was a bit more cautious, carefully gripping the edge of the pit before slowly sticking her head up to scan the area. Up on the surface, Lam Uyen saw Kuai Diu flying further away. However, there was still something golden flashing in the distance. Lam Uyen suddenly realized what was happening as his brain kicked into gear. Wait, Brother Lang actually lured her away. No matter how you look at it, Vian and I are obviously a bigger threat. Why did Kuai Diu ignore us and go after Brother Lang instead? Could this be a case of love turned to hate? Even though Brother Lang is extremely agile, facing a cyclone like that, I'm afraid there isn't much he can do. I have to find a way. Suddenly, a massive flock of birds swarmed across the sky, flapping their wings loudly. Hearing the noise, Lam Uyen looked up and signaled to Man Vian, a new enemy. It was a flock of Dente Dao, creatures with a body length of 5 meters, weighing 5 tons. They live in flocks and specialize in swarming their targets. Although they aren't huge, their flying speed, razor-sharp teeth, and incredible bite force can quickly shred opponents many times their size down to a pile of white bones. Seeing them swarm closer and closer, Lam Uyen panicked and shouted, "You rotten bird, this is the 3rd time you've shocked us. You even summoned this carnivorous army." Lin Yu glanced down at Man Vian and Lam Uyen, completely clueless about what they were thinking, but she didn't care about these two anymore. Lin Yu let out a screeching cry and flapped her wings toward Lam Uyen and Man Vian, ordering the swarm to attack them. On command, the entire flock locked their eyes on that spot. Flapping their wings furiously, they surged toward the pit where Lam Uyen and Man Vian were poking their heads out. Seeing this, Lam Uyen and Man Vian quickly leaped out of the pit and ran for their lives. Man Vian looked back, prompting Lam Uyen to shout, "They're definitely coming for us. Run faster." The beasts relentlessly pursued them, snapping their sharp jaws over and over, forcing Lam Uyen to run without a second's delay. He tried his best to explain the situation to Man Vian, making sure she realized how grave the danger on their heels was. "Don't you see their teeth are even sharper than Brother Lang's blades? If they catch us, they'll strip us to the bone in a split second." Midway through their escape, Lam Uyen suddenly slammed the brakes. Realizing something, he muttered to himself, "No, wait, we can't just run. Brother Lang is still in grave danger." Lam Uyen decided to hold his ground and take them all out, so he firmly told Man Vian, "Vian, take this chance to break through and support Brother Lang. Leave this place to me." By now, Lin Du's minions had caught up to Lam Yuyan and Man Vian, surrounding them both, bearing rows of razor-sharp, pearly white teeth, gaping their mouths as they drooled for a tasty meal. Lam Yuyan immediately unleashed his first move, the Kuai-long battle roar, to distract the enemy. The entire flock instantly froze in their tracks. Seeing that their attack had halted, Lam Yuyan urgently shouted to Man Vian, "Vian, go! Hurry!" The moment the Kuai-long battle roar wore off, a Den Te Dao bit hard into Lam Yuyan's arm before he could dodge. The pain was excruciating, and he couldn't pull his arm free, knowing that forcing it would tear it clean off. Not just one, but the entire flock swarmed, and began tearing into Lam Yuyan, forcing him to shield his head and scream, "You damn overgrown chickens! Their attacks are too fast and relentless to block. Are you bastards addicted to biting me or what?" At this point, Lin Yuan's entire body was covered in countless wounds, each one dripping with blood. Furious, Lin Yuan grabbed them and roared, "I'm the true biting boss around here." With that, he immediately bit them back and devoured them whole. Right on cue, the system notifications started rolling in. Ding! You have successfully devoured a dimorphic dentate, plus 900 evolution points. Congratulations on devouring a dimorphic dentate for the first time. Special reward unlocked, plus 5,000 evolution points. Having devoured a good number of them, Lin Yuan stuffed his mouth, chewing them loudly. Gulping them down, he muttered, What an unexpected bonus." Turns out, during battle, the evolution points I gain from devouring can also be used to heal my wounds. Too busy eating to watch his surroundings, Lin Yuan let his guard down and was immediately pecked on the head by a dentate, drawing a splash of blood. He cried out in pain, but the stinging sensation didn't back down one bit. "Damn it, this tiny scratch is nothing. As long as I eat faster than you bastards, I won't lose this fight." With that, Lin Yuan tore into them relentlessly. Whichever one dared to bite him, he chewed their entire head off in return. The system was not idle either. As Lin Yuan feasted, it kept flooding him with notifications for added evolution points. Ding! You have successfully devoured a dimorphic dentate, plus 900 evolution points. Ding! You have successfully devoured a dimorphic dentate, plus 900 evolution points. This went on for dozens of times. Having eaten his fill, Lin Yuan grew completely numb to their attacks as he kept retaliating. Glaring at them with rage, he challenged, "Bring it on, you little chicks. Let's see who eats who first." Episode 40. On the werewolf side, that monster bird thrust her massive talons toward him, trying to snatch him up. Instead of rushing to counterattack, the werewolf quickly assessed the situation. The surrounding gale force winds significantly increased the threat of the bird's strikes. The werewolf nimbly leaped away to dodge the monster bird's massive talons, causing her attack to miss entirely. She slammed into a massive boulder nearby, and her sheer strength was so terrifying that the giant rock instantly shattered into pieces. The werewolf analyzed the beast's attack patterns, realizing that the cyclone only boosted her speed, while her actual moves remained unchanged. Having missed twice with her talons, she quickly adjusted her balance. Predicting her next move, the werewolf watched closely to find an opening. This time, the monster bird drove her sharp beak straight down at him. He thought to himself, "Just as I suspected. By reading her preparatory movements, I can easily anticipate the direction and trajectory of her attacks. Dodging them is a breeze." Despite having a plan, he didn't let his guard down and anxiously worked on his next move. But as long as I can't break through her protective cyclone, he thought, I won't be able to land a single hit. It's only a matter of time before I'm defeated. All I can do right now, while I still have some stamina left, is lure this monster bird away. Hopefully, those two idiots will grab this chance and escape. With that in mind, he nimbly bounded off the flying fragments of shattered rock and quickly dashed away. As he lured the monster bird away, a wave of regret washed over him. What a shame. In the end, I never got to have a satisfying duel with that human. Suddenly, a massive shadow rushed forward. "Brother Wolf, don't panic. We're here to help." That giant shadow turned out to be Man Vian, who ran out of nowhere to shield him. He skidded to a halt in utter disbelief, glaring up at Man Vian as he snapped, "Damn it. What the hell are you doing here, you idiot? This is no place for you to butt in." Furious that Man Vian had interrupted her battle with the werewolf, the monster bird shrieked, "You foolish ape, overestimating yourself. You must be begging for a beating." She unleashed a blast from her cyclone directly at Man Vian. The impact was devastating, slamming straight into Man Vian's stomach and making her throw up. In a flash, the werewolf leaped in front of Man Vian, who was collapsed on the ground after that brutal hit. He declared, "This monster bird came for me, so I'll handle her myself." Despite her state, Manhwa remained incredibly defiant, insisting, "Don't mention it, Brother Wolf. Like you said, since we're teammates, we fight together." Hearing her noble speech, the werewolf scoffed, "Who's being polite with you, you blockhead? Can't you tell I'm just calling you a nuisance?" Unfazed by his harsh words, Manhwa stubbornly insisted, "So what if we lose? At worst, we lose together. Either way, we are not leaving you behind." Her words struck a chord, triggering his old memories. He recalled his past. "Spikes, minion, don't follow me. You're too big, you'll only get in my way." Back then, he was still just a giant forest wolf. Although he had wanted to tell his master, "No, I will never leave you behind," all he could manage was a soft whimper. Thinking of everything those two had done for him, he couldn't help but find them endearingly stupid. Right in the middle of their bickering, the monster bird suddenly ambushed them, aiming her massive talons right at Manhwa's back. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige," the bird shrieked. The werewolf roared, "Get away from her!" He lunged forward with his blade to protect Manhwa, slashing at the monster bird. However, his strike didn't leave a single scratch, as she was completely shielded by that annoying cyclone. His eyes burned with rage as he brought his blade up to his mouth. Damn it, the wind blocked it as expected. Gripping the hilt of his blade in his teeth, he was determined to shatter the bird's defensive barrier once and for all. Radiating a fiery aura, the werewolf leaped forward and unleashed his golden brilliance slash at the monster bird, and this time, it actually worked. This slash managed to pierce right through the protective whirlwind surrounding that monster bird. Having lost its barrier, it took a direct hit and crashed straight to the ground, writhing in pain. But it wasn't about to give up just yet. Using what little strength it had left, it flapped its wings to hurl the rocks around it straight at its opponent. Unfortunately, one of them struck the werewolf right in the chest, making him howl in pain. He was sent flying back, but luckily, Yuan caught him just in time as blood coughed up from his mouth. Yuan put a finger to her lips, gesturing for him to stay quiet, before stealthily sneaking away from the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was finally catching his breath after fending off the flock of birds. Yuan ran over with the werewolf cradled in her palm, shouting, "Brother Lin, we're back!" Lin gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he praised her. "Great job. I'm just glad you two managed to escape that monster bird." Yuan scratched her head sheepishly. "Hee. While it was distracted, I hid Brother Wolf in my palm and bolted." Clutching his chest in pain, the werewolf growled at them. "Are you two crazy? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Why didn't you take that chance to run? Do you honestly think we can defeat a monster that's basically a walking natural disaster?" Lin Yuan's face turned serious as he replied, "It's not entirely impossible. That bird has nothing going for it besides its wings, tail, and wind power. If we can lure it into a tight, poorly ventilated space, we can trap it like a rat in a cage." The werewolf asked skeptically, "Human, do you actually have a plan?" While secretly thinking to himself, "Man, this guy looks so cool when he's focused." Lin Yuan sighed in disappointment. Not even close. Theory is one thing, but where we're actually going to find a place like that, I have no idea. Plus, look at her. That bird is totally berserk. She's not just going to follow us anywhere. The werewolf looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Do you know why she's so obsessed with catching me?" He went on to explain his situation. "Actually, I've known about her scheme all along. She tricks beasts into eating the shape-shifting fruit because she can only harvest spirit crystals from human bodies." Lin Yuan was left completely speechless. "Then why the hell did you fall for it?" He replied, "To get this human body, obviously. So, if I act as the bait, there's no way she'll let me go." Suddenly, Yuan gasped as an idea struck her. "Oh, Brother Lin, I just remembered the perfect spot. We can head to the base where we fought Venom last time. The last time that bird got half its head beaten bald by those rotting reptiles, it was in a cave exactly like that one." Yuan eagerly stepped up to the task. "But Brother Wolf doesn't know where that cave is, so let me be the bait." Lin Yuan shook his head, rejecting her offer. "No way. It's too dangerous to leave this to you. That monster bird has completely lost her mind. If she catches you," Yuan firmly cut him off. "I know these woods like the back of my hand. She won't catch me." Right on cue, the monster bird went wild again. It struggled to rise from the forest canopy, turning its head to search, until its terrifying blood-red eyes locked right onto them. It dove straight toward them. The werewolf urged, "Human, she's coming right for us. Make a decision. Quick." Man Yuan pleaded, still determined. Brother Lin, let me do it. I want to be useful too. Lin Yuan looked at Man Yuan. He had always seen Yuan Mei as a little sister he needed to protect with everything he had, but the truth was, before he even arrived, she had already been surviving in this forest, fighting off rotting reptiles and other beasts all on her own. He finally made up his mind. Yuan Mei, the bait duty is yours. Brother Wolf and I will do everything we can to distract and slow down that zombie bird. Also, ride Little Tangerine. You'll be much faster and safer that way. Man Yuan instantly shifted back into her human form and leaped onto its back. Lin Yuan called out to Little Tangerine. Little Tangerine, we finally need your help. Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide and said, Brother Wolf, to make it easier for Yuan Mei to lure that zombie bird, you'll have to hide inside my mouth for now. The werewolf nimbly jumped inside. Little Tangerine ran up, letting out a roar to show he was ready. Lin Yuan signaled that they were good to go, and the mission began. Sitting on Little Tangerine's back, Man Yuan yelled, Let's go, Little Tangerine. The little guy blazed down the path like a bat out of hell to make it there in time. But just then, Man Yuan sensed something and turned around, spotting the spectral bird hot on their heels. She could tell it was still frantically searching for Brother Wolf, judging by how desperate its movements were. Without hesitation, Man Yuan grabbed a vine and swung up, trying to draw the spectral bird's attention, while telling the little guy to wait for her up ahead. She swung from vine to vine, launching herself onto a high branch and climbing to the very top of the tallest tree. From there, she beat her chest and shouted at the ugly bird, daring it to come and get her. At that moment, two nosy leopards nearby were gossiping with each other. Last time, our two brothers fell for a trap, and Lin Yuan popped out of the bushes and ate them. Only an absolute idiot would fall for a cheap trick like that. The two of them were laughing hysterically, but out of nowhere, a dark shadow zoomed right past them. Instantly, the two clumsy leopards were scared out of their wits, their fur standing on end, clinging to each other and apologizing profusely, calling themselves idiots. They thought the spectral bird had heard them and came for revenge, even though she hadn't even noticed they were there. Staring directly at Man Vian, her tiny body did not even have the chance to strike first, when she almost took a rock straight to the head courtesy of Lin Dieu. Luckily, it missed, only snapping a tree trunk. Man Vian tumbled to the ground, calling out for Ku Ti to catch her. Fortunately, Ku Ti was already on standby and rushed in just in time, right as Man Vian was about to faceplant. At this moment, Lin Dieu also realized that Man Vian had reverted to her human form, and that she had successfully lured her over here. Immediately, she told Ku Ti to dive into the bushes ahead. Behind them, Lin Dieu kept hot on their heels, thinking that the transformation fruit's effect on Man Vian was highly unstable. After all, reverting to human form in the middle of an intense battle meant she could not possibly run very far. A female ape was much easier to handle than Cho Lang. Before capturing Cho Lang, Lin Dieu wanted to take Man Vian's crystal core to replenish the massive amount of mana she had burned through. Finding it too tedious to track them through the forest in her current form, Lin Dieu decided to call Duke Long to guide the way. But on the other side, Duke Long was literally being held back by Lam Uyan. This left Lin Dieu feeling completely helpless with these useless trash. Reluctantly, she still decided to head into the forest to hunt them down herself. Ku Ti bolted at full speed below, while behind them, they could hear the thundering crashes of Lin Dieu giving chase, her wings smashing through the forest canopy. Right at that moment, a mutated Archaeopteryx appeared behind them. It had a bird-like head, claws, teeth, and wings capable of flight, standing 3 meters tall and weighing 3 tons. Not only that, but right below was a mutated dodo bird, plump and completely covered in soft feathers. With tiny wings unable to fly, it stood 5 meters tall and weighed 5 tons. Spotting the army chasing right behind, QT immediately made a sharp turn and leaped straight into the bushes to shake them off. He bounded from one bush to another, dodging through the undergrowth with incredible agility and speed. But unfortunately, the mutated Archaeopteryx acted as an aerial scout. Having tracked all of Kuti's movements, it immediately signaled the predators waiting below. Receiving the signal, the predators immediately rushed ahead to cut Kuti off. They lunged forward to tear him to pieces, but luckily, Kuti was quick on his feet, dodging and escaping time and time again with Man Vian. At the same time, from the other side, Lam Yuyan seemed to have grasped her entire situation and warned her to take down the 3 Archaeopteryx overhead first, as they were guiding the mutated Dodo and Lin Dieu below. Hearing this, Man Vian agreed, jumping right off Kuti's back to grab onto a vine behind them. The Archaeopteryx thought it had Kuti cornered. completely unaware that Manhwa was lying in wait above, actively taunting it. Infuriated, the Archaeopteryx flew up to grab Manhwa, but she quickly spun a vine trap, snaring the creature instantly. Not only was that one trapped, but the other two that rushed in to help also foolishly dove straight into her trap. Panicking, they struggled frantically, unaware of how the trap worked. The more they thrashed, the tighter the vines bound them. Smug at her success, Manhwa boasted that this was a bird-catching net she had learned from Lam Uyen. But right at that moment, Lam Uyen's voice rang out, warning her to watch out, because Lin Yuan was right behind her. By the time Manhwa turned around, she was already out of time. She was instantly blown away by the massive tornadoes whipped up by Lin Yuan, her tiny body unable to withstand the force. Seeing things go south, Lam Uyen quickly scrambled over from a distance to help. Crouching down, he activated his Kui Long Overlord art, combined with his Thorns armor, surging with vitality as the glowing spines on his back shot straight up. The moment she saw Lam Uyen, Lin Yuan found him incredibly annoying, repeatedly blasting him with tornadoes to drive him away. Even as the tornadoes blew Lam Uyen back, he still managed to condense an explosive earth breath sphere inside his mouth. He cleverly combined that move with his Tai Lang missile, blowing out a sphere that launched Cho Lang forward to execute a combined strike. Before Lin Yuan could even gasp in shock, Cho Lang was already about to strike right at her bald head, but she quickly pulled her head back, cleanly dodging the attack, before mocking Lam Uyen for having absolutely terrible accuracy. Hearing this, Cho Lang smirked, too early to jump to conclusions. Waiting for Lam Uyen's projectile to fly close, Cho Lang kicked it like a soccer ball, sending it hurtling straight back toward Lin Yuan's head. But she remained unfazed, thinking this little toy had to hit its target 3 times to actually do anything. Immediately, the projectile shot down, pinning her neck. But as she tried to shake it off, Lin Yuan realized the first shot had already been deflected by Cho Lang, and the second shot was the one he had kicked downward. Sure enough, the third shot slammed directly into her head, sending Lin Yuan crashing to the ground in a pathetic heap. Nearby, Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Lin Yuan crash down, quickly urging Kuti to get them out of there. At this point, Lin Yuan wasn't completely out of the count just yet. She was still groaning and cursing those backstabbing bastards. But the moment she landed, she saw her lackeys already frozen stiff like deer in headlights, leaving her with no choice but to scream at the top of her lungs, spreading her massive wings and declaring she would never let them off the hook. A moment later, Kutai arrived at a bone-chilling place while carrying Manhwa on his back, seemingly right on the doorstep of the reptile's lair. But right behind them, the dodo birds, led by Lin Yuan, had already caught up, staying hot on their heels. Suddenly, she realized this path led straight into the reptile's territory, and she had no clue what Manhwa was trying to achieve here. But she figured since the reptiles were already dead anyway, she might as well see what kind of tricks Manhwa was trying to pull. Before long, Kutai reached the cave entrance and immediately jumped right over the pile of bones to get inside. Meanwhile, the chubby dodo birds had just landed on the bone pile when they suddenly tried to slam on the brakes. And just like that, the chubby squad lost their footing and ended up tumbling all over each other, piling up right outside the entrance. Up above, Tui 2 had also caught up, but both groups looked absolutely petrified, trembling uncontrollably, with their faces pale as ghosts. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Manhwa announced that their mission was finally complete, but she looked outside the entrance in confusion, wondering why Lin Yuan's gang hadn't charged in yet. From outside, only Lin Yuan's furious screams could be heard, yelling that the reptiles were already wiped out, so what the hell were they so scared of? Hearing this, Manhwa remembered that this cave was the reptiles' territory, which was why ordinary beasts didn't dare set foot inside. Only Lin Yuan knew the reptiles were dead. So if she mimicked the reptiles' roar, would it scare the living daylights out of them? Suddenly, a loud, agonizing roar echoed from deep inside the cave, sending a wave of panic over the chubby dodo birds and Thuito's gang. Up above, they shook with fear as the sound grew louder. The chilling roar was so terrifying that Thuito's crew immediately turned tail and ran. Down below, the dodo birds were completely paralyzed with fear, not even daring to move a muscle. Only Lin Yuan realized it was just a trick by Manhwa, screaming at her lackeys and calling them a bunch of idiots for not realizing someone was just faking the reptile's roar. Inside the cave, Manhwa kept letting out loud, eerie groans, which even gave Kutai, sitting right next to her, goosebumps. Outside, the more Lin Yuan yelled, the more terrified her subordinates became. to the point where they actually fainted out of sheer terror. Frustrated, she flapped her wings to shoo the useless weaklings away. Just then, standing on a boulder, Cho Lang shouted out, calling her an ugly bird. Hearing his voice, she instantly spun around, thrilled to see her prey standing right before her eyes. But before she could even react, Cho Lang slashed at the boulder, unleashing his Kim Dew slash to split it clean in two. Just like that, boulders of all sizes came crashing down from the high mountain at breakneck speed, looking absolutely unstoppable. And Lin Yuan fell right into the trap, taking a massive hit as a boulder smashed into her, sending her flying through the air. She barely managed to grab onto the cave entrance to keep herself from falling. Right at that moment, Lam Uyen appeared from the mountaintop, rolling straight down toward her. As he rolled, he activated his ground-rolling gourd skill, combined with Kui Long Ba Kuk Dao, hurtling down at breakneck speed with overwhelming power. Seeing Lin Yuan with her back turned, it was the perfect target for a barrage of sharp thorns heading straight for her. And just like that, the thorn armor allowed Lam Uyen to slam right into Lin Yuan, blasting her deep into the cave. Along the way, Lam Uyen's body tangled with Lin Yuan's, and they rolled uncontrollably all the way to the back of the cave. When they finally stopped, Lam Uyen suddenly shifted back into his human form, landing face down with his butt in the air. Then, trembling, he forced himself to stand up, figuring the impact was so painful that it forced him back into human form. Once he gathered his wits, Lam Uyen looked all over, trying to find which hole that arrogant bird had crashed into. It turned out Lin Yuan had also shifted into her human form and was thrown all the way to the back of the cave, just a few meters away from Lam Uyen. She was clutching her head in agony, as that seemed to be where she took the hardest hit. Seeing this, Lam Uyen smirked and walked over, mocking the arrogant beast, asking if she was ready to yield after being beaten back into her human form. But suddenly, Lin Yuan lunged forward, trying to take a bite out of Lam Uyen to get her revenge. Seeing that, he quickly pulled his hands back to dodge, snapping at her that even Cho Lang wouldn't bite people like that. Don't think I won't lay a hand on you just because you're a girl now. But then, Lam Uyen noticed a large wound on her neck. Distracted, he ended up getting bitten on the hand by her. He instinctively reached out to touch her wound, but Lin Yuan caught him with a sharp glare. Seeing this, she immediately slapped Lam Uyen's hand away. His face filled with worry as he asked Lin Yuan if he was the one who had hurt her that badly. Suddenly, she stood right up, asking in a furious tone, "When did I turn back into a human?" Then, with a look of pure panic, she covered her neck wound and retreated backward. But right then, a blade crept up from behind, holding Lin Yuan in place and warning her not to move. It turned out Cho Lang was already in position, waiting at the back of the cave with his blade, warning Lin Yuan that if she so much as twitched, he'd sink his teeth right into her neck. Seeing this, Lam Uyen asked Lin Yuan if she was ready to admit defeat now that the three of us have teamed up, even if someone with disaster-level firepower like you goes all out. Didn't you still end up losing to us? But Ling Diao instantly snapped out of it, putting on a defiant face and challenging Lin Yuan, asking if he really thought that was all she had. These feathers of mine are incredibly precious. Why would I waste them all on weaklings like you? Seeing this, Lin Yuan warned Ling Diao not to act tough. He pointed out that if she transformed back into her giant bird form right now, she'd definitely look like a plucked, boiled chicken. Hearing that, Ling Diao angrily shrieked, asking if they even dared to let her transform back into her beast form. She scoffed, asking if they weren't afraid she'd devour everything they had. Lin Yuan then revealed that inside this cave, no one was afraid of her transforming back into Ling Diao. Then, he curiously asked about the wound on her neck. At his question, Ling Diao explained that those reptiles are practically unkillable, and no matter how fatally they're injured, they always manage to come back to life. So, Ling Diao had no choice but to devour them whole. However, the poison in their bodies caused her immense pain, even leaving that ugly scar behind. Hearing this, Man Yuan piped up, mentioning that he had eaten those reptiles before as well, but they tasted absolutely disgusting, and he ended up with a massive stomachache afterward. But that wasn't an issue for Lin Yuan at all. His fire could roast those reptiles until they were crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. If they added a little seasoning, it would taste amazing. Still acting haughty, Ling Diao remarked that although Lin Yuan was pretty pathetic, there was one thing she had to admit. His fire could actually kill those reptiles. In that regard, he was definitely stronger than her or any other beast on the island. Hearing this, Lin Yuan excitedly asked Ling Diao if she'd be willing to team up with them to take down the Reptile King. But she just scoffed arrogantly, asking, "Do you three fledglings really think that beating me once is enough to make me look at you differently? Keep dreaming. I still need to observe you guys a bit more." With that, she brushed her hand and told Lang to put his blade away. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan pointed out that since she didn't say no, he would take that as a yes. Since they were now in the same group, they needed to get to know each other better, especially since he still knew nothing about Lang and Ling Diao. Putting on a serious look, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly to introduce them. "There's no need to introduce my buddy, Man Yuan. I assume you both already know him. As for me, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Yuan. I came from the deep sea and discovered this beautiful island, where I befriended Man Yuan. That's why I plan to settle down here." But then, Lin Yuan curiously asked Lang why he possessed so many human weapons, and how he even knew how to use them. He was also highly curious about Ling Diao's story and the shape-shifting fruit, but Lang snapped his head away. He pointed out that he had never agreed to team up with Lin Yuan against the reptiles, so his past was off limits for now. Hearing that, Ling Diao chimed in, warning Lin Yuan not to waste his breath on Lang. She called him a spineless coward who didn't even have the guts to face the Reptile King. Angered by her words, Lang turned back to snap at her, arguing that he was nothing like Ling Diao. She might not care about her own subordinates, but he couldn't do that. He had a whole clan of his own people to protect. But Ling Diao just sneered back, "What is there to protect in that pile of garbage?" Within seconds, the two looked like they were about to rip each other to shreds. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly stepped in to break them up, telling them both to shut it since they were all on the same team now. Then, he turned to Ling Diao and asked how she had found the shape-shifting fruit in the first place, and how she knew it could condense a beast's life force into a crystal core. But she haughtily scoffed, asking why she should tell him when they were practically strangers. Lin Yuan felt completely speechless. Both of these beasts were just incredibly stubborn and arrogant. Still, he decided it would be best to show some goodwill first. After all, he had devoured quite a few of Ling Diao's subordinates earlier and gained a decent amount of evolution points. So, he tossed a bitter melon to Ling Diao, saying that since he had absorbed quite a few of her underlings earlier, he wanted to give her a gift in return. "This is the life fruit I mentioned earlier. It can cure your baldness." As soon as she heard that, she threw the bitter melon right at his face and shrieked, "Your whole family is bald." By then, Man Yuan had stepped up as well, drooling over the fruit and revealing that eating it could not only heal physical injuries, but also boost one's overall strength. This made Ling Diao wonder where on earth Lin Yuan had gotten it from, as it seemed to have appeared out of thin air in his hand. But judging by Man Yuan's reaction, it had to be the real deal. After that, Lin Yuan took out another fruit, handed it to Lang, and said that he was deeply curious. Since they both ate the shape-shifting fruit, how did Lang manage to go through such an intense battle without any side effects? He remembered that when they first met, Man Yuan had eaten the human shape-shifting fruit, which caused his human body to collapse under the overwhelming power of the beast's crystal core, putting him in a coma. So, he asked Lang if he really wasn't feeling anything unusual right now. Hearing this, Lang seemed to realize the changes happening within him, and admitted that he had felt something different about his body for a while now. For a martial artist, constantly pushing your limits is also a form of cultivation. Seeing this, Lin Yuan patted Wolfdog on the shoulder, letting him know he was still one tough guy. But suddenly, Wolfdog collapsed to the ground right after that pat, making Lin Yuan a bit wary, thinking the guy was just faking it to scam him. Seeing Wolfdog struggle to get back up, Lin Yuan warned him that if his body couldn't take it, he shouldn't force himself. Eat this life fruit first. It can strengthen your body and help you fight off the wild, violent energy inside you. Then, he revealed that Wolfdog probably couldn't transform back into his beast form right now. But no worries, because Lin Yuan could easily help him shift between human and beast forms at will. Hearing this immediately sent Ling Du into a panic. She couldn't believe Lin Yuan could seamlessly shift between wolf and human forms. She began to suspect that Lin Yuan and Man Vian turning into humans wasn't because of some unstable power in their bodies after all. She then demanded to know exactly when Lin Yuan had eaten the human transformation fruit. Lin Yuan smugly boasted, acting like nothing was impossible for him. He claimed to be like the legendary Shenong tasting 100 herbs, sacrificing himself for Man Vian and the sake of science by actively testing the poison and eating the human transformation fruit. Meanwhile, hearing his speech, Man Vian couldn't help but think to herself, recalling how Lin Yuan had actually just got ahead of himself and accidentally ate the human transformation fruit by mistake. Though she didn't get what this shenong tasting 100 herb stuff meant, she wondered how he could turn such an embarrassing mistake into some righteous heroic act. Ling Du was still convinced that there was no way Lin Yuan could control the energy of the human transformation fruit. Hearing that, he said it was a piece of cake. If she just gave him a human transformation fruit right now, he could help Wolfdog gain the power to transform at will. Ling Du immediately snapped back, blaming him and reminding him that he was the one who broke the human transformation fruit tree last time. This left Lin Yuan completely puzzled, so he asked Ling Du where she got the human transformation fruit she gave to Wolfdog in the first place. Standing nearby, Wolfdog also taunted her, saying a selfish bird like her would obviously keep a backup plan for herself. And just like that, the two of them started tearing into each other again. Ling Du blamed Wolfdog for protecting a bunch of cowards, asking how he dared call anyone else selfish. Hearing this mockery, Wolfdog was ready to jump straight into combat. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had to step in as a mediator, telling them to calm down and talk it out instead of picking a fight over every little thing, which would only ruin their health. Only then did Ling Du hold her head and admit she had stashed away a few human transformation fruits, but only to boost her own power. She then offered a deal. She would give Lin Yuan the human transformation fruit, but he had to prove his words were true right in front of her. If Lin Yuan could actually control the fruit's power, she would consider joining their team. However, she made it clear she didn't want to tell everyone, because that place was virtually unreachable for them, since the fruits were hidden deep in the bone swamp. Hearing this, Wolfdog asked mockingly, highly skeptical, if she had actually managed to find the bone swamp. At this, she smugly replied that a ground crawler like Wolfdog could only dream of going to such a place, and that only high and mighty creatures like her could easily reach it. And just like that, the two of them went right back to insulting each other's entire family trees. Lin Yuan turned to ask Manhwa if she knew about the bone swamp, but she had absolutely no clue where it was. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had to step in and calm them down again, wanting to find out what kind of place the bone swamp really was. Ling Du explained that it was a burial ground for all beasts. The bone swamp wasn't just covered in thick fog that blinded everyone, but it also harbored extremely powerful monsters hiding beneath the swamp, ready to ambush prey at any second, not to mention terrifying carnivorous plants. Any beast that wandered into the bone swamp faced a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Hearing this, Wolfdog told Lin Yuan not to risk going to such a dangerous place just for him, as he had no plans to turn back into a giant wolf anyway and could handle the beast energy on his own. But Lin Yuan kept pressing for details about the bone swamp, asking how far it was and how to get there. This left Wolfdog completely stunned. Even Ling Jie was bewildered, asking Lin Yuan if he really wanted to go to such a dangerous place just for this dumb wolf. At this, Lin Yuan admitted that going there was both to prove himself to Ling Jie and to help Wolfdog. From behind, Manhwa also firmly declared that for Wolfdog's sake, they would go no matter how dangerous it was. And so, they confidently hyped each other up while Wolfdog watched in sheer helplessness. Ling Jie couldn't help but wonder if Lin Yuan, who seemed pretty smart, had lost his mind from spending too much time with that dumb ape. Then, Ling Jie announced that since they had made up their minds, she would arrange for Sadieu and Dodo Bird to take them there. She considered this a return favor for the ugly fruit Lin Yuan had given her. Hearing this, he started boasting again, looking up at the sky and acting all polite, claiming this precious life fruit was just a welcoming gift for them. Besides, if he and Manhwa transformed into their beast forms, they could travel much faster anyway. Hearing this, Wolfdog asked Lin Yuan in a serious tone if he actually had any idea what a real swamp was. Why is that place called a grave? Well, it is where the carcasses of beasts are buried. While smaller monsters can barely scrape by, larger beasts will sink the moment they step in. They will get stuck in the swamp and won't be able to budge. She then warns Lin Yuan and Manhwa to travel in their human forms so the dodo birds can carry them across without them sinking. After hearing this, he finds it reasonable since he has already tried a few other options, but having the dodo birds to carry them through is even more convenient. Before leaving, Lin Yuan turns back to thank Ling Diao for her kindness, flashing a self-absorbed smile, fully vain about his own good looks. But before taking off, he curiously asks why they didn't eat the fruit he gave them. Are they afraid of being poisoned? Hearing this, Langu takes a bite, as if to prove they are on good terms, making Ling Diao hesitate even more. Then, she takes a bite as well, only to instantly gag and retch continuously from its incredibly bitter taste. But right after, both of their bodies suddenly light up in a vibrant green glow, and all the soreness in their muscles completely vanishes. Now, Ling Diao stretches her newly energized body, blushing as she fully loses herself in this incredibly soothing sensation. Suddenly, feeling a slight itch on her wounds, Ling Diao begins to wonder if her injuries have actually completely healed up. Just like that, they end up exactly like Man Yuan before them. The moment they realize the benefits of the bitter melon, they start devouring it greedily. Ling Diao feels power surging through her entire body. Maybe this stuff really can make her plucked feathers grow back. She then turns to ask Lin Yuan if he has any more of this fruit, wanting to trade her transformation fruits for it. But Lin Yuan has no use for so many transformation fruits anyway, since to him now, they are nothing more than a dessert. Before he departs, Ling Diao cautions him that the bone swamp, where she hid the transformation fruits, actually has its limits, so he can only take one fruit. But Lin Yuan thinks that little toy is useless to him anyway, so one is more than enough. With that, Ling Diao puts her hand to her mouth and blows a whistle to call her lackeys over to help. At this moment, Ling Diao reminds Lin Yuan that these dodo birds are now their mounts, so he is absolutely not allowed to treat them as dinner. Hearing this, he puts on a highly trustworthy expression, claiming that even if he starves to death, he would never eat his ride. Then, he tenses up and channels his power, making his entire body glow alongside Man Yuan. This, of course, leaves Ling Diao completely jaw-dropped. Before leaving, Lin Yuan also tells Gu Tai that since he has fought so hard, he should head back to Lin Yuan's cave dwelling first. Seeing the two of them transform into beasts, Ling Diao watches with a curious look, feeling that they can shift shapes far more easily and freely than she can. Just what kind of power allows them to control the energy of the transformation fruit so effortlessly? With that, Man Yuan and Lin Yuan take the lead, while the three dodo birds waddle behind them, leaving the birds to look at each other in confusion, wondering what the hell they were even called over here for. Before long, the sun begins to set behind the mountain ranges. At this point, Lang Gu reveals that once they cross that mountain, they will arrive at the bone swamp. But Lin Yuan feels his stomach growling, wanting to take a break and grab a bite to eat. He and Man Yuan can only transform back into humans once a day anyway, so they should wait until tomorrow to head to the bone swamp. The moment they sit down to rest, Man Yuan is already rolling up his sleeves to go hunting, an idea that Lin Yuan is totally down with. A short while later, the barbecue is perfectly cooked over Lin Yuan's explosive clay oven. Then, they hand out a massive slab of meat to everyone, wrapping up the evening with full, happy bellies. At this moment, Lin Yuan looks at Lang Gu and thinks to himself, as expected, everyone is equal in the face of delicious food. The best way to win over a wolf is through his stomach. As for Lang Gu, he takes a bite with tears welling up in his eyes, fondly remembering that this was the exact delicious barbecue his master used to make for him. Suddenly, Lang Gu looks up to see Lin Yuan digging up the dirt for some reason. He then unwraps a leaf package roasted under the soil, inviting everyone to try the beggar's chicken he just made. Saying that, he breaks off a drumstick for Man Yuan, making Lang Gu unable to hide his drooling envy. Seeing this, Lin Yuan turns and hands him another massive drumstick. As he eats, Lang Gu cries so hard his mascara would run, since it has been over 10 years since he last had anything this delicious. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly asks Lang Gu, "Did your master use to make you delicious food like this all the time?" Hearing that, he quickly warns Lin Yuan, "Don't try to win me over. When I feel the time is right, I'll tell you everything on my own. Furthermore, I hope you can reconsider whether you really need to enter the bone swamp. You don't have to risk your neck in such a dangerous place just for me. And I have no intention of turning back into a giant wolf anyway. Even though I've never been to the bone swamp myself, I once heard from a subordinate who barely escaped with his life, who said that besides the monsters lying in ambush in the bone swamp, the absolute scariest thing is the carnivorous plants with tentacles that trap and swallow prey." Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately scoffs, thinking that whoever spread those rumors was talking absolute nonsense. He can't help but wonder how a stubborn, lone wolf like Lang Gu could get along so well with his subordinates like that. He then bluntly says that what he hates most is Lang Gu's arrogant, self-righteous attitude. Do you really think you can master the energy of the beast core inside your body? Do you think just because you're a monster hunter, you can slay Ling Diao or other beasts in your human form? Your strength in human form is indeed formidable, but it is still nowhere near enough. It is not a long-term solution anyway, so when the time comes, our bodies will just explode. We came here entirely of our own free will, so you do not ever have to worry about paying us back." He then declared that once he considers someone a friend, he will never just stand by and watch them die. Hearing those words, Gulang's mind was in turmoil, and he did not know what else to say. When night fell, Dog Lang told Lin Yuan and Man Yuan to get some rest, since he wanted to keep watch alone tonight. Meanwhile, Dog Lang thought to himself that he hadn't even agreed to anything yet. But Lin Yuan was already treating him like a true friend. His master once said that humans are the most terrifying creatures of all. Yet, he seemed just like a little wolf pup. Just then, he glanced over and saw Lin Yuan whimpering in his sleep, stressing out over tomorrow's running test. Dog Lang couldn't help but think this guy was one bizarre human. Then, he leaped up onto a high branch to keep a better eye on everything. Suddenly, dense plumes of spiritual energy began rising in the distance, making Dog Lang suspect that a swamp beast was out hunting. Eventually, the first light of dawn began to creep in. The next morning, as the early light filtered through the leaves, everyone was riding on the backs of 3 dodo birds, expressing their amazement. Who would have thought we would be riding ground-running birds through the forest? Hearing this, Dog Lang warned them not to let their guard down, because the deeper they went, the thicker the fog would get, and the muddier the swamp would become. But suddenly, Man Yuan questioned why this tree trunk was lying right across the path like this, feeling that something was off. Seeing this, he immediately warned Man Yuan not to go near it, since nothing in the bone swamp should be messed with. And just like that, a creature with claws several meters long began to twitch on that very tree trunk. It suddenly lunged straight at them, startling everyone out of their wits. It turned out to be a mutated deadwood mantis, standing 7 meters tall and weighing over 6 tons. It was incredibly skilled at camouflaging itself as dry wood to ambush unsuspecting prey passing by. With its massive, razor-sharp claw raised, the mantis prepared to slice right through the dodo bird's head, prompting a terrified Lin Yuan to scream at Man Yuan to watch out. Hearing his shout, she leaped straight off the dodo bird, and in a matter of seconds, one of the mantis's sharp claws sliced the dodo bird clean in half. Man Yuan landed right in the mud, but as she tried to move, she realized her legs were completely stuck. All she could do was struggle frantically to break free. Nearby, Lin Yuan saw her situation and yelled at her not to move, promising he would come save her. But right across from them, the mantis was already locking onto anything that dared to stir. Fortunately, Dog Lang anticipated its strike and braced himself for combat. Just as the claw was about to impale the dodo bird Lin Yuan was riding, Dog Lang instantly lunged forward and delivered a powerful slash to block it. But the mantis wasn't stopping. It swung its massive claw again, slashing wildly at the dodo bird. Luckily, the bird managed to duck just in time, and at that exact moment, Lin Yuan grabbed hold of Man Yuan and pulled her up to safety. After landing his strike, Dog Lang realized that this mantis's exoskeleton was incredibly tough, definitely not your average shell. Because of that, he decided to target its leg next, testing to see if its weak point was hidden there. But this only seemed to enrage the beast. The mantis spun around and thrust both of its claws forward, trying to grab the dodo bird Dog Lang was riding. The speed of those claws was insane. Just as it snatched the dodo bird's leg, Dog Lang leaped into the air in the nick of time, narrowly escaping a grim fate. Seeing this, he shouted at Lin Yuan to take Man Yuan and get out of the way. It turned out Dog Lang was channeling every ounce of his strength to fight the mantis head-on, giving the others a chance to shake it off. Charging forward, he repeatedly unleashed his golden glow slash, utilizing his dual blades, one held in his mouth and the other in his hand, to inflict devastating damage. After unleashing his barrage of attacks, Lin Yuan steered his dodo bird to swoop in, luckily catching Dog Lang just in time, or else he would have plummeted straight into the swamp. Only then did Lin Yuan realize just how terrifying these insects could be. If things on the outskirts of the bone swamp were already this massive, there was no telling what kind of horrors awaited them deep inside. They had already lost 2 of the rides the spirit bird gave them, and he couldn't help but worry if that arrogant beast would make them pay for the damage. Hearing his concern, Dog Lang pointed out that it wasn't too late to turn back. But Lin Yuan absolutely refused, snapping back. Since we are already here, there's no way we are going back empty-handed to be laughed at by that ugly spirit bird. Besides, Dog Lang desperately needed that humanization fruit. But Dog Lang was still deeply concerned. With only 1 dodo bird left, the real question was whether they could even make it to the heart of the bone swamp. Lin Yuan sat up, observed their surroundings for a moment, and then asked Dog Lang to use his blade to strip some bark off the tree trunk ahead, making it as wide as possible. Next, he told Man Yuan to scale the tree as quickly as possible and cut down all the vines. Once Dog Lang finished his task, Man Yuan scrambled up the trunk to get to work. But suddenly, while they were completely off guard, one of the mantis's claws lunged out of nowhere. Instantly, Dog Lang sensed the danger. He whipped his head around, grabbed Lin Yuan by the collar, and leaped off the dodo bird. Unfortunately, their very last ride met a grim end as the mantis sliced its head clean off. Clinging to the tree trunk, Lin Yuan watched in utter panic and despair as his very last ride was completely obliterated by that horrific claw. Not only that, the praying mantis even called in two of its underlings to set up an ambush. Seeing this, Lang Gu quickly reminded him to climb up the tree so they could keep planning their escape. But who would have thought? This mantis, which seemed like a ground-only slasher, suddenly grew wings and started buzzing them as if it was about to take off. Before long, all three of them flew up, getting dangerously close to the trio. By the time Lin Yuan finally remembered that these mantises could fly, it was already too late. They were aiming straight for his flat butt. The three bugs started hovering around, closing in on the three who were desperately scrambling up the tree branches. It looked like they had already split up and picked out their targets. Suddenly, one of the mantises slammed its massive scythe directly into the tree trunk, giving Lang Gu a massive scare. Luckily, he managed to dodge it with some spectacular moves. Seeing his chance, Lang Gu spun around and slashed a deep cut right through the mantis's wing. At the same time, the other two in front were still aggressively chasing Man Yuan and Lin Yuan, making them both look pretty terrified. At that critical moment, the mantis charged straight at Lin Yuan, forcing him to instinctively let go of the tree trunk. He almost fell flat on his back, but just as he managed to grab the trunk again, he turned around only to find two of them waiting right behind him. Seeing this, Lin Yuan screamed, accusing it of bullying his small frame, and dared to talk some serious trash. "So, you have chosen death." With that, he leaped off the tree trunk and lunged straight at the mantis's head, completely fearless. In his next move, Lin Yuan landed squarely on the mantis's back. The bug seemed to realize what was happening but had no counter-strategy. Clinging to its back, an enraged Lin Yuan bared his razor-sharp teeth and snarled, "You're dead, meatbag." Not only that, he also activated his burst bite skill, causing crackling lightning to envelop his entire body and his iconic sharp teeth. And just like that, a chunk of the mantis's flesh was ripped away by Lin Yuan's sharp teeth, which tasted as chewy as an overcooked steak. Instantly, the mantis thrashed in agony, whipping its upper body left and right, trying to fling Lin Yuan off. But that only made him dig his teeth in even harder, taking bite after bite. Suddenly, a massive, incredibly long tongue shot up from beneath the tree, looking like a giant sack, aiming right at the two mantises. Who knows which side of the bed Lin Yuan woke up on today, but enemies just kept targeting him non-stop. That tongue successfully snagged the very mantis Lin Yuan was dealing with. Seeing this, Lin Yuan peered down to see what sticky thing was wrapping around it, only to reveal a giant mutated swamp toad, 20 meters long and weighing 18 tons, which loved to hide in the swamp waiting for its prey. At that exact second, he had no choice but to jump off the mantis to avoid falling into the death pit of the brown toad. Just then, Man Yuan grabbed a vine and swung toward Lin Yuan, yelling at him to take her hand. And just like that, the two luckily caught each other and escaped from the incoming enemies. Swinging on the vine, they safely landed on a nearby tree branch. Right then, Lin Yuan warned Man Yuan to lie flat on the branch and stay still, since that massive toad only reacted to movement in front of it. Lang Gu had also made it safely to the other side, and the three of them watched as the toad slaughtered the mantises at the bottom of the tree. The toad devoured all three of its targets, throwing its head back to swallow them down while shaking its head. Then, it immediately went back into hunting mode, searching for any moving creatures to catch. Lin Yuan whispered a reminder, saying, "As long as we stay completely still, it won't be able to see us." But down below, the toad stood perfectly still, let out a massive breath, and then sucked in air until its belly was completely bloated. After just a few breaths, it spat out a massive glob of spit. It was enough to make anyone say, "No thank you, I'm out." It turned out it had noticed the movement right where Lang Gu was standing. The spitball flew in with so much force that it sliced right through a giant ancient tree. With no other choice, Lang Gu had to let himself drop from the branch. Unfortunately, the toad seemed to have anticipated this, simply shooting out its long tongue and grabbing him mid-air. The speed at which this toad snapped its tongue back was absolutely insane, so fast that even Lang Gu's silky smooth hair, freshly washed with sunsilk, whipped wildly in the wind. But just in time, halfway through, he managed to grab hold of a tree branch. Down below, the toad grew furious when it couldn't pull its tongue back, so it started gearing up to use all its strength to drag its prey in. Seizing the opportunity, Manhwa and Lin Yuan swung in on a vine, calling out to Lang Gu to save him. Arriving just in time, Lin Yuan shouted for Lang Gu to throw him his blade so he could chop off the toad's tongue. Hearing that, he looked over as if signaling for a team play and tossed the blade toward Lin Yuan. The blade fell straight down, and Lin Yuan just had to swing closer to catch it. He felt this was a total piece of cake, proudly saying, "No problem at all." But as they say, the cockier you are, the faster you bite the dust. And a harsh reality immediately slapped him in the face. Lin Yuan couldn't even grab the weapon. This only infuriated Wild Dog even more, making him scream and curse, completely forgetting that he was biting onto a tree trunk to keep from being dragged away by the toad. And in an instant, the toad seized the opportunity to pull him right into its mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately signaled Manhwa to swing over to Wild Dog's position. As the vine swung close to the muddy swamp, Lin Yuan reached out to grab a mantis claw. Then, Manhwa swung back to bring him closer to the brown toad's tongue. Putting all his strength into it, Lin Yuan let go of the vine, gripping the mantis claw tightly as he yelled, "Take a taste of my mantis blade." With that, he successfully sliced the brown toad's tongue right in half. Meanwhile, at the tip of the tongue, Wild Dog seemed to have freed himself. Seizing the moment, he leaped straight onto the vine to build momentum and launched himself right at the toad's head. Just like that, his blade plunged right between the enemy's eyes, like a brutal, bloody headshot. Knowing how thick its hide was, Wild Dog unleashed his flash-slash technique, pouring all his power into the blade. Before long, the toad collapsed, face-planting straight into the muddy swamp. With that, the three of them gathered on its back, letting out a deep sigh of relief for surviving by the skin of their teeth. Wild Dog, still incredibly salty, blamed Lin Yuan for losing one of his swords. Hearing this, Lin Yuan admitted his aim was still off, and he just couldn't catch it. But he promised to make it up to him with a brand new blade some other day. Standing nearby, Manhwa noticed that Wild Dog's weapon hadn't actually sunk deep into the mud yet. Seeing this, the two of them rushed over to look down and saw the sword lodged in a tree branch right next to the toad's corpse. Wild Dog then leaped onto the branch alone and began caressing his weapon, making Lin Yuan seriously wonder if that sword was his biological child or something. When he returned, Wild Dog asked, "Even the last dodo bird is gone. So what do we do next?" Lin Yuan laid out his plans, claiming that what just happened was only a warm-up, and that they would, of course, continue gathering tree bark and vines. A short while later, they managed to find a new mode of transportation, fashioning two giant leaves into a pair of makeshift roller skates. Riding behind them, Wild Dog remarked, "This actually isn't a bad idea at all. But what's the point of carrying all these vines along?" He realized that the biggest difference between humans and beasts was knowing how to use surrounding resources to craft handy tools. Even though he was in human form now, he knew he still had a lot to learn from Lin Yuan in this regard. At the same time, Lin Yuan turned back and revealed, "It is a grappling hook, just in case of an emergency." Suddenly, as they were moving, they heard horrifying and mysterious screeches echoing from deep within the forest. As they drew closer, Lin Yuan was stunned to hear what sounded like a human baby crying right in the middle of the bone swamp. Hearing him say that, Manhwa became curious as well. When they got closer, sure enough, she could hear a baby crying too. Lin Yuan then confidently voiced his suspicion that there might actually be humans in the swamp. But out of nowhere, before the three of them could investigate further, the crying suddenly stopped, making him wonder, "Wait, did I just mishear things?" They decided to head deeper inside, trailing each other to search for any useful clues. Soon, they arrived in front of a massive boulder, which all three of them assumed was just an ordinary rock. But without them noticing, a glowing red eye slowly opened on it, watching their every move. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Lin Yuan's attention, making him spin around, only to see a massive creature looming right beside them. It turned out to be a giant salamander, standing 20 meters tall and weighing 27 tons. Highly aggressive and armed with razor-sharp teeth, any prey caught in its jaws stood absolutely no chance of escaping. With the salamander's cave-like mouth wide open right in front of them, their chances of survival seemed incredibly slim. Just as it snapped its jaws shut, luckily, the three of them managed to dodge backward in time. It seemed that even if they weren't swallowed whole by this giant salamander, they would still end up sinking into the bottomless swamp ahead. Lin Yuan realized that in this swampy terrain, they couldn't possibly outrun the massive salamander on foot. Right then, he called out to Manhwa, telling her to throw the vine in her hand over a branch above. Getting the message, she spun the vine and aimed perfectly at the exact tree trunk Lin Yuan wanted, looking just like a cowboy on a horse. In no time, the vine wrapped securely around a thick branch. Thanks to Manhwa's quick action, the three of them clung tightly to the vine and swung away, narrowly escaping the giant salamander. At that exact moment, Wild Dog finally got the answer to his question, why gather all these vines? Since Manhwa grabbed the vine first, she was the one guiding their path, steering the rest of them. But suddenly, mid-swing, Lin Yuan gasped as he noticed a giant clump of mud right in front of them, which looked like a monster was hiding inside. Seizing the moment they swung close, the beast lurking within the mud opened its massive mouth, waiting to gulp down its prey. Terrified, Wild Dog screamed at Manhwa to swing backward so they could steer clear of its mouth. But Lin Yuan knew that wouldn't work. At this close range, they wouldn't make it in time, and if those razor-sharp teeth clamped down on them, they were dead meat. Giant salamanders never chew their prey. They always swallow them whole. So, we just need to time it perfectly and jump right into its mouth. Back when Lin Yuan was still human, he had actually been swallowed whole by a giant python. His monster physique could easily resist their stomach acid. As the end of the vine swung into the salamander's mouth, Lin Yuan figured that if he got stuck inside with no way out, he could always just transform back into his beast form. Hearing this, Cho Lang casually crossed his arms and legs, not giving a single care in the world. Just like that, the three of them slid down the salamander's innards at a mind-boggling speed. To make matters worse, the slide wasn't a straight drop, it twisted and turned left and right before they finally hit the bottom of its stomach. Meanwhile, inside, Cho Lang looked up, observing their surroundings, and asked curiously, "So this is its stomach? And this slimy stuff is stomach acid? Hey, does every human and monster have a stomach like this?" Hearing that, Lin Yuan began to grit his teeth, clearly cooking up a wild and crazy plan. He agreed that this place was strictly for digesting food. Right now, he was actually regretting not taking a bite out of the dead wood mantis and those other giant mutants earlier. Lin Yuan had no idea what kind of skill he would trigger by devouring this salamander for the first time. Man, if I could just unlock the giant blades of the dead wood mantis, that'd be awesome. With that thought, he lunged forward and took a massive bite out of the salamander's stomach wall, leaving the two behind him totally grossed out and gagging. At the exact same time, Lin Yuan's evolution points began to skyrocket. On top of that, devouring a giant salamander for the first time granted him a special skill, Cry of the Giant Salamander. This allowed the host to mimic the salamander's baby-like cry, which would lure in any powerful giant salamanders in the area to hunt him down. But Lin Yuan was absolutely pissed at the system for giving him such a garbage skill. Next to him, Manhwa covered his mouth and whispered to Lin Yuan, "We literally just had breakfast before we left. Are you seriously so hungry already that you're eating a salamander's stomach?" Seeing this, Cho Lang asked in confusion, "Is Lin Yuan trying to bite his way out of this beast's stomach?" That wasn't even necessary. Even though it was tight in there, he was fully confident he could slice it open from the inside. Suddenly, the stomach began to thrash violently. The giant salamander seemed to be writhing in pure agony. As he ate, Lin Yuan realized something: giant salamanders are vicious by nature, and they'll happily resort to cannibalism when they're hungry. Could this giant salamander be fighting the one that was chasing us earlier? Meanwhile, back outside, the mud-covered gray salamander was ruthlessly slamming the yellow one onto its back. Then, it pinned its prey down, tearing it apart, piece by piece, to fill its empty belly. Inside the stomach, the group could feel the vibrations and figured the battle was finally over. Since the giant salamander that swallowed them was much bigger, it had definitely won the fight. But this spelled a whole new kind of danger for them. If it swallowed that massive salamander, they'd be crushed to death even if the stomach acid didn't dissolve them first. Hearing this, Cho Lang brought his blade to his mouth and declared, "Time to slice this thing into 1,000,000 pieces." And just like that, in an instant, a single strike of the golden radiance slash pierced straight from the inside of the stomach through the salamander's thick hide, making it shriek in agonizing pain. Within minutes, its massive body was sliced clean in half. They had successfully slain the giant beast, and the three of them were finally free. However, they were completely drenched in disgusting, slimy stomach fluids from head to toe. While the other two were gasping for air, Manhwa happily threw his arms wide and cheered, "Ah, Nothing beats fresh air. The smell in that stomach was absolutely putrid. But then, Manhwa looked at Lin Yuan in confusion and asked, "Wait, we're already out. Why are you still eating its flesh?" Lin Yuan simply shrugged and replied, "Man, this thing's meat is fresh and incredibly delicious. It's a shame we can't build a fire right now. It'd taste way better roasted." In stark contrast to Manhwa and Lin Yuan's carefree attitude, Cho Lang scanned their surroundings warily. "We don't know if there are more giant lizards lurking around. We need to move, now." With that, the three of them climbed onto giant floating leaves to resume their journey. A while later, they arrived deep within the bone marsh. The ground here was far muckier than before, but luckily, a few exposed tree roots gave them a place to step. As they ventured deeper, the fog grew incredibly thick, completely blocking their view of what lay ahead. To make things worse, Lin Yuan caught the sickening stench of something rotting. Beside him, Manhwa began to feel extremely fatigued, his head spinning with dizziness. Suddenly, Lin Yuan looked up and admitted, "Yeah, I'm starting to feel it too." He turned to ask Cho Lang, who admitted he felt a bit lightheaded as well. Right then, Manhwa pointed ahead and gasped, "Look, I think another monster is right there." Towering at 10 meters tall was a mutated titan corpse flower, a massive blossom emitting a stench like a decaying corpse. This odor was highly toxic to other insect monsters. Instantly, Lin Yuan pinched his nose and warned, "This mutated corpse flower is poisonous." With that, he immediately summoned Truck-kun. The moment Truck-kun appeared, the little guy eagerly took a massive, deep breath of the toxic air. Having finally got some screen time after a long wait, he immediately started gagging from the foul stench here. Seeing Lin Yuan ask for a gas mask, Truck-kun immediately pulls one out for himself, only to lie and say they are fresh out. If the host really wants one, he can pay an extra 10 million evolution points to have it delivered from a parallel universe in exactly 2 days. Hearing this, he sighs in frustration, realizing that if he knew he could not count on Truck-kun in a pinch, he should not have summoned him in the first place. Then, he asks him if his suit can be repaired. Before he can even finish his sentence, Truck-kun demands 1,000 evolution points to auto-repair it. Talk about a capitalist system, everything costs money. Afterward, he tears off 2 strips of fabric from his shirt, hands them to Cho Lang and Manhwa, and tells them to use their own urine to wet the cloth. Upon hearing this, Cho Lang looks completely baffled and asks Lin Yuan if he is trying to claim this place as his territory. Since dogs naturally use pee to mark territory, Lin Yuan immediately raises his voice and waves his hands to clarify. Since there is no water around, they have to use pee to wet the fabric and cover their nose and mouth. This can filter out some of the toxic gas from the mavu trees. Cho Lang has no choice but to begrudgingly comply. Since this is a human trick, he has no way to argue or disprove it. Meanwhile, Manhwa turns around. Standing with 2 men, she has absolutely no idea what to do with her piece of cloth. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Yuan holds up his cloth, which is already soaked in his own urine, and tells Manhwa to just use his because he peed a lot. And at this very moment, holding a piece of cloth that reeks of Lin Yuan's pee, which is somehow even stronger than the mavu trees, Manhwa falls into a deep state of existential dread, wondering how on earth she is supposed to strap this thing to her face. Once they are all set, the 3 of them continue walking past those mutated trees. But suddenly, Cho Lang hears a strange noise. Out of nowhere, a mutated titan beetle charges at them from the side, boasting a body 5 meters long, weighing 2 tons. It constantly screeches to terrify its enemies, and it possesses a rock-hard exoskeleton and a pair of powerful lower mandibles. The moment it shows up, Cho Lang realizes that the mavu tree used its rotten stench to lure this insect over to protect it. With a flower that massive, any insect attracted to it is bound to be a bloodthirsty monster. Before he can even finish his sentence, its giant pincers slam hard into the ground, knocking all 3 of them backward. Just like that, the beetle slowly crawls closer to capture its prey. Seeing this, Cho Lang immediately leaps from where he is standing, powering up his entire body as he prepares to unleash a skill, aiming directly at one of the beetle's pincers. In a flash, his Kim Do slash strikes with incredible speed and surprise, catching the beast completely off guard. It faceplants into the mud and slides several meters away. Having defeated the giant monster in a single blow, Cho Lang's sword is now dripping with its nasty bodily fluids. But suddenly, a massive swarm of similar foul-smelling beasts emerges from the mavu forest, crawling their way toward them. Realizing the danger, Lin Yuan warns Cho Lang to keep running to shake them off, Since they cannot possibly fight off such a massive horde, the three of them then leap over giant tree trunks on the ground, desperately fleeing from the pursuing giant beetles. Just as they leap off one trunk, they have no idea that a man-eating plant is waiting right beneath them. Meanwhile, the beetle, completely oblivious, crawls right toward the man-eating plant, only to lose sight of its prey. In the blink of an eye, the beetle ends up sliding straight into the gaping maw of the man-eating plant, which snaps shut with terrifying speed. According to the system, this is a mutated bow trung plant, a carnivorous mutant plant capable of devouring giant insects. With its leaves covered in sharp thorns, once it grabs hold of you, escape is virtually impossible. At this point, Lin Yuan realizes that this is the exact carnivorous plant Cho Lang warned them about on their way here. Stopping to observe, Lin Yuan notices that these man-eating plants just sit there with their mouths wide open, waiting for food to drop right in. Once the prey lands inside, they instantly clamp shut and ruthlessly crush them to pieces. However, the endless wave of incoming beetles is too much, even for the hungry man-eating plants to handle. After watching them for a bit, Lin Yuan realizes these beetles have an incredibly low IQ, yet they are still stubbornly trying to hunt them down. But because he is so distracted looking backward while running, he suddenly gasps as all three of them plunge into a dark abyss, which is confirmed to be the mouth of a massive man-eating plant. Reacting instantly, he lands first and reaches out both hands to push his two teammates away from this pit of death. And just like that, Man Vian and Cho Lang are shoved off balance by Lin Yuan, tumbling safely out of the plant's gaping mouth. But at the exact same time, Lin Yuan is the only one left trapped between its razor-sharp teeth. Having escaped the monster's maw, Man Vian turns around to check on Lin Yuan, only to realize he has not made it out. Panic-stricken, she immediately rushes over to pull Lin Yuan out, but it looks impossible because his leg and shoulder have already been impaled by the sharp thorns of the leaves. Hearing this, Cho Lang tries to pry the leaves open with his blade, but suddenly, a massive crash echoes nearby. It turns out the beetles have. Having found its prey, it was actually a blessing in disguise when an armored beetle darted right across the man-eating tree. It casually used its sharp pincers to slash open a gash, ripping the tree open right where Lin Yuan was trapped. It happened so fast that he was about to fall straight into the plant's gaping maw. But out of nowhere, Man Yuan reached out and grabbed him. Talk about a close call. Lin Yuan almost lost his life right there. Realizing they were still in deep trouble, he urgently yelled at Man Yuan to let him go. Suddenly, a massive impact slammed into them, sending Man Yuan flying, and for some reason, the plant started secreting tons of slippery slime, dragging them both down. Just like that, they plunged straight into the yellow pool below. A moment later, Lin Yuan finally broke the surface, gasping for air, but Man Yuan was nowhere to be seen. According to the system, this was a mutant pitcher plant, a monstrous flora capable of devouring giant insects. The fluid inside was highly acidic, designed to dissolve prey alive. After searching the surface in vain for Man Yuan, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and dove back down to find her. As he swam, panic started to set in. The inside of this pitcher plant was filled with thick, sticky mucus, trapping anything it touched. To make matters worse, the corrosive fluid was so potent that his wounds began to burn with agonizing pain. Right then, he spotted Man Yuan. She didn't know how to swim and was thrashing around wildly right in front of him. Lin Yuan realized he could breathe underwater, but a beast like Man Yuan couldn't. Looking at her struggle, he knew she wouldn't last much longer. He knew he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. His only option was to revert to his beast form to save her. The problem was, they were currently right in the dead center of a deadly swamp. If he transformed into a giant beast, his massive weight would instantly sink him deep into the mire. But in the end, he decided he couldn't worry about that now, and initiated the transformation into his giant monster form. Beams of intense light erupted from inside the plant, tearing it apart. Within seconds, Lin Yuan's colossal figure emerged, completely destroying the plant in the process. But as his massive body fully materialized, his feet immediately began to sink rapidly into the swamp. He quickly shouted to Lang, telling him to grab Man Yuan and give her CPR. Hearing the shout, Lang immediately rushed over and pulled Man Yuan into his arms. But Lang knew that the two of them alone could never pull Lin Yuan out of the swamp. They needed to find something strong enough to support his immense weight. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pointed toward a nearby tree and called out to Man Yuan. He figured the thick vines hanging from that tree could easily hold Lin Yuan's massive body. Without a second thought, Manhwa prepared to revert to her primal form so she could reach the high branches. In her giant ape form, she leaped high into the air and successfully grabbed onto the massive tree. The moment she secured her grip, Manhwa ripped off a thick vine and tossed it down, shouting for Lin Yuan to catch it. From below, he quickly grabbed hold of the vine, praising her for the brilliant plan. Now, it was up to Lin Yuan. Clenching the vine tightly with both hands, he strained every muscle to pull his heavy body up. Finally, after a grueling struggle, Lin Yuan managed to land safely on a massive root that jutted out like a platform. Thank goodness that giant tree was there, or he would have been history. Still, looking closely at it, he couldn't help but feel there was something incredibly off about this tree. Suddenly, Lin Yuan gasped in shock as a system notification flashed before his eyes. The entity towering over them was the legendary Sunba cannibal tree, the most terrifying nightmare in the entire skeleton swamp. No beast had ever escaped its deadly constricting vines, which would squeeze them to death and drain them completely dry. Lin Yuan frantically screamed at Manhwa to get down, warning her of the extreme danger. But she was too far away to hear him clearly. Confused by his panic gestures, she just scratched her head, wondering why he was so worked up. Right then, Manhwa followed his pointing finger and gasped. A grotesque, horned head had quietly emerged right from the tree trunk. Before she could even process the horror, a creeping vine silently snaked up behind her. Down below, Lin Yuan desperately screamed her name, but it was too late. The vine wrapped tightly around Manhwa's waist and yanked her straight down into the abyss. Her terrified screams echoed through the dark forest. Hearing her cries, Lang rushed forward, unsheathing his blade to chop the vine. Relying on his small size and agility, he leaped onto the trunk, but mid-leap, the demon tree puppeted Manhwa's body to block him, slamming her right into Lang. The impact sent him flying backward, teetering on the edge of the chasm. Watching his companions get brutally battered, Lin Yuan couldn't just stand by. He opened his jaws, gathering a massive charge of atomic breath. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a searing blast of radioactive energy, aiming directly at the vine wrapped around Manhwa's waist. Blasted by the intense heat, the vine snapped, finally freeing her from the demon tree's clutches. But unfortunately, they plummeted through the air. After a long fall, both Manhwa and the vine next to her fell in the exact same direction. The only difference was, she was completely defenseless, while that vine was still in control. Even Lam Uyen didn't expect the thing to actually know how to use the swamp to put out his fire. This tree must have truly become sentient. But what shocked him even more was seeing countless other vines plunging into the swamp right along with it. At a quick glance, there were dozens of them right in front of him. Lam Uyen suspected the tree god was trying to wet its vines to counter his flames. Meanwhile, in the back, Manhwa, who had just narrowly escaped death, was furiously beating her chest to unleash her rage. But that wasn't enough to satisfy her anger, so Manhwa immediately spun right back around. She grabbed a vine tightly in her hand and, surprisingly, stuffed it right into her mouth, chewing and tearing it to shreds. This forced Lam Uyen to quickly tell her to calm down. Right in front of them, that vine rose up from the swamp. They looked exactly like giant fingers. It turned out the tree was using the mud from the swamp to easily form a colossal arm. Its goal was to crush its enemies more easily and effectively. Behind them, Cho Lang wasn't too badly hurt either. The moment he sat up, he saw the tree transforming into a massive arm. At the same time, Lam Uyen couldn't hide his growing anxiety. This tree god was proving to be a real pain now that it had gained sentience. Instantly, the giant arm balled into a fist and aimed straight for Manhwa. It clearly wanted to crush her for daring to escape its grasp. Fortunately, Manhwa was quick on her feet and leaped out of the way. She successfully dodged the blow without taking a single scratch, and in her rage, she leaped high into the air. She was ready to strike with two fists that were as tiny as mosquito eyes, but as expected, she was totally outclassed. A tiny stream trying to compete with a massive dam, so Manhwa's puny fists didn't do a single bit of damage to the tree god's giant arm. It was like a fly buzzing against a brick wall. Suddenly, another arm sprouted right behind Manhwa, aiming to launch a sneak attack. While the first arm stayed put, this new one shot forward at an unbelievable speed. It seemed determined to flatten Manhwa, but the trajectory of this new fist sent it crashing straight into her backside. The impact sent Manhwa face-planting into the dirt. Seeing this, Lam Uyen immediately readied his burst breath skill. He gathered energy inside his mouth, aiming to get payback. But somehow, the vines under the tree god's control had other plans. They sprouted right up and struck Lam Uyen directly in his sensitive area, causing a pain so agonizing it nearly knocked Truck-kun right out of him. He screamed in agony and frustration, cursing the tree god for resorting to such a cowardly sneak attack. Just like that, the vines closed in and wrapped tightly around Lam Uyen, leaving both him and Manhwa completely trapped in its grasp. Yet, Lam Uyen still yelled at the top of his lungs, challenging the tree god, "If you have the guts, let us go and fight me for 100 rounds." Seeing his two comrades captured, Cholang sprang into action, unleashing his golden ray slash. He wanted to slice those vines to pieces, but as he closed in, the vines holding Lam Uyen shifted into a defensive stance. That was when Cholang realized the tree was actually using Lam Uyen as a human shield, meaning any slash from his blade would hit Lam Uyen instead. Cholang tried his best to cut the vine anyway, but his blade slipped and accidentally sliced Lam Uyen's arm, sending blood splattering everywhere. After that accidental hit, he froze in shock, realizing that if he kept attacking, he would only end up hurting his teammate. Before Cholang could figure out his next move, the tree god struck, blasting him right out of the swamp. Just as the system had warned, in under 30 seconds, Cholang was sent flying face first by a legendary, epic flick. Seeing this, Lam Uyen silently thanked Cholang for buying him some precious time. He gathered a massive burst of energy in his mouth, declaring he was going to blast a hole right through this monster tree's crotch. He wanted to teach it a lesson, but the tree god seemed to have read his mind. It instantly sent a vine over to tie his snout shut, making him look like a pig with a giant bow at a wedding. Looking around, he saw his entire squad had been completely captured. If they didn't break free soon, they would all be meeting their maker. To make matters worse, the vine wrapping around Lam Uyen's mouth tightened even further. He suspected this monster tree wanted to crush them all to death and turn them into compost. Hearing the desperate screams of Manhwa and Cholang, Lam Uyen refused to accept dying in such a pathetic, useless way. He quickly called up Truck-kun to check how many evolution points he had accumulated lately. When Truck-kun told him he had 200,000 evolution points available, Lam Uyen decided to use them all to increase his size. He figured that since the monster tree had him bound so tightly, a sudden growth spurt would easily snap the vines. Right on cue, his plan went into motion. Lam Uyen's entire body erupted with a radiant glow, visibly expanding by the second. His glowing body, suspended in midair like a giant lamp, forced the tightening vines to loosen up just a little bit. As Lam Uyen let out a thunderous roar, the vines binding him snapped completely. His massive body now stood at a towering 82 meters and weighed a whopping 820 tons. This sight leaves Savage Ape and the wild dog completely dumbfounded, their jaws hitting the floor. They still have absolutely no clue how Lam Uyen's body could grow to such a mind-blowing size. The next second, Lam Uyen plummets straight down to the base of the tree. Fortunately, the rows of spikes on his back cushion the fall, saving him from any serious damage. But as he falls, he manages to unleash a devastating blast of explosive breath. This completely panics his two teammates, especially since his explosive breath is powerful enough to tear right through the tree god's body. Lam Uyen's little masterpiece leaves a massive, scorched hole right in the middle of those tangled vines. Seeing that the tree god has slammed him into the swamp to keep him trapped, Lam Uyen repeatedly yells that he is about to show this wooden bastard what true justice looks like. Instantly, he fires another blast of explosive breath, aiming right at the opposite side of the hole he just blasted in the tree god. Realizing it is working, he relentlessly tortures the giant tree with what feels like 1 billion more blasts. He even channels his explosive energy to slash at the tree god, giving it a brutal, waist-deep horizontal cut. Fortunately, this devastating strike severs the vines holding his two teammates, finally freeing them from the tree god's grasp. Savage Ape and the wild dog manage to avoid landing in the thick mud, finding solid ground on the bank to support Lam Uyen. Seeing her big brother in danger, Savage Ape grabs a vine to pull him up, but Lam Uyen stops her, fearing that doing so will only provoke the tree god into attacking them again. So, Lam Uyen calls out to the tree god, hoping the ancient thing can actually understand him and talk things out. He even threatens that if the tree keeps fighting, he will slice it clean in half next time. Terrified by his threat, and still nursing the painful wounds Lam Uyen just inflicted, the tree god backs down and promises to stop fighting. This absolutely shocks Lam Uyen. Who would have thought a giant, divine tree could actually speak human tongue? But he suddenly notices that the tree is still releasing toxic spores. The tree god quickly explains that it never intended to kill them in the first place. It claims it only wanted to test them because they seem different from other mindless monsters. But Lam Uyen is not buying it, thinking the tree is just trying to dodge another beating. After all, the tree had squeezed his mouth so hard his eyes almost popped out. Hearing this, the tree god looks down and snaps, "I did not lose to you! You are currently stuck deep in this swamp. If I do not help you, do you really think you can get out on your own?" But Lam Uyen laughs it off, saying there are plenty of ways to escape. Since both he and Savage Ape are now giant beasts, a brilliant idea naturally pops into his head. Suddenly, a loud wailing sound echoes through the swamp. It turns out to be the giant salamander cry that Lam Uyen acquired after killing one earlier. This completely baffles the tree god, who panics, wondering why Lam Uyen is suddenly crying like a baby when nobody even touched him. It thinks Lam Uyen is trying to play victim. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen listens closely and smiles as he hears the approach of the creatures he just summoned. He then tells Savage Ape to gather some vines from the ground, saying they will need them very soon. On top of that, he drops a hint that some old acquaintances are about to arrive. Nearby, a red-eyed giant salamander slithers around, scanning the area. It thinks it has found some easy prey to fill its belly. But when it looks up, it jumps in terror at the sight of a colossal, smug beast looming right in front of it. Oh my god, the sheer size of this giant monster scares the poor salamander so badly that it starts whimpering, on the verge of tears. It immediately spins around to run for its life, but a powerful stomp from Savage Ape makes it jump out of its skin, freezing it right in its tracks. Seeing that the creature is still trying to be stubborn, she steps directly on its tail, sending the salamander into a total panic. With a vine in hand, Savage Ape gets ready to tie up the salamander's head, growling that one of its buddies had the nerve to swallow her earlier. So, within 30 seconds, she has the giant salamander bound up tighter than a crab at a seafood market. Watching this, Lam Uyen listens to the approaching sounds and points out that more salamanders are on the way. And just as he said, the desperate cries of the salamanders begging Savage Ape to stay away echo through the swamp, but she ties every single one of them up, leaving none behind. It turns out Lam Uyen summoned them just to pull him out of the thick mud. As they pull, he keeps mocking them for being so incredibly weak. Seeing that they are not trying hard enough, Lam Uyen unleashes a lighter-sized spark of explosive breath to terrify the lazy salamanders. Feeling the heat on their tails and terrified of being roasted alive, the salamanders suddenly put everything they have into pulling. They pull with all their might. And before long, Lam Uyen's lower body slowly begins to emerge from the muck. The moment he gets out of the swamp, Lam Uyen smugly taunts the tree god, bragging that he did not need its help to escape this swamp at all. The tree god is utterly speechless, never expecting Lam Uyen to have the ability to summon giant salamanders. Curious, Lam Uyen asks how the tree learned to speak human tongue and why it has a human face. He asks if it also ate a human transformation fruit. At the mention of the human transformation fruit, the tree god pulls out a bright red fruit and holds it out in front of Lam Uyen. And Lam Uyen immediately confirms that this is indeed the exact same fruit. This made Lin Yuan wonder if it was because the tree god had absorbed the flesh of the humanoid fruit that it was able to speak human language, while its vines reshaped themselves to look like human limbs. But when Lin Yuan brought this up, the tree god had absolutely no clue what he meant. Hearing that, Lin Yuan waved his hand, thinking a blockhead like the tree god would never understand no matter how much he explained. He then wondered how such a massive tree, unable to even move around, could get its hands on a humanoid fruit in the first place. How did it get it? That was when the tree god revealed it had its own scouts. Those scouts had found it a long time ago in a highly hidden cave. Hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly realized that was exactly the place they were searching for. He then asked if the tree god could have its scouts lead them to that cave. The tree god told them the place was right ahead, just follow the swamp path, and they would see it in no time. However, if they were truly looking for the humanoid fruit, they had better move fast. The tree god's scouts reported that a pack of crabs was currently fighting over the fruits inside the cave. By the time you guys get there, there won't be a single thing left. Lin Yuan looked highly skeptical, prompting the tree god to snap, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Seeing that, Lin Yuan immediately called his teammates to set off, handing the salamander over to Manhwa. Meanwhile, a sly grin crept across the tree god's face. It never expected to run into a superpowered human on this bizarre island, one who could even transform into a beast. Perhaps it could use their help with something. A moment later, Lin Yuan was on his way, using 2 wooden planks like roller skates. In front of them, a pack of salamanders acted as their engine, pulling the 2 of them toward the cave. Suddenly, Lin Yuan spotted a hidden cavern right ahead. That had to be their destination. But as he looked down, he saw the horde of crabs, already holding the sacred fruits in their claws. The moment he saw them, Lin Yuan let out a roar, steering the salamanders to charge forward and snatch the sacred fruits right out of the crab monster's claws. But they were running too fast for them to catch up. Realizing this, Lin Yuan asked Manhwa to watch the salamanders while he went inside the cave to investigate. When he stepped inside, all he saw were the carcasses of other animals scattered everywhere, which deeply disappointed him. Those crab thieves hadn't left a single fruit behind. But then, Lin Yuan pulled out a bitter melon and fed it to Yilong. This made Longu ask in confusion, "Why are you feeding such a good fruit to that thing?" Lin Yuan explained that the two of them were definitely placed here by Ling Diao to guard the humanoid fruits, so they needed to go report the news to her. Otherwise, that two-faced jerk would blame everything on him. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance, Manhwa had tied the salamanders to a tree branch and was keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Suddenly, Yilong dived out from inside the cave, giving her quite a scare. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan ran out of the cave, announcing that there wasn't a single fruit left inside. With that, he jumped onto his ride and declared, "We must catch up to those crabs and take back the sacred fruits." These crabs went by the fancy name of Jiaqiao giant crabs. Standing 6 meters long and weighing 5 tons, they possessed extremely powerful claws. Seeing the system reveal that the crabs were actually being controlled, Lin Yuan became suspicious. Could someone be controlling these crabs to steal Ling Diao's humanoid fruits? It wouldn't be surprising if that ugly bird had pissed off some other beast. Still, what kind of beast could control these crabs? But Lin Yuan didn't care who it was. He had to focus on the task at hand first. Immediately, he whipped his tail hard at one of the crabs, forcing it to drop the humanoid fruit from its claws. Next, he swallowed the monster whole in one bite, because delicious seafood should never go to waste. As a result, his evolution points shot up to 10,000. He then fed the humanoid fruit to Xiaogu. However, since he had used up all his evolution points fighting the tree god earlier, he had no way of refining the humanoid fruit for now. Suddenly, Manhwa saw the crabs fleeing and asked Lin Yuan if they should keep pursuing them. He declared that even though Ling Diao was annoying, she was still an ally, so he would help her retrieve the humanoid fruits. Instantly, the salamanders dashed forward like crazy, pulling their masters in hot pursuit of the crabs. Once they were close enough, Lin Yuan whipped his tail, sending 3 crabs flying into the air and forcing them to drop their humanoid fruits. Every single crab that went airborne fell right into his open mouth. On top of that, Manhwa reached out with one hand to grab some of them too. In the back, Langu proved he was no dead weight either. He caught a humanoid fruit with one hand while driving his sword straight into a crab's shell with the other. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed the surviving crabs heading toward an area filled with venom. He immediately pulled the salamanders to a halt so they wouldn't get caught in the trap ahead. Sensing something fishy about the green mist ahead, Lin Yuan stopped to observe first. At the same time, he realized they were no longer on swampy ground. They had finally stepped onto solid land. But before they knew it, the green mist surrounded them completely. It felt like a trap that had been set long ago. From up ahead, a single crab slowly crawled toward them, leaving everyone utterly confused. He suspected that it must be hiding something strange to dare return like this. As the crab crawled closer to the salamanders, they immediately growled and drove it away. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the crab, blowing it to pieces. Not only that, but the blast also caught the nearby salamander, causing its head to explode as well. This unexpected turn of events left all the onlookers behind them, looking completely dumbfounded. Up ahead, the crabs turned back one after another. It was as if they had received an order to attack, crawling up Lin Yuan and Manhwa at an unbelievable speed. Out of nowhere, 2 crabs managed to climb right up to Lin Yuan's face, but the moment he touched them, they bounced right back. Their bodies emitted a green glow, identical to that mysterious mist. Immediately after, all the crabs there blew themselves up. Apparently, this was their defensive countermeasure. At the same time, Lin Yuan realized it was a trap. The system displayed the status of the swamp-tide giant crab as instigated. Could these crabs have deliberately used the living human fruit to lure everyone here, only to launch a suicide bombing attack? At that exact moment, a gust of green energy was surging toward his back, but Lin Yuan hadn't noticed it yet. A slash finally landed, dealing the first blow to his abdomen and drawing blood. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly warned the others to stay alert, as there was a sneak attacker hiding in the mist. Just as he finished his sentence, the reptile leader, One Eye, appeared right in front of him. One of the reptile king's 6 sons, he carried the bloodline of Xianglu, the ancient beast, being recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, boasting a length of 50 meters and a weight of 515 tons. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard a sound coming from behind him. Turning around, he came face to face with another reptile leader, Dubo, another of the king's 6 sons, who was 52 meters long and weighed 380 tons. Right then, Lin Yuan realized those exploding crabs were the work of these reptiles. They actually knew how to give us a taste of our own medicine. But before he could react, another sound echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. It turned out to be another one of the reptile king's 6 sons, Xiangliu himself, measuring a massive 150 meters in length and weighing 1,150 tons. Standing in the middle of these 3 monstrosities, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his unprecedented fear and panic. The moment they appeared, the trio unleashed a dense cloud of toxins, blanketing an entire corner of the forest in a thick green mist. The one spewing the most venom was Xiangliu, thanks to its multiple heads. Lin Yuan immediately shouted to his teammates to cover their mouths and noses so they wouldn't breathe in the toxic gas. Suddenly, while surrounded, his mind flashed back to his past, and his eyes snapped wide open. Before him was the same green mist, but now he was cornered at the end of an alley, covered in scrapes and bruises. Standing at the entrance were the 3 bullies who used to torment him. The 3 of them, massive and hideous, slowly closed in on him. The leader, clutching a baseball bat, accused Lin Yuan of snitching on them to the teacher and threatened to beat him to a pulp. Lin Yuan, his face swollen and bleeding, desperately waved his hands, begging for mercy, but it was all in vain. His pathetic begging only fueled their amusement, making them laugh even louder. The trio wore mocking, provocative smirks, tossing out cruel insults left and right. Suddenly, a loud scream from Lin Yuan snapped him back to reality. He looked over at Man Yuan and Wolf Dog, only to find that both of them seemed to be under the influence of the green mist. Lin Yuan immediately yelled out their names, trying to snap them out of it. Startled by his voice, Man Yuan and Wolf Dog snapped out of it, suddenly remembering the terrifying reality of the reptile king and his 2 sons showing up at the same time. Hearing this, Lin Yuan knew they were no match for them and insisted they break out as soon as possible. But Man Yuan tearfully revealed that she had seen her parents in her hallucination. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, dripping from her chin. Sobbing, Man Yuan explained that her parents' bodies had been horribly corroded by the green toxic fluid, leaving them in a gruesome state. Seeing her pain, Lin Yuan comforted her, urging that they needed to preserve their strength and return for revenge once they grew stronger. But right then, Xiangliu mocked Man Yuan, calling her savage and ungrateful, mocking her for bringing dinosaurs to slaughter so many of his sons, only to run away without taking responsibility. He then tossed over 2 white objects, claiming Man Yuan would absolutely love them. She watched the objects roll across the ground until they came to a stop. To her horror, those 2 objects were the skulls of her parents, who had perished by his hands. The moment she laid eyes on them, Man Yuan recognized them instantly. A shockwave of pure trauma surged through her mind like a lightning strike. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, reaching out with trembling hands as she whimpered, calling out to her parents. Taking advantage of her vulnerability, Xiangliu launched 2 massive venom projectiles. Seeing this, Lin Yuan yanked Man Yuan by her shirt to save her from the poison blasts, only to realize the monster's true goal was to obliterate her parents' skulls right before her eyes. This broke Man Yuan completely, leaving her sobbing hysterically and calling out for them in absolute despair. Mentioning her parents was clearly the ultimate provocation for her. For the first time ever, Man Yuan completely snapped, furiously pounding her own chest. Even the onlookers outside could sense the terrifying power she was summoning. Man Yuan's eyes turned completely feral as she roared that she would kill Xiangliu. Standing behind her, Lin Yuan never expected her blind rage would make her charge straight at the beast without a single second thought. But he could not stop her. Within seconds, Man Yuan leaped high into the air, lunging straight at Xiangliu. She rained a barrage of punches onto his head with both hands, but her attacks did not deal a single scratch. To make matters worse, Xiangliu used another head to easily shove Man Yuan back, sneering in contempt. "Is this pathetic tickle all the strength you have?" Xiangliu then used 2 of his heads to grab Man Yuan by her arms, looking as if he was about to rip her completely in half. His middle head declared, "Now, I will send you to meet your dead parents." Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Wolf Dog rushed forward to save Man Yuan, but after only a few steps, they found their path blocked. A monster named Du Ren stood in Lin Yuan's way, while another named Dupu cut off Wolfdog from behind, denying them any chance of rescuing their teammate. Wolfdog yelled for Lin Yuan to hold the two off while he went for Manhwa, but Lin Yuan refused, trying to calm him down. Don't do anything reckless. We are no match for them right now. If we charge Xiangliu, all three of us are dead. Furious, Wolfdog snapped back. What is that supposed to mean? Are you just going to stand there and watch her die? Unwilling to waste another second arguing, he decided to charge in and save Manhwa on his own. With a fierce battle cry, Wolfdog lunged forward, slashing his blade wildly at Du Ren. But before he could even scratch the monster's heavy pincer, he was violently smacked back, crashing hard onto the ground. Little did they know, Wolfdog was incredibly resilient. Shaking off the blow, he fearlessly charged right back into the fray. In a flash, Wolfdog managed to break through and stand right before Xiangliu. The beast sneered, recognizing his foe. So it has been Zhilang. You dare swing a toy sword in front of me? Before Wolfdog could even strike, one of Xiangliu's heads lunged at him with blinding speed. The lightning-fast attack tore open a massive gash across his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. As he collapsed backward, Wolfdog finally realized that he was absolutely no match for this guy. But Xiangliu was not done yet. Another one of his heads clamped its jaws around Wolfdog, mockingly remarking, "How pathetic. To see you reduced to such a weak, miserable state." Seeing both of his allies cornered and brutally beaten, Lin Yuan snapped, his entire body erupting into a raging inferno. He charged straight at Xiangliu, completely ignoring the two submonsters trying to intercept him. Seizing the opening, Du Ren swung his sharp pincer, slicing directly into Lin Yuan's abdomen. Instead of backing away, Lin Yuan leaned down and savagely bit into the beast's flesh, tearing at it like a piece of meat. But knowing he did not have time to harvest evolution points right now, he violently threw Du Ren aside. In the same breath, Lin Yuan unleashed his blazing breath, aiming it straight at Xiangliu's main talking head. Caught off guard by the explosive impact, Xiangliu was forced to spit Wolfdog out, howling in pain from the searing blast. But Lin Yuan was not finished. He immediately began preparing a second blast, completely ignoring the fact that he was only limited to 2 of these per day. Another massive wave of blazing breath erupted from Lin Yuan's jaws, its destructive force far greater than the first. However, unleashing such immense power back-to-back was taking a heavy toll, pushing Lin Yuan's body to its absolute limit. The sheer strain was evident in his bloodshot eyes. Fortunately, the double blast struck the two heads, holding Manhwa dead on, dazing the beast and forcing him to drop her. At this crucial moment, Lin Yuan knew deep down that he could not defeat Xiangliu, but he had to buy enough time for Manhwa and Wolfdog to escape. He shouted at them to get out of there immediately, since they were severely injured, promising to hold off the monster himself. With a roar, Lin Yuan threw himself forward, determined to use his own body to pin the beast down, while swearing to tear him to shreds. The moment he got close enough, he bared his razor-sharp fangs and bit down hard on Xiangliu's neck. But to his horror, one of Xiangliu's free heads lunged and sank its teeth deep into Lin Yuan's lower body, sending an agonizing wave of pain coursing through him. Yet, the excruciating pain only fueled his resolve, making him lock his jaws even tighter around Xiangliu's neck. He refused to let go, desperately buying every second he could for Manhwa and Wolfdog to escape below. Seeing Lin Yuan putting his life on the line, Manhwa lost all composure and tried to charge back up to drag him out. But she froze in horror as Xiangliu's main head began gathering a massive ball of toxic venom in its throat. Panicking, Manhwa could only scream at the top of her lungs, desperately warning Lin Yuan to dodge the incoming strike. But by the time the warning reached him, the venom blast had already struck, sending Lin Yuan flying backward through the air. The devastating blast dealt a massive amount of damage, leaving Lin Yuan in a battered, pitiful state as he was knocked. Lin Yuan crashes hard onto the ground, sliding like a soccer ball hurtling into a net. Manhwa panics, rushing over and shouting Lin Yuan's name over and over, desperately trying to wake him up. But by the time she reaches him, Lin Yuan is already clutching his body in agony, gritting his teeth from the brutal blow. Seeing this, Tuanglu raises his voice and yells, "None of you are making it out of here alive today." Suddenly, a voice echoes from the sky above, mocking them. Look at 3 useless losers getting beat down this bad. Turns out, Lin Dieu has tracked them down to back them up, thanks to her scout flying back to report the news. The moment she touches down, Lin Dieu snaps. That reptile king had the nerve to steal from me, so there is no way in hell I am letting him off. With that, her entire body erupts, churning up countless tornadoes, swirling from her wings down her torso, all the way to her legs and out into the open air. Not only that, Lin Diu lets out a piercing shriek to call her flock in for backup. She screamed a second time to hasten their arrival. Lin Diu's underlings stayed behind to help fight off these reptiles, and their very first move was to surround his two children. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pterosaurs coordinated to grab Lin Yuan with their talons and carry him back to base. Just like that, two of them grabbed Manhwa by the arms and hoisted him into the sky, while another two carried Lin Yuan. Chou Lang, however, got a solo ride, carried by a single beast. Back on the battlefield, Tuang Lu mocked Lin Diu, sneering that a defeated loser like her actually had the guts to play hero. Not one to back down, she shot right back. And you're supposed to be the great king of reptiles? Since when did you start resorting to cheap, underhanded sneak attacks? Just as he was about to lunge forward, Lin Diu intercepted him with a powerful kick. Only then did Tuang Lu realize his two targets had already been dragged away by her minions. Absolutely furious, he prepared to spit out a volley of toxic projectiles at Lin Diu. However, he redirected a stream of toxic breath straight toward Lin Yuan, refusing to let his prey slip through his fingers. Unfortunately for him, the toxic blast ended up hitting one of the pterosaurs instead. This left Lin Yuan dangling precariously from the claws of the remaining pterosaur. Seeing their comrade get shot down, the pterosaur carrying Chou Lang immediately rushed in to help. It swooped down and grabbed Lin Yuan by the hand, saving him from falling to his death or suffering the same fate as the other beast. Manhwa watched in horror as the pterosaur that got hit shriveled up into a dry corpse, completely drained of life by that dark blue light. Seeing this, he couldn't help but worry Lin Yuan was hit earlier too, so would the same thing happen to him? Seeing Tuang Lu running wild, Lin Diu wasn't about to just stand by. She summoned two massive tornadoes, sweeping up countless boulders and hurling them straight at him. Facing such a heavy onslaught, Tuang Lu quickly spat out a barrage of toxic bullets to shield himself. Seizing the moment, Lin Diu immediately turned around and ordered her underlings to retreat. With that, they all turned and fled. But the relentless reptiles weren't about to let them go without a chase. Tuang Lu wasn't about to give up easily either. He unleashed another round of toxic bullets, roaring, "Since you came here to ruin my plans, you're not leaving, Lin Diu." After flying just a few yards, Lin Diu glanced back and saw his toxic breath closing in right behind her. Lin Diu smirked and yelled back, "Trying to sneak attack me? In your dreams." She quickly dodged to the side, cleanly avoiding the toxic projectile. At that moment, she shifted back into her human form. This smaller form seemed to give her a massive speed boost. She shot past her underlings and leaped onto one of their backs, using them as cover to block the incoming attacks. She then called out to the pterosaurs, telling them to focus on getting everyone out of the bone swamp first. Down below, another one of Tuang Lu's heads turned to the main one and asked, "What do we do now? Are we really just going to let our prey escape that easily?" The main head in the middle mused that Lin Yuan was definitely something special, surviving a direct hit from his toxic breath. More importantly, he realized that the attack had granted him a completely new power, one that absorbed the very life force of Lin Yuan. He immediately ordered his two offspring to gather the rest of their pack and hunt down the targets. Meanwhile, he needed some peace and quiet to fully digest the newly absorbed life essence. Sometime later, the escaping group finally made it out of the gloomy bone swamp and back into the warm sunlight. Lin Diu turned to Chou Lang and asked where they should head next, since all of their usual territories had been overrun by the reptiles. Hearing this, Chou Lang suggested they head to his hideout. But suddenly, Manhwa noticed something strange happening to Lin Yuan and called the others over to take a look. Seeing this, Lin Diu was completely baffled, wondering what was happening to Lin Yuan. Even though he hadn't transformed, his body was rapidly shrinking. With no time to waste, they sped toward Chou Lang's territory to figure out what to do. Before long, they arrived at Chou Lang's cave, where his loyal guards were already stationed on high alert. Deep inside the cave, Lin Yuan suddenly jolted awake with a terrified scream, as if waking from a horrific nightmare. But as he looked down at his hands and feet, panic set in his entire body had shrunk to a tiny, microscopic size. Just then, Manhwa and Lin Diu walked over, casting a massive shadow over him. Compared to their giant figures, his tiny body was barely the size of a fingernail. Then, Lin Yuan jolted, spinning around to look at Chou Lang. He couldn't help but wonder why the guy was taller than him, and a humanoid beast at that. Hearing that, Manhwa walked over and revealed the truth. It wasn't that everyone else had gotten taller, but that Lin Yuan had actually shrunk. Right away, upon hearing this terrible news, Lin Yuan completely lost his cool. He immediately summoned Kun to clear things up. Then, he pulled up a system screen showing that his current height was a mere 8 meters, and his weight was just 80 tons. His skills and attack methods were still completely normal, but there was a warning note on it that said, "Crippled by an enemy, level up from scratch." Seeing Lin Yuan panic in confusion, Kun analyzed the data and revealed that the reptile king's poison breath can absorb a creature's life essence, causing rapid death. And in Lin Yuan's case, his life essence was built entirely by exchanging his evolution points. So, what that poison breath actually sucked away was all the evolution points he had earned since coming to this world, which is why it didn't kill him. But here is the catch. The most terrifying part is that the poison breath can steal that life essence and transfer it directly to the reptile king. That means right now, he has every single evolution point Lin Yuan has earned since arriving in this world. Processing this awful news, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his utter shock, disbelief, and a deep sense of helplessness. That overgrown lizard was already ridiculously massive, and now that he has stolen so much life essence, calling him overpowered is an understatement. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan came to a bitter realization. You win some, you lose some. Right now, he stood absolutely no chance against the reptile king, so his only option was to lie low and eat like crazy to win back his evolution points. Once he grew back into a 100-meter giant beast, that would be the day he reclaimed what was rightfully his. But right then, Lin Duo pointed out that Lin Yuan was actually quite special because his breath could kill those reptiles, something no one else could do. The reptile king's breath could kill any living creature instantly, yet it couldn't kill you, only making you shrink. What on earth are you anyway? Hearing this, Lin Yuan snapped, angrily scolding Lin Duo for being so rude, and proudly declared that he was a world-shattering Kuai Long, the man destined to become the king of beasts. At this, Lin Duo giggled, mocking Lin Yuan for wanting to be the king of beasts when he was currently so tiny. Annoyed, Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips, arguing that as long as he was alive, he could just eat his way back to the top. It wouldn't be long before he turned back into a tall, handsome dinosaur. Then, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey guys, where are we anyway?" From behind, Manhwa revealed that this was actually Cholang's cave. But what puzzled Lin Yuan was the massive pile of weapons in front of them, looking exactly like a huge armory. Not only that, there was even a grave sitting right in the middle of all those weapons. That was when Cholang spoke up, revealing that the person buried there was his late master, a human, and all these weapons belonged to him as well. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was now absolutely sure that Cholang had lived among humans, which explained why his blade skills and combat techniques were taught to him by his master. But still, as a human, how on earth did he wield such massive weapons? Cholang didn't hold anything back and explained that his master was a human with special abilities. Specifically, his power was telekinesis. Since he had a deep love for melee weapons, his fighting style revolved around controlling various blades and spears to battle his foes. Even with a blade over 10 meters long, he could use his mind power to swing it with mind-blowing force. Hearing that humans with special abilities existed in this world, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his intense curiosity. He thought to himself, "This world I reincarnated into is definitely not Earth. Giant beasts and superpowered humans who can go toe-to-toe with them. I wonder if there are other supernatural forces out there." Cholang then continued his story from 20 years ago, when he met his master, who had accidentally ended up on this island while fleeing from his enemies. Back then, he had saved Cholang right from the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger. His master was absolutely fascinated by the giant creatures on the island. He even went deep underground, searching for the source of whatever was causing them to grow so massive. On top of that, he taught Cholang blade techniques, swordsmanship, and how to use various other weapons. The only problem was that Cholang was just a wolf and didn't have telekinetic powers, so he could never truly master the essence of his master's martial arts. His master once told him that the human world was full of people with incredible, supernatural abilities. Some could control fire, some could summon lightning, some possessed godlike strength from birth, and others could even summon terrifying beasts from other dimensions. These superhumans were a mix of good and bad, split into factions of good and evil. Cholang's master was actually hunted down by evil enemies, which was how he ended up on the island in the first place. His absolute favorite hobby was collecting weapons of all shapes and sizes. He had a spatial ring created by a space attribute user, which could store all of his weapons and allowed him to carry them wherever he went. Hearing about a spatial storage ring, Lin Yuan's curiosity piqued even further, eager to find out where it was now. But Cho Lang continued his story, saying that he and his master lived peacefully together for the next 10 years, until one sudden day, his master's enemies invaded the island. To avoid dragging Cho Lang into trouble, his master left him behind and went off to fight alone. Later, Cho Lang found his dying master in the middle of a chaotic forest. He managed to kill the enemy, but was also mortally wounded. For all these years, Cho Lang has led his pack to protect this place, guarding his master's body and all of his weapons. After hearing the story, Lin Yu spoke up, questioning him. So, let me get this straight. Just for a dead guy and a pile of scrap metal, you willingly signed a non-aggression pact with the Reptile King? Even though those damn reptiles are destroying this island piece by piece, your home is already gone. What's the point of protecting this pile of junk? Instantly, Cho Lang snapped and roared at her to shut up, warning Lin Yu never to disrespect his master. But Lin Yu wasn't about to back down. She shot right back, claiming she was only speaking the truth. Even though Cho Lang wasn't in his wolf form, it seemed like the Reptile King had already recognized him. Having broken the pact, Cho Lang drew his blade and pointed it right at the reptile. So, did he really think he could just look out for himself? Seeing the tension, Lam Uyen had to step in and tell them both to cool it. He then asked Cho Lang if they could hide out here, worried that the reptiles might track them down. Still fuming, Cho Lang just spat out 2 words. No clue. Hearing that, Lam Uyen got all excited and decided that their top priority was to grab some food, especially since his stomach was about to go into absolute feast mode. Lin Yu and Cho Lang immediately lost it and screamed at him, "What kind of situation is this? All you can think about is eating." Lam Uyen just scratched his head and whined that he only wanted to get some nutrients so his body could grow. A little while later, outside, the crocodiles and jaguars were easily taken care of by Cho Lang's underlings, and they were about to become a delicious feast. Next, Man Vian used Lam Uyen's explosive breath to roast the crocodiles, looking like a totally domestic, dutiful housewife. Just then, Lam Uyen noticed Cho Lang's pack bringing back even more prey. Talk about having the best subordinates ever. Soon, Man Vian called him over for the final touch. Lam Uyen rushed over, grabbed a spice bottle, and generously shook it over the juicy roasted crocodiles. Not far away, Lin Yu watched Lam Uyen hold a piece of mouth-watering meat and wondered, what on earth was in that bottle he was holding? Why did it smell so good? She could catch hints of star, anise, cinnamon, and all sorts of spices she'd never even heard of. By now, Man Vian had picked up a massive chunk of meat, telling Cho Lang's crew to take it easy since there was plenty to go around. Just like that, they gathered around to devour the meal they had worked for since the afternoon. After stuffing himself, Lam Uyen rolled onto his back, let out a massive burp, and thought about how this was his first time in Cho Lang's territory. He wondered if checking in here for the first time would drop any good loot, and quickly called Truck-kun to mark their location. This place was Holang Forest, and the sign-in reward was a rank A skill, Explosive Bite. This was the human-sized, mini-beast version of the skill, giving him razor-sharp teeth, insane bite force, and blinding speed, making it a breeze to rip through and slaughter beasts many times his size. Hearing this, Lam Uyen got annoyed, accusing the system of putting in half-assed effort. And besides, why did this mini-beast version feel like a low blow, aimed directly at his height? Truck-kun then chimed in, explaining that after analyzing Lam Uyen's current situation, this custom skill was actually the perfect fit for him. As long as Lam Uyen's body could handle the strain, he'd be able to shred his prey like a piranha, peck through trees like a woodpecker, and dig tunnels like a mole. Hearing this, Lam Uyen reluctantly agreed, thinking, fine, a piranha is cool, but there's no way in hell I'm eating dirt. Over the next few days, his schedule of eating, sleeping, and chilling became even more packed. At the moment, Lam Uyen was soaking up some sun and munching on shape-shifting fruits with Cho Lang in front of the house. Handing him one of the fruits, Lam Uyen explained that eating it would allow him to transform into a giant wolf, giving him the power to swap between human and wolf forms at will. Seeing this, Lin Yu also tagged along, curious to see if Cho Lang's transformation would be just like Lam Uyen's previous one. Once he finished eating, Lam Uyen began coaching him on how to transform. First, focus your mind and locate the core inside your body. Then, use your mind to shatter the crystal and guide the core's energy throughout your entire body to shift back into a beast. Of course, this process isn't exactly a walk in the park. He figured it would take Cho Lang a day or 2 to finally get the hang of it and transform. But just as the skeptical words left La Muyen's mouth, Cho Lang's entire body shot up in height, glowing with a blinding light. La Muyen couldn't hide his sheer shock, grumbling about how everyone else was a prodigy, whereas he had to strain like crazy just to make it happen. Lin Duo was equally stunned by this sudden transformation, and she quickly noted this new piece of information. Who knew her shape-shifting fruit could actually be used like this? What kind of trick did Lam Uyen pull? After that, Lam Uyen stepped aside to map out his next move. Now that Cho Lang's issue was resolved, it was time for a miracle. With that, he called on the system to dump 200,000 evolution points into his height. He smugly assumed that with that many points, shooting up 20 meters shouldn't be a problem at all. Right after, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, making it look like a pretty epic transformation. But reality dashed Lin Yuan's hopes when Kun smugly announced that his host size had only grown by 2 meters. Obviously, you can guess how thrilled he was. Lin Yuan argued that he had basically been factory reset, and spending 200,000 evolution points just to grow 2 meters was an absolute ripoff. Seeing his reaction, Kun clarified that it wasn't a total wipe and restart for Lin Yuan. Instead, his current situation was more like a high-level boss who lost all of his gear and skills but still kept his original level. So, even though Lin Yuan was only 8 meters tall now, the evolution points required to grow were the same as when he was 50 meters tall, which made a massive difference. At this point, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back his tears anymore and wailed, "Then how much do I have to eat just to get back to my old height?" But suddenly, his entire body began to emit a mysterious green aura. This threw Lin Yuan into a panic because the glowing light wouldn't fade, and the 2 meters he had just gained from his evolution points immediately shrank right back to the start. Even Kun was left scratching his head in confusion at this sight, realizing that the lingering effect of the Reptile King's poison breath was still active, and it was continuing to drain his life essence every time Lin Yuan exchanged evolution points. Absolute panic washed over him, as it seemed he would never be able to grow his body again. At the same time, inside the Reptile King's cave, shrouded in its signature eerie green glow, he told his subordinates, "Just now, I felt Lin Yuan's life essence flowing into my body. How on earth did that guy manage to gather so much life essence in just a few short days?" But the Reptile King didn't really care, because he had finally pinpointed their exact location. This time, he was going to catch all his prey in one fell swoop. Back at the Jackal's cave, Lin Yuan's 3 companions stood before him, seeing how helpless Lin Yuan was and sharing their suspicions. That green glow was likely the Reptile King's poison breath. The spirit bird didn't expect him to be able to imprint his attack directly inside Lin Yuan's body. It was just like being poisoned, where the toxin lurks inside you from start to finish, constantly draining your life essence. She then explained, Lin Yuan can still consume power to grow, but this poison breath essentially locks his height in place. But waiting for the poison to clear by defeating the Reptile King was out of the question, since their current fighting power made that impossible. So, they had to find a cure. Hearing this, the Jackal asked, "Can you cure this, spirit bird?" But she just shook her head quickly and sighed, before revealing, on the entire Abyss Island, the only one who can neutralize this poison breath is the Beast Lord residing on Snowy Peak, named Bai Zi. Hearing this, Lin Yuan found it completely new, because it sounded pretty epic, even if he didn't quite get it. Seeing his reaction, the spirit bird continued with the legend, saying that Bai Zi possessed the power of immortality and had lived on Abyss Island for over 10,000 years, making him the closest existence to the beast god. But he never meddles in the affairs of Abyss Island, and has always lived in seclusion at Sage Snowy Peak. That place is covered in snowstorms year-round, and is extremely cold, making it incredibly hard for even monsters to reach. However, as long as you have the determination and courage to reach Sage Snowy Peak, you can ask Beast Lord Bai Zi to grant one request, though it comes at a price. Lin Yuan felt like he was listening to a fairy tale, but wondered what kind of price had to be paid. At this point, the spirit bird, with a very serious expression, revealed, "You have to give up whatever you hold most precious, like your health, your freedom, your honor, or even your loved ones." Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt that personality sounded way too much like the scammer Kun. But the barbarian ape chimed in, saying that the legend of Bai Zi was actually true since his parents had mentioned it before, so it was definitely worth a shot. At this point, the Jackal added, "When my master was alive, he actually visited Sage Snowy Peak to pay respects to Bai Zi." Taking everyone's advice into account, Lin Yuan made a decision, since they had no other options if they didn't find Bai Zi. He then asked the spirit bird if she could have her subordinates carry them there, so they wouldn't have to take the long way around. Hearing his request, the spirit bird reminded him, Sage Snowy Peak is extremely high, and with the constant snowstorms, birds can't possibly fly up there. I can have my subordinates carry us, but only halfway up the mountain. But suddenly, a massive crash and a violent tremor, just like an earthquake, shook the entire area, sending everyone into a panic. Behind them, right where the jackal's pack was playing, the ground suddenly exploded. A massive crater opened up from below, showing that someone was definitely behind this attack. Countless reptiles crawled out from underground, and they had successfully found everyone's hiding spot. This left everyone in the group in a panic, wondering how on earth they had been tracked down. At the same time, Lin Yuan also suspected that because of the toxic breath inside his body, the reptile king could track down his exact location. Suddenly, Yan appeared with a massive roar, leading a horde of minions and ordering them to launch a preemptive strike. On top of that familiar face Bok was there too, spewing out those signature green clouds of mist. Right then, Cho Lang's minions stepped up, growling at the reptiles to keep them from breaking into the cave. Seeing that, Bok kept spewing his venom to quickly get rid of the guards blocking their path. Terrifying explosions suddenly erupted from the mist, forcing Cho Lang's pack to back away in panic. Seeing this, Cho Lang ordered his pack to stay strong and close in on the targets. He then quickly turned around and headed back to the cave with a few other minions. Suddenly, a massive hole opened up in the ground nearby, releasing a thick, milky white fog, making him suspect that the reptile king was about to show up and completely tear this place apart. It turned out to be just another reptile named Vu. He also carried the bloodline of the beast Xianglu, measuring 58 meters long and weighing 530 tons. This creature was practically the master of toxic mist. The moment he showed up, he started spewing smoke in every direction like a raging furnace. All three of them lined up, looking like they were getting into formation to start the fight. And of course, an epic battle wouldn't be complete without the little reptiles roaring loudly, as if cheering on their masters. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from deep inside the cave, though none of the three teammates noticed it yet. The beam shot straight out, casting right across Lin Yuan. As it turned out, that light was coming from a massive blade held in Cho Lang's jaws. He lunged forward at the baby reptiles, wiping out dozens of them with a single slash of his blade. But before long, Cho Lang found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of reptile minions. Seizing the opportunity, Yan immediately tried to launch a preemptive strike, leaping into the air with his two razor-sharp pincers, and just like that, two opposing beams of light clashed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this, Manhwa furiously declared that they could not let the reptiles take over Cho Lang's territory, calling out to Lin Yuan to charge in with her. She aggressively charged at Vu with her signature punch. But of course, he wasn't about to back down and unleashed a blast of toxic breath to counter her. Just then, Manhwa managed to land a heavy punch on Vu, completely unaware that she had been thrown off by the fog and that he had already slipped away. Just as she let her guard down, Lin Yuan yelled at the top of his lungs, warning her to watch out for Vu right behind her. At that exact moment, it raised its sharp, gleaming pincers and slashed right into the middle of Manhwa's thigh, making her scream out in agony. Manhwa fell face first onto the ground, landing straight into a trap set by the baby reptiles as they slowly crawled over to surround her. When Manhwa turned around, she saw Vu puffing up his entire body, looking like he was about to blast a massive projectile. And just like that, the surrounding reptiles began to explode, leaving Manhwa in absolute panic as she held her head and cried out. Right then, Vu crawled onto her shoulder, gearing up for a sneak attack, but Lin Yuan rushed in out of nowhere and ripped him off, determined not to let him hurt Manhwa. Using every ounce of his strength, he bit down on its head with his sharp teeth and threw it aside. At that moment, Vu spat out a cloud of green mist to fight back, hitting Lin Yuan right in the jaws. The excruciating pain and mild poisoning sent him crashing backward, with tears streaming down his face. Just as Lin Du showed up, Lin Yuan quickly asked her to blow the smoke away. He had already figured out that Bok had a skill that forced other creatures to self-destruct, making him both ruthless and incredibly tricky to deal with. With him hiding in the smoke, there was no way to see where he was plotting his next move. Hearing Lin Yuan's plea, she glanced down at the thick fog, calculating which move would clear it out the fastest. Right after, Lin Ju used her wings like giant fans, blowing powerful gusts of wind into the fog to disperse it. At that very moment, Lin Yuan spotted exactly where Dak Bak was standing. Without giving him a second to pull any tricks, he immediately blasted a burst breath straight at him. Dak Bak took the hit dead on. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying backward by the explosive force to his chest, knocking him out cold with his tongue sticking out. The moment Dak Bak opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yuan already charging up a condensed ball of lightning in his mouth. This scared him half to death, making him slowly back away. But it turned out Lin Yuan wasn't going to shoot it. Instead, he used explosive bite to channel energy into his teeth, repeatedly tearing into him to farm evolution points. On top of that, he even unlocked the A rank skill, Explosive Shell, which was immediately upgraded to S rank. This was a weaker version of Explosive Breath, but had a much shorter charge time. It allowed for rapid firing with explosive damage, could bounce off surfaces multiple times, and would only detonate when he willed it. It is completely controlled by the master, so, without their permission, it will never detonate. At this moment, Dak Bak had one of its claws bitten off, but it immediately regrew another one with just a single breath. Seeing it self-detonate like that, Lin Yuan was totally bewildered, realizing he had to find a different way to fight. But he never expected that, at the exact same time, Dak Bak would suddenly blow out a massive cloud of pale poison, blasting Lin Yuan aside. After that, he woke up with his body in a battered, miserable state. Even though he could not completely kill the beast, he had at least severely wounded it. What is more, by absorbing the venomous blast, he was able to acquire a brand new skill. Just then, Cho Lang spoke up, telling Lin Yuan and Man Yuan to sneak away first, while he would hold the line to cover their retreat. But Lin Yuan immediately refused, declaring that if they go together. With 3 opponents out there, Cho Lang could not possibly handle them all alone. On the other hand, Cho Lang had his own reasons, as he simply could not abandon his master and leave alone. After all, if the Reptile King caught up, nobody would make it out alive. Right then, nearby, Lin Duo watched closely as countless sharp glass shards shot out from the deep pit. Fortunately, she dodged just in time, or she would have been skewered and turned into a roasted bird. From down below, Dak-an emerged the leader of the reptiles, measuring 53 meters long and weighing 390 tons. The more reptiles appeared, the more Lin Yuan's panic intensified. On top of that, this monster could even change its color to camouflage itself. The green ones were constantly looking for a chance to launch a sneak attack. What a despicable bunch. Seeing this, Cho Lang warned everyone that these reptiles were mobilizing their full force. If they did not leave now, it would be too late. He told them he had a way to escape, so they must go immediately. Lin Yuan made no move to run, only growling as he stared intensely at Dak-an. Then, gritting his teeth, he told Cho Lang to be extremely careful. Finally, Lin Yuan leaped onto Man Yuan's back and turned to leave with Lin Duo. Meanwhile, only Cho Lang was left behind to face the entire swarm. Before they could run very far, Dak-an, slithering through the fog, had already caught up to them. From deep within the thick mist, countless projectiles shot toward the fleeing group. Looking back, Lin Yuan noticed this and immediately warned, "Everyone watch out, that Dak-an bastard has caught up with us." Hearing this, Man Yuan dodged right like lightning, then instantly lurched left, successfully evading all the sharp projectiles. At the same time, Lin Yuan smirked and declared, "They came at the perfect time. Now I can test out my newly upgraded burst bullet skill. If I can heavily injure one of them, it will take some pressure off Cho Lang." Still, standing on Man Yuan's shoulders, he continuously spat out countless burst bullets in an indiscriminate attack. The projectiles quickly closed in on Dak-an, but since they did not detonate, the beast remained completely unfazed. Without even bothering to dodge, it let the endless barrage bounce off its body, making Dak-an grow even more careless and smug. But as the bullets kept bouncing off him continuously, he could not help but wonder what these things were, since they did not even hurt at all. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, thinking he had just come up with an incredibly cool gesture to detonate the burst bullets. With that thought, he gave a sharp, decisive snap of his fingers. Instantly, the countless burst bullets surrounding Dak-an exploded in rapid succession, leaving him completely bewildered. The blast merged with the venomous fog, glowing with a mixture of deep green and light blue. It turned out that at this distance and angle, the burst bullets managed to hit several reptiles and even blast massive trees into the air, which got Lin Yuan incredibly excited. Because that explosion felt just as devastating as a tactical bombing run. Before leaving, he called back to Cho Lang, shouting that this was the most they could do, and hoping he could escape quickly. Deep inside the fog, Cho Lang took advantage of Dak Non gawking, with its mouth wide open, instantly lunging forward to slice off one of its pincers. After seeing the beast drop dead on its back, he growled, scanning the area to pinpoint the locations of the remaining monsters. Standing in the midst of the fog, Cho Lang thought to himself that Lin Yuan's group had safely departed, and his own clan members had also retreated. He then looked toward his cave, remembering that the Reptile King's targets were only his master and himself, so the tomb and weapons would be of no use to the enemy. With those thoughts, Cho Lang turned and left with his subordinates, silently apologizing to his master and promising to return soon. But suddenly, after taking just a few steps, he froze in sheer shock. He slowly turned back toward the cave, as if sensing something was wrong. But the moment Cho Lang looked back, he witnessed a sight he would never forget. For the rest of his life, it was just like watching his master die right before his eyes all over again. The entire cave, containing his master's tomb and weapons, had been completely blown to pieces by the reptiles. It turned out the one behind this destruction was none other than Xiang Lu. He had only just shown his face, yet he immediately committed an act of sheer, unparalleled cowardice. As for Cho Lang, he stood there completely paralyzed, staring at his master's ruined tomb and weapons, unable to make a single move. But in an instant, Cho Lang's overwhelming rage boiled over, and he let out a ferocious roar. Grr! Charging straight at Xiang Lu, he looked like he wanted to rip him to pieces and chew him up in the most brutal way possible for some sweet revenge. A little while later, they finally reached Sage Snow Peak. Just like the story said, the entire place was buried under a blanket of pure white snow. The wind howled so fiercely that not a single bird or beast was in sight. Ling Diao warned them that the wyverns could only fly this far, and they'd have to hoof it the rest of the way on foot. With that, the wyverns dropped Man Yuan off. She was already braced for it, landing perfectly on her feet with total control. Once down, Man Yuan waved up at Lin Yuan, warning him to be careful landing because the snow was super deep. Hearing this, Lin Yuan brushed it off, saying, "No big deal, it is just a little snow, without a single care in the world." But just seconds after his cocky remark, a loud thud echoed, leaving a perfect Lin Yuan-shaped imprint deep in the snow. Man Yuan stood there in dazed shock at how fast he fell, but quickly snapped out of it and started frantically digging through the snow to find her brother. Suddenly, a blast of thermal radiation shot up from under the snow, followed by Lin Yuan popping his head out to give a warning. "This snow is over 10 meters deep. It is a giant trap." At that moment, Ling Diao shifted into her human form, perched on Man Yuan's shoulder, and mocked him for being a clueless idiot. Lin Yuan yelled right back, demanding to know why she changed into human form when they still had a snowy mountain to climb. Ling Diao scoffed and explained that she couldn't fly in a blizzard like this, and since she wasn't a dodo bird, she was way too lazy to walk. Then, she suddenly ordered her wyverns to bring out what they had prepared. Over a minute later, her wyvern lackeys returned carrying an empty bamboo basket. Lin Yuan was utterly confused and asked what she needed that for, but Ling Diao just gave a vague shrug, saying it was all for a fun trip before hopping right off Man Yuan's back and plopping into the basket. Lin Yuan poked his head in, accusing her of treating Man Yuan like a tour bus. Annoyed, she snapped at him to shut up and asked if he was getting in or what, pointing out that carrying a basket on Man Yuan's back would make traveling a lot easier. Even though Lin Yuan had his pride, he couldn't resist. As he squeezed inside, he couldn't help but wonder when he became Man Yuan's baby. She strapped the basket onto her back and told him to stop overthinking. To make matters worse, he actually thought Ling Diao was being thoughtful, since this really did make moving around a whole lot easier. But the second Man Yuan stood up, Lin Yuan felt the basket wobble, and in an instant, both he and Ling Diao busted right through the bottom of the basket and plunged straight into the snow. Luckily, she was light enough to avoid sinking too deep, but Lin Yuan was once again eating snow for breakfast. The moment his head popped up, Ling Diao immediately blamed him. "Can you please eat less when we get back? This basket is tiny, and you are literally 3 times its size." Lin Yuan climbed out of the snow, shaking it off, and argued that eating so much was actually for everyone's own good. He talked a big game, but he didn't want to explain his real reason. Since he couldn't use evolution points to level up right now, his only option was to hoard as many evolution points as possible, just in case he ran into trouble and needed to buy items from the shop to get out of a tight spot. Then, Lin Yuan called on Truck-kun to check if the shop had a carrying basket big enough to hold him. Hearing this, Kun opened his mouth wide, revealing a magnifying glass so Lin Yuan could search to his heart's content, which showed that they actually had bamboo baskets, specifically designed for beasts, originating from the cute baby monster world. But the price was a steep 10,000 evolution points. Just looking at the cost made Lin Yuan's wallet hurt. Seeing this, Kun reassured him that this was custom-made for heavyweights like Lin Yuan, meaning it could absolutely handle whatever load he threw at it. At that moment, Ling Diao stared at the basket that had materialized out of nowhere and gasped, "You really are full of secrets, Lin Yuan. I have no idea where you were hiding a whole bamboo basket." But Lin Yuan had already climbed inside, keeping his lips sealed as his little secret, and asked if she wanted to join him. After that, Manhwa slipped the basket's straps over her shoulders and told Lin Yuan to hold on tight. Hearing this, Lin Yuan poked his head out of the basket, pointing determinedly toward the towering peak. "Together, we shall conquer Sage Snow Peak." His shout, combined with Manhwa's roaring battle cry, made for an incredibly intense moment. A while later, she was still trudging forward step by step, leaving deep footprints in the thick snow as she climbed the steep, wind-swept peak. Inside the basket, Lin Yuan was freezing to death, feeling like he had already turned into a frozen dinosaur. Outside, Manhwa wasn't having a blast either, as a huge chunk of snow had piled up on her head and her nose was running the entire way. But then, Manhwa stopped in front of a massive cliff face and announced they had hit a dead end. Looking up, Lin Yuan poked his head out and asked if she could handle it, since the cliff was incredibly steep. But Manhwa simply rolled up her sleeves, confident that climbing was her specialty. Then, Manhwa grabbed onto the rock face, reminding the two of them to hold on tight so they wouldn't tumble out of the basket. And just like that, she began scaling the cliff. The mountain was incredibly steep and slippery. Suddenly, Manhwa stepped onto a ledge, but it cracked, and she did not even notice. Instantly, the ledge crumbled away from the massive cliff, causing her to slip and tumble backward. At that moment, the panicked screams of Manhwa, Lam Uyen, and Lin Du echoed through the entire canyon. But as she fell, she refused to let this get the better of her and quickly formulated a plan. Without wasting a second, Manhwa reached out and grabbed another ledge on her way down. Just like that, she successfully clung tightly to the rock once more. Riding high on her success, Manhwa declared, "This time, I am definitely getting up this cliff." A moment later, Manhwa's massive hand finally gripped the edge of the summit. She let out a long sigh of relief, her heavy panting showing she had finally made it to the top. Hearing this, Lam Uyen promised that once they returned, he would treat her to some mouth-watering grilled skewers. But right then, everyone was stunned to see such a massive lake sitting right at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, Manhwa stepped right onto the lake, making Lam Uyen panic and scream at her to stop. But Lin Du felt the ice sheet looked thick enough to cross. Seeing this, Manhwa decided to risk it and gingerly stepped onto the frozen lake. After walking for a bit, she finally reached the middle of the frozen lake. But suddenly, she sensed something was off and froze in her tracks. It turned out a shadow was slowly gliding beneath the ice, looking very much like a giant shark. Back in the basket, Lam Uyen shrieked in panic. There was a giant monster under the ice. Suddenly, right beneath Manhwa's feet, it began ramming the ice, trying to shatter the thick frozen layer. Seeing this, Lam Uyen yelled, "Run! Get out of here! It is definitely trying to break the ice." Hearing that, she threw caution to the wind and bolted like her life depended on it, treating it like a one-life game. After just 2 or 3 steps, massive cracks began spiderwebbing beneath her, just waiting for a harder hit to shatter completely. But as Manhwa kept rushing across, she broke the ice beneath her feet, sending water splashing everywhere. In this critical moment, she had to leap from one broken ice floe to another to keep from falling into the freezing water. Finally, Manhwa let out a sigh of relief as she managed to land safely on a relatively stable chunk of ice. But out of nowhere, an incredibly long body surged up from beneath the water, flipping the very ice floe she was standing on. Just like that, she fell straight into the water, right in front of the new enemy waiting below. Lam Uyen and Lin Du were thrown out of the bamboo basket, sinking into the depths along with Manhwa. Suddenly, Lam Uyen snapped his eyes open in shock and realized that the sneaky bastard who ambushed them was a Vien Kohai Tuong, a 55-meter-long monster weighing 80 tons, with massive tusks that could easily pierce through any enemy's body. The beast lunged forward, zooming straight toward the 3 of them. Seeing this, Lam Uyen, standing some distance away under the water, screamed to warn Manhwa to be careful. Just as he finished speaking, the beast charged straight at them, but luckily, they split up in time to dodge, so no one got hurt. Right now, the beast's tail was lined up right in front of Manvian's face, but she still did not realize she was about to get whacked. Just like that, the beast slapped her right in the face with its tail. Dizzied from the side, Lam Uyan saw Manvian spinning around and sinking, so he kept shouting her name. Hearing this, Manvian told Lam Uyan not to worry about her, but to go save Lin Du first. Turning around, he saw Lin Du covering his mouth and curling up, struggling desperately to hold his breath. As Lin Du continued to flail wildly in the water, his desperate struggle made Lam Uyan realize this arrogant demon was actually a landlubber who could not swim. But at the same time, over on Manvian's side, before she could even recover from her dizziness, the beast charged in for another attack, slamming hard into her stomach and knocking the air right out of her. Lam Uyan quickly shouted that he would get Lin Du to shore first, then come back to help her. He then swam straight for the surface, but was blocked by something incredibly hard on the lake's surface. It turned out, when Lam Uyan looked up, he realized the lake had already frozen over again. He tried smashing his tail against the ice, but his current body was simply too small to break through. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so he quickly unleashed his radioactive heat ray to melt the thick ice. But Lam Uyan did not realize that his radioactive heat ray would be snuffed out underwater, so all he managed to blow out was a tiny puff of mist. Looking back, he saw Manvian could not hold out much longer, so they had to get to the surface fast. So, Lam Uyan turned around, swam straight toward Manvian, and yelled at her to get out of the way. He was not sure if his explosive breath would also get snuffed out, but he had to try. Hearing Lam Uyan's voice, Manvian quickly used her hands to push the beast off her. Seeing this, the beast shifted its focus to its second target, aiming straight for him. Just then, Lam Uyan swam directly at it, making the beast think he was attacking, so it quickly dodged to the side. In the end, he successfully tricked the beast and got right behind its back. Seizing this golden opportunity, Lin Yuan unleashed a devastating burst breath blast right into the seal's back. Caught completely off guard by the sneak attack and the sheer force of the blast, the beast folded in half like a cooked shrimp. The impact not only wrecked the seal, but also shattered the thick ice layer, allowing the trio to break through without breaking a sweat. Within seconds, Lin Yuan hauled Ling Diao onto his back and up to the surface, successfully freeing Man Yuan from the seal's encirclement. Now stranded on the ice, the beast flopped its tail helplessly. It seemed like once it was out of the water, all its confidence went down the drain. Seeing this, Lin Yuan sneered, "You might have ruled the water, but now that you're on land, you're dead meat." Desperate to escape, the quick-witted seal slammed its sharp tusks against the ice, but its panic skyrocketed as the towering shadow of Man Yuan slowly loomed over it. Wearing a menacing grin, she licked her lips, thinking that such a juicy, meaty target would taste absolutely amazing roasted. But right then, Ling Diao smacked Lin Yuan on the head, warning him that they couldn't kill the creature. It turned out every beast of the Snow Peak Sage could be one of Baizei's direct followers. Sensing an opening, the seal seized the chance to escape. It slammed its heavy body against the ice beneath it, shattering it into pieces. With a splash, the seal dived back into the freezing water and swam away. Lin Yuan decided to let it slide, sparing its life out of respect for Ling Diao. Clambering back into his basket, he grumbled, "Getting attacked and not even being allowed to fight back is so frustrating." But Ling Diao shot back, "Listen, the Snow Peak Sage's domain is home to countless beasts that have adapted to this freezing environment, and most of them are Baizei's followers. If we kill them, we can kiss any chance of meeting him goodbye." Meanwhile, outside, Man Yuan pushed through the howling blizzard with everything she had, heading toward their destination. A little while later, they finally arrived and laid eyes on Baizei's cave, surrounded by sharp, jagged icicles. Lin Yuan poked his head out to check, confirming that this massive, majestic cavern was indeed their target. Suddenly, a booming voice stopped them in their tracks, forbidding them from entering. Turning around, they saw a massive polar bear charging at them, its jaw wide open. Treating them like prey, the polar bear blocked the entrance, spreading its massive arms, and roared, "No one enters the sacred grounds of the Beast Lord." This beast was an ancient snow bear, standing 60 meters tall and weighing a massive 180 tons. Boasting unbelievable power, a single swipe of its claws could easily crush an opponent's skull. Suddenly, another beast's voice echoed from deep within the cave, speaking to Man Yuan as if they were old acquaintances. "Hey, shaggy-haired monkey, why on earth did you bring humans here?" This is no place for humans. It turned out this speaker was the legendary Ice Snow Bigfoot, standing 70 meters tall and weighing 21 tons, known for its short fuse and tendency to throw punches first and ask questions later. Just then, Lin Yuan's jaw dropped when he realized even a polar bear could speak human. Still, it seemed like they only had these two big bosses guarding the entrance. Suddenly, Ling Diao's body began to shift. She raised her voice and challenged the two guards. Open your eyes wide and see if this young lady looks like a human to you. She fully reverted to her original beast form and declared, I only took a human form because climbing this snowy mountain in my real shape would be a giant pain. But King Kong just waved his hand dismissively and said, if you can turn into a human, it means you're associated with them, and absolutely nothing associated with humans is allowed into the Beast Lord's territory. The polar bear peered into the basket and guessed Lin Yuan was the little guy who beat up the seal. Hearing this, Lin Yuan grumbled, wow, news sure travels fast around here. So what if I fought the seal? It attacked me first. Besides, I'm not some little guy. Back in the day, guys like you wouldn't even be fit to wipe my boots. But King Kong cut him off sharply, repeating that anyone associated with humans was barred. That's when Lin Yuan remembered what the wolf dog had told him. His former master had visited the Snow Peak Sage back when he was still alive. So, he decided to confront them about what he'd heard. Didn't a human awaken visit you guys just over 10 days ago? How is that not associated with humans? King Kong took a step back, beat his chest, and scoffed. That was before I got stationed here. What happened before my watch isn't my business. But right now, nobody's getting in. So scram. Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. Lin Yuan piped up from the back, thoroughly annoyed. They had gone through hell to climb to the summit, so just turning back now was completely out of the question. If you want to fight, we're happy to go 3-on-2 all the way. But just then, a mysterious voice echoed from deep within the cave, instructing King Kong and the polar bear to let them in. Only then did the two guardians back down and reluctantly let them pass. Before letting them through, King Kong turned back and snarled, if you try anything funny, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. He made it clear he would be keeping a very close eye on them. With that, the three of them warily made their way inside. As they walked past, Ling Diao gave them a smug, defiant glare, muttering to herself, just a couple of watchdogs acting big because of their master. A few minutes later, they stepped into the deep recesses of the cavern. Right here, amidst a vast expanse of jagged, towering ice peaks, a majestic king sits in absolute tranquility. This legendary being is known as Bai Zi. He carries the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Bai Zhe, chronicled in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and weighs a massive 180 tons. As the most mysterious existence on Abyss Island, he is an auspicious beast capable of turning misfortune into good luck. Seeing him demand answers, Ling Diao quickly spoke up to explain that her friend had been poisoned by the reptile king's toxic breath, which completely drained his life essence. That is why his body shrunk to its current state, so she hoped the Great Lord could cleanse the remaining toxic energy from him. Hearing this, Bai Zi grew furious and demanded, why on earth did you go provoking the reptile king? He then asked. Lin Yuan was hit by the reptile king's toxic breath and only shrunk, with no threat to his life, right? But meanwhile, using his divine eyes, Bai Zhe pierced through Lin Yuan's disguise, realizing he was actually a human. But why would a human exist in the form of a beast? There is another energy inside him. Aside from the reptile king's poison, there is a force I have never seen before. Could it be an energy from beyond Abyss Island? He then asked, is Ling Diao really willing to make such a sacrifice just to beg me to help Lin Yuan? Hearing this, Ling Diao firmly replied that she had made up her mind, pleading with Bai Zi to cleanse her friend's body of the lingering poison. Standing nearby, Lin Yuan looked utterly dazed, thinking to himself, I have no idea what these two are talking about. What do they mean by making a sacrifice? It makes absolutely no sense to me. But right then, as soon as Bai Zhe gave his consent, the very ground Lin Yuan stood on erupted in a blinding white light. Just like that, his entire body floated up into the air, glowing with a miraculous light. As Lin Yuan's body was being cleansed, wisps of green mist drifted out of him. He felt an incredible wave of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But before he could fully enjoy the feeling, his body suddenly snapped back to normal, leaving him dumbfounded. Is that it? Is it over? Immediately, Lin Yuan summoned Kun and asked, can you analyze my body? Is there any trace of that toxic breath left? Kun quickly ran a scan and confirmed that the toxic energy was completely gone. It turned out Baize really possessed the purifying powers described in the classic of mountains and seas. Relieved, Lin Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with excitement. He realized that since he had eaten so much on the way to the snow mountain, he had over 300,000 evolution points. He quickly spent 200,000 of them to increase his height. The moment he said it, Lin Yuan's body glowed intensely, and he shot up by 2 meters in just a matter of seconds. This sudden growth left Baize wide-eyed with shock, as there was no logical explanation for how his body had expanded so rapidly. He couldn't help but wonder, is this because of that mysterious energy inside him? He then glanced at Lingdiao, who had converted her life essence into magic stored in her feathers, and then at this Kui Long, who could use mysterious energy to grow at will. Truly fascinating. At this moment, Lin Yuan bowed his head, thanking Baize for purging the poison from his body. But hearing this, Baize said, "There is no need to thank me. You should thank your friend, Lingdiao." Lin Yuan instinctively turned to thank Lingdiao, but before he could even finish his sentence, he froze, suddenly struck by a thought. Why would he need to thank Lingdiao? Seeing her face cloud over as if she were about to burst with anger only made him more confused. Lin Yuan wondered. Lingdiao made the request, and Baize cured me directly. But did he really ask for nothing in return from her? Panicking, he quickly asked Lingdiao what kind of treasure she had given up for him, and when she had agreed to this without him knowing. Seeing this, Baize revealed the truth. Every monster on Abyss Island knows the price of coming to me and asking for a favor. They must surrender their very life essence. Hearing this devastating news, Lin Yuan stood frozen as a ringing sound filled his ears. He began to mutter to himself, "When my life essence was taken, I only shrunk. But when the ancient divine pterosaur's life essence was taken, he was instantly reduced to a dried corpse." So, Lin Yuan frantically wondered, what will happen to Lingdiao after she gives up her life essence? Will she shrink like me, or will it be something worse? Hearing his worry, Baize replied coldly, "Lingdiao does not possess your unique abilities. Once she loses her life essence, she will rapidly age, or even wither away and die on the spot." Shocked by this horrifying revelation, Lin Yuan's mind raced as he screamed in silent denial.